Hello, we back. I gotta go. I left something in the kitchen. Okay, so I got a phone call, and then while on the phone, I started cleaning, and yeah. So I just was like, yeah, I'll come back. Notifications should have went out because, yeah. Right back. Hello. Hello, Stefano. I have family members with that name. I'm from New York. So much dang lint. Hello. Yes, this is what I actually do. Is my other live still going or something? No.
Pray about everything for yourself. Read the Bible for yourself. But man, take a look at this. And I'm going to tell you why we talking about it here in a minute. Now, I don't believe this girl didn't make this video, the Craft from Christ girl. Somebody took her teaching and then added this part to it.
It's called darting, and this is where you speak witchcraft into your hands and you dart the person with it. Either you can do it like this or you do it like this.
That just goes to show that y'all are idol worshippers. Many of y'all are talking about, man, that wasn't real. That was AI. Let's roll the clip.
Screw Jesus and F Christ and all this stuff. You're not going to be that tough when you die.
This don't look like AI. This goes to show y'all that y'all are idol worshippers. Instead, God timing is perfect. People think that the things that have been being revealed in this time is just by coincidence or it's nothing. Pastor Philip Anthony Mitchell is a plant. A lot of people don't catch these hand signs that Philip Anthony Mitchell.
Take a look.
Holiness for the first time. You're going to give an account for the one that's whether some
Almost like subconsciously.
What up, Chew?
He's doing it consciously. But he always does these same hand signs. This is not a coincidence. These people put this stuff right in y'all face, but y'all idolize these people that y'all overlooked at.
people, it's okay to kill babies in the womb.
When I first seen Pastor Philip Anthony Mitchell, I liked the...
So let's stop it right there, right? You seen they breaking everything down, right? You got the double crosses on the necklace thing, and I want to play this clip because
These
I
seem
wanna
like
show y'all something
accidental.
right now. Why am I talking about this? There are demonic spirits out there that are obsessed with people, and if you're not careful and you don't have discernment and you don't pray about things for yourself, you could fall for it because it could almost be convincing. Now, if you remember, if you've been watching me for a while, you remember this was happening to me a couple years ago. They was breaking down everything that I did. I even had to make a little video where I was like dunking an Oreo in the milk, and I was like, how many Illuminati hand signals can you guys find, right? And I was kind of, mocking them back because they say, man, Marcus Rogers is a Freemason. Now they're saying Philip Anthony Mitchell is a Freemason. I said, I'm not a Freemason. I got so many videos mocking the Freemasons and teaching that it's demonic and breaking it down with the undercover footage and all that. I'd never forget this lady came to my church, man. And after the service, she was like, wow, I feel the presence of God. But I saw like her hand was shaking. I said, why are you scared? She said, well, I heard some things about you online. And so think about this. There's people that watch this kind of stuff because these dudes get a lot of views. These females I'm about to show you get a lot of views, and people are coming into agreement, and people are getting tricked out of their blessing out of fear. And she said, well, I heard you were Freemason and Illuminati and all this kind of stuff. And I said, ma'am, you never seen my videos exposing it? And then she brought up this interaction I had with Mace. I don't know if you guys know the rapper Mace, but I had brought him on stage. We had this event, and I prayed for him. And there was like thousands of people there. I said, man, God's got a plan for you. All that. Mace is preaching and stuff now. And she was just like, hey, Mace, and how did you even talk to him and stuff like that? And so she thought because I had connections to this one or that one, I had to be part of the group. And then some of these videos, okay? But there's a monitoring spirit behind these individuals, and they are obsessed. And what's funny with the little towel head ladies, the celestial and all them, they all talk the same, sound the same. You can see that spirit on their face. And I'm about to show you here in a minute. And I'm also going to talk about this VIP thing one more time. One of these pastors went viral for kind of rebuking Philip Anthony Mitchell. He was aggressive. But Philip Anthony Mitchell is not a Freemason. And I say that because I feel for him because the same thing was happening to me. And the crazy part is it's not even what you say, demonic people, worldly people, is people that claim to be speaking on behalf of God. Listen to the way this woman sounds and talks, and then I'm about to show you some crazy clips.
This man, and I see so much occultic symbolism about him. So let's talk about it real quick. Now, he wears crosses. Notice that all the rappers wear crosses. Everybody who mocks Jesus wears crosses. These reality shows, television, music videos, whatever, they all wear the crosses.
I wear a cross.
Old way of saying they like it like that.
Marcus
This y'all girl right here, Celestial.
Rogers,
I love Jesus. That's why I wear a cross.
a liar, a deceiver, a very
See how they got that sound, and then she talking with that authority.
new initiate and convert into the Freemasons and the Illuminati. Very newly minted. This man has not been with them for a long time. He is one of their newest poster boys. He finally caught their attention, and that's how they brought him
These
in.
people are crazy.
Now, I think this is just the way Philip Anthony Mitchell's, because when I was getting these accusations, right, I'm about to show you, these videos were crazy. Like, people were analyzing every hand movement I made. When I watched Philip Anthony Mitchell talk, you know, I think maybe that's just the way his hand just naturally moves, because mine, if you see how mine rests, it just naturally rests like that. And so you're going to see, just watch. I'm just going to show you. This stuff is crazy to me, man.
People aren't real.
That's why I feel for him on this.
I'm not saying that the Illuminati's not real, but
Some like me and some do not burn my heart in Israel.
Their hands to show you what they're really trying to show you. You understand? This is the way they hide things in plain sight. Now, with your normal eyes, you will see him holding the praying hands. But why is his face facing a C and an M? Okay? C is 3, and by that we do and an M is a 3 facing down. You see the bricks in the background? You see him? His head is facing the C and the M. That is exactly what he's trying to show you. Now, this is the next video. This is the first one I noticed. And I watched it closely. Watch when he directs his hands. Okay? One hand to the right, one hand to the
When I
left.
saw this, I like, bro, this is just my garbage. We was spring cleaning, and then y'all know I like to preach with props, and then I had this idea about like the prodigal son, and he was with the pigs, and then look what he turned it into.
Now, what's on his right side? You see, on the right side, you see a little pyramid right there. Okay? Each corner of the pyramid is 60 degrees. 0 is 60 in numerology. So that represents 666. It also represents the pyramid and the degrees that you go up in Freemasonry, and the places that people are on the Freemason pyramid as they go up. You know what I'm saying? Certain people are on certain levels, okay? 33 is the highest. Now, you send it to the other side. When you can plainly see a CC right there, okay? C is 3 in Pythagorean numerology. That's why you have C.
He really thinks I put that there on purpose.
You see symbolism. That's why he keeps putting his hand there. If you watch my videos before, you see this is a recurring
Now,
practice.
if you see when I point my hand, sometimes my hand kind of does the same kind of thing, and they say I'm throwing up the devil's horns.
Of the Freemasons and other kind of Freemasons. They talk their lives with speech. They tell their truth with their symbolism and with their hand motions in their head. That's why he keeps waving his...
Keep going.
For this masonry stuff. And let me just get this straight off the bat. Do I think Marcus is intentionally picking these signs? I have.
The corner image that you see right there, it's that song where I'm saying the deuces, right? It's nothing else. Yeah, you know, I'm going up there, juice. Yeah, zoom in, I check up the douche. Yeah, like deuces, I'm out. That's it. But look, this next video kind of made me, the guy who broke down this one, and then I'm gonna get into the other stuff. I was like, this is crazy. Like, had me looking.
Are leading him. He's like,
Okay. It's basically talking down to a believer. But they really mean what they say.
This is the Great God music video. So many of you guys know we bought a Lutheran church, right? There used to be a big, huge, like organ back here and stuff like that. And we remodeled it. So he took the Great God video, and I had this idea to dress up like warriors. And so I just bought some armor, you know what I'm saying, you know, on Amazon and stuff like that. And we had a bunch of people get together.
Okay. Now, as you look on the right and the left, this is symbolism of these are supposed to be 2 pillars of Solomon's temple. That's in every Freemason temple. One is called Joachim, and the other one is called Boaz. Now, we have a lot of Knights Templar symbolism in this music video. Okay.
So he said Knights Templar, and then when he said that, I said, man, you know what? Don't let your good be evil spoken of, right? I just was like, okay, Knights Templar, we got white, we got gold, all right. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, let me be more cautious. But the truth is, no, I'm not a Freemason. I'm not putting, you know, any kind of symbolism, and I don't mean for my hands to do it. Matter of fact, let me show. I want to show you this one clip, man. There's one more clip I want to show you. Where is that clip at? Hold on. Yeah, here it is, right here. Check this out.
Pyramid right there.
I'm like, what? Like, they really think I'm doing that?
let's watch some true crime.
You said that you've been wanting to speak to me all day. I've been wanting to talk what's going on all day. Well, it's been bothering me all day.
True crime.
My main concern right now is my girlfriend okay? That's my main concern right now.
No.
She is not okay. What do you mean she's not okay? She is deceased.
What?
She died?
Yes, ma'am.
No way.
You did it. You did it. So why are you acting shocked? You did it, girl. You know you did it.
Oh my God.
You know you did it, girl.
Can you let me hurt? Oh, I'm gonna be in jail forever, huh? Be honest.
The date is April 11th of 2021. Local police respond to the Desert Sands Inn, located in
I'm not in a bad
Albuquerque,
mood.
Mexico.
I'm happy as
Police have been
shit.
called because 31-year-old Olivia Herrera
Sorry if it
is
seems like I'm
claimed
not.
alive after having been harmed with what appears to be a knife wound. At the scene is her girlfriend, Mary Jane Luna Ribel, and she is distraught after returning to the room and finding her partner bleeding on the floor. As Mary Jane is taken to the station for a statement, the police have several questions, but Mary Jane asks for an attorney, at least at first.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me stitch it. Hold on.
Actually, you can go back. I'll go grab it.
Oh, I'm tears. Oh, wow.
Closing time.
Did I put your drink there? Yeah, you're good. Okay, good. All right. Do you mind if I take my mask off? You're perfectly fine. That way you don't have to tell me what did you say? No, you're fine. And then plus I can't breathe in it, so I breathe harder. And I know. And then I'll be like, and I just felt like I'm exhausted. And you're like, oh, I feel like I just put a red on because I can't breathe. Yes. Yeah. And like I told you in there, I'm Detective Anna Burciaga. This is my partner. Can I get your first name just so I don't confuse your name? My name is Mary Jean. Mary Jean. What is your last name? Luna. Luna-RUYBAL. And I do apologize if I'm looking down. I'm writing things down so I don't forget. You're fine. Or so that I don't mix up what you said and... Yeah, you're fine. Okay. Do you work anywhere? No, I'm unemployed. Was McDonald's okay? Yeah. I was hungry. I didn't eat all day. Oh, goodness. I was like, I'm going to stop and get her some food. And then he was like, no, Sergeant's already going to send somebody. And I was like, okay, cool. Yeah. Perfect. And then I saw that you got McDonald's. And I was like, oh, hopefully she likes McDonald's. Who doesn't, right? You're right. And then, do you have any kiddos? I have a daughter. A daughter? What's her name? Adriana. A-U-D-R-I-A.
I'm not a big fan of McDonald's.
That's a pretty name.
I like their breakfast, but nothing else. What up, Andy?
And where is she at?
How you
She's with your
doing?
aunt? Okay. My aunt's taking care of her. Yeah. Is it like a custody agreement you guys? Yeah. So she usually takes care of her? Not all the time, but it's just right as of right now, yeah. Yeah. Because she's usually with me all the time. Yeah. What do you like to do with her? Oh, I like to do everything with her. Yeah. She's just everything to me. She's like my best friend. I never had actually. I do everything with her. Mm-hmm. Yep. What school does she go to? Elementary. So she's probably like second grade? Second grade, she'll be in third. Did she go back? Because I didn't know that APS did like where you could go back on Monday. But you could still do, some parents opted to stay online, right? Yeah, I didn't go to school. She's in school. She went back. Oh, I think that's so good. She wanted to be with her friends. She's a social butterfly. She likes talking to everybody. She's a very friendly person. I think it was important for kids, even though if it was for a month, for them to like get to see their friends, make new friends that they can hang out with during the summer. Yeah. Kids needed to do something. Especially this stuck in the room. The governor had it opened like trampoline parks or anything. Nothing has opened. It's crazy. You can barely even have access to go to a park. I know, it's crazy. And
This happened obviously during COVID.
is she your only daughter? Oh, how cute. Well, Mary Jane, obviously you've been in handcuffs, okay?
Yeah.
And you're in a police station, and you're still handcuffed, okay?
Yep.
So I'm going to read you your Miranda rights. We're going to go line by one. If you don't understand something, don't hesitate to ask me, okay?
The rights are read for everybody.
Knowing and understanding your rights,
The
as
F
I've
was that?
explained them to you, are you willing to answer my questions without an attorney present?
I want an attorney.
You want an attorney? Well, Mary Jane, being that, you're asking for an attorney, I'm not going to ask any other questions. I'm going to put you back in the holding cell while I finish doing what I need to do. Do you want me to bring your food with you?
Well, you know what? I'll just answer your questions. I changed my mind here. Do you want to give me some with? I'll answer your questions.
About to say, we done bought you McDonald's and everything. Least you could do is have a chat.
Okay. Are you aware of what you're doing right now?
Yeah, I know. I am. I know.
Okay.
I know, man. I'll answer. I've been waiting all day to speak with you anyway, so.
Okay. Do you want me to get you some tissue?
No, I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me get you some tissue really
I got napkins.
Do you?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'll be fine.
Yeah. Right there. Let me just go get some tissue. It might be a long interview, so make sure we have plenty, okay? And your fries are still in there, right?
Yeah.
You want me to take them out? No, not yet. Okay, I'll be right back. Couldn't find tissue, but I brought I think softer than those ones.
Oh, good. Napkins.
I agree, but sometimes it can be rough on the nose, right? Okay. Mary Jane, because you told me initially that you wanted an attorney, and then you said I changed my mind, I'm going to reread you your rights, and then we'll go start all over. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Once again, the rights are read.
Knowing and understanding your rights as I've explained them to you, are you willing to answer my questions without an attorney present?
Yes.
You said that you've been wanting to speak to me all
I've been
day?
wanting to talk about what's going on all day. Well, it's been bugging me all day.
Tell me what's going on.
Well, my main concern right now is my girlfriend okay? That's my main concern right now.
Who's your girlfriend?
Olivia. She's my girlfriend.
Okay. She is not okay.
What do you mean she's not okay?
She is deceased.
She died?
Yes, ma'am.
No way. Oh my God. Are you serious?
That's why we're here.
When did she die?
That I couldn't tell you. I was hoping that you could.
I can't. Oh my God, that's... Wow.
Tell me what happened to Mary Jane. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God.
okay?
No. Oh my God, I can't do this.
Tell me what happened, Mary Jane.
We got in an argument. I took off because I needed to take a breather. Actually, so I took off. Not even 30 minutes. I come back and I'm knocking on the door, but the door's locked. And I noticed that the window was off. The window's music was on, and I had to go. I was like knocking on the door, and then there was no answer, so I saw the window. I looked in, and I jumped.
I have to sit back because my back is killing me.
I saw her right there on the floor. I tried to hold it down. I said, "Stay with me, stay with me." Then I called 911. Got in an argument. I took off.
What were you guys arguing about?
Over stupid stuff. Petty stuff. Or relationship. What any relationship we argue over. I took off because usually I calm myself. I take off and I calm myself down. And I took off and I come back. Like I said, I was knocking on the door. But I didn't realize it till like a quick second. Then I looked and I saw the window, the screen off the window. And I looked in and I saw her on the floor, so I hopped in the window. And then I called 911.
When you say normal, regular,
Just arguments, just stupid stuff.
is there something specific today?
No, just arguing, like I'm done, I'm done with you, Mary Jane, I don't want to, just leave me alone, and then I just took off.
She told you she was done?
Yeah, she told me she was done, and I said, okay, I just took off, I walked off. I don't like arguing. How I deal with it, I take off, and I calm myself, and then I come back. By the time I came back, like I said, I knocked on the door. And then I looked over, and then I noticed real quick, of course. And I noticed, and then I looked in, and I saw her on the floor. I hopped in the window.
Oh, my
Where did you
stomach.
take off to?
I just walked down the street. Just pretty far. Well, not far, but just a good amount. And I just sat there, and I just calmed myself down, and I walked back.
Did you stay on the motel property?
No, I took off walking down the street.
Which way?
South. Like I was going down Central. Towards like Wyoming and all that.
So you come out of the hotel,
And then so you turn right.
on Central, you
And then
turn
you go
right,
down.
and you just kept
And I
walking
just
down
kept walking until I found just a clear spot, and I just sat there and I kept myself together. And then I walked back.
But and I'm sorry that I'm being very specific as to where you walked, and stuff. But you have to understand that I am conducting a homicide investigation. Okay.
See, I get it.
And so it's very important that you try and remember and tell me which way you walked.
Okay, when I walked out, there's Central, right? And I walked down, right down Central, and I kept walking.
Wyoming.
Yeah, just kept walking for a while.
Okay.
But not too far.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Enough where I had clearing where I could just sit down and just take a breather and calm myself down. And then I walked back up. She died. It's crazy.
You said when you came back,
I was knocking on the door.
and then you saw.
And then I noticed real fast, real quick, I was just side glance and I noticed that the screen went off.
Where was the screen?
It was on the floor. On the floor in front of the window.
Okay.
And then I looked in and I then I saw her. And then
Was the window completely open?
yeah, it was completely open.
Okay. What about the blinds?
The blinds were open too, like a little bit. And then I hopped in. And then I was like, oh my God, of course, stay with me. I put pressure on her wound and I called 911. Tried, because I'm the water panic, of course.
And you were telling her to stay with you, so was she...
Like, not stay with me, like, just stay with me, because she was going in and out.
Okay, so she was still...
She was still alive when I got there.
Did she say anything?
No, she was just out for, like, a while. And then I was putting pressure, and then next thing you know, she just said, get off, I'm trying to breathe. And that was it. Because I put pressure on her, and I removed my hand because she couldn't breathe. She was on her stomach. And I pushed it, tried to turn it over. And then I couldn't turn it over, so I just removed it. And then...
And by you couldn't... How did you find her? Was she laying...
I found her laying her head towards the bed, like the side of the bed. Like, here's the bed, and her head was right here. And then her body was always like this.
Like, you a piece of paper or would you draw it for me? Because I would, but I'm left-handed. That's right. We'll fix it. Don't worry.
I'm not right-handed.
Okay, the thoughts are correct. On this side.
Did she die when she got there?
Honestly, we don't get on scene till like an hours after. We don't get called out right away. So I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you when she died or.
Does her family know?
Who is her family? We'll wait for him to bring.
I don't know. I'm just. Yeah.
Who is her family? Do you happen? Who can I reach?
You have the phone, right?
In your phone? Is it a mom or dad?
What's her name?
Mom? What's her name?
Teresa.
Let me see real quick.
Teresa?
So what I'm gonna do is, I think it'll just be easier. I'll just handcuff both of your wrists together for now. Will that work?
How?
That'd be alright.
What, like this?
Yep.
I'm not angry. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I'll put a more pleasant face on. I'm sorry. I'll smile.
Just take them off.
Okay.
And then
Take them off.
can we just get the officer to stand up?
You got pen?
I sure do. So tell me where the bed is.
Okay.
And so that I don't have to keep stopping you, do you mind like labeling it bed and stuff so that I know?
There's a bed.
Okay.
Okay. Here's a little dresser. It's a little dresser.
Okay.
And then you have the table. Then you have your TV. And you have another little dresser that is on top of.
Okay.
So, but just another dresser. Okay. And here's the door. And here's the window. And back here is the sink for the restroom. And over here to the side is the toilet and the shower. So can you picture that in your head?
Yeah. Because you said this is the front door, right?
Yeah, that's
the
the room.
room.
And there's the window, and there's a little dresser, and there's the bed, and there's a table here, and a TV here, and there's the sink. When you look right into it, there's the sink.
Okay.
And there's, you walk through a door, there's the toilet.
Okay.
And the shower.
Okay.
Okay, I found her right here. Her head was right here.
Okay.
Like she was at an angle. She was at an angle. So I'll just put it like that, okay? Pretend that's her right there, okay?
And you can put Olivia or
I can't believe it. And I went trying to, like I said, I tried to get her to stay with me because, like, she was, like, I said she was pale, of course. And I then tried to turn her over. And then I pushed down on her wound, but she was still heavy, so I couldn't really push her over back, you know, to where she could. So I pushed on it. And I said, stay with me. I was holding her back over her head and holding it like this. I won't stay with me. Hold on, I'm trying to call 911. Hold on. I was on the phone. I had the phone like this, but I was on the phone with 911. And then she just went, she went out to the side, she put back down, and then I still had pressure on it.
Okay.
And then I was there, and I said, stay with me. Still see the same thing over again. Don't pass on me. Don't pass on me. Stay with me.
I'm gonna have to.
And then she's like, and that's when she didn't say nothing for a while, and then she said, get off. I can't breathe. And that's when she went right back to it. She fell right back into it. And she flew on her stomach out. She went to the side, and I turned her this way, so she was all her weight went this way.
Okay.
So I'm on the phone trying to figure this out.
So you called 911.
I called 911.
Okay. And when you were on the phone with the 911, tell me what happened.
Well, they were like, oh, what do you need? Like, 911, what's your emergency? And I told them, I said, I need an ambulance sent to the address. And they're like, oh, what happened? I could barely hear you. So I said, just hold on, let me turn down my music, because the music was still on, like I said. The music was still on. So I said, hold on, and I went to go turn down the music. And I said, could you hear me now? And he's like, yes, what's your emergency? And I was like, well, my girlfriend got stabbed. They're like, oh, is she awake? I said, no, like, she's in and out of it. Is she breathing? I said, yes. And then what happened, she got, like, he couldn't hear me because the reception was kind of bad. I said, she got stabbed. Do you know who stabbed? I said, no, she just got stabbed. And then my neighbor from upstairs, she was walking by to take her dog. And I told her, help me. And that's when she's like, hold on. And I said, here, I can't right now. I said, here, take the phone. I gave her the phone. And she was talking.
And then what happened once your neighbor helped you?
And then the cops came a little bit after that. She was still on the phone with them when she was taking her dog. She's like, oh, take the phone and just take it. Just take it with you. Go walk your dog and bring it back to me when you're done. The officers were already coming. They already got called APD, and then they came. Step away, put your hands up, blah, blah, blah. So that's what I did. I stepped away. I stood by Officer Garcia. And they went in and they go check on her. And I was just but I was
Did
trying to
you?
see what was going on, but I know I can't go, so I was trying to look around, you know. And then the fire department came. The fire department came with a stretcher. They wanted to remove me. But I was like, oh my God, I hope she's okay. I just hope she's okay. This can't be happening, no. And then I waited there. And then I got put in, back seat of the cop car, and I've been there since, and I came.
I'll wait till you calm down and ask more questions, okay?
Oh my goodness gracious.
How come you said my girlfriend's been stabbed?
Because she did. I noticed she got stabbed. I got stabbed where she was bleeding.
What did it look like?
Just like a regular knife wound, like she got stabbed by a knife.
And where is the knife?
I don't know. Like I said, I was like, I don't know by the time I got there, whatever happened, the person was already gone.
When you and Olivia were arguing, who else was in the room?
Just us.
Just you two?
Just us.
Okay. There was nobody else in the room?
No.
Tell me about the night before.
The night before? Mm-hmm. Well, we're out there at the room, of course.
Just you and her?
Just me and her. We're hanging out, just us. And then,
Oh, thank you.
And then
I got you nice soft tissues.
and then her friend brought her on Messenger.
Her friend?
Her friend. Well, because me and her friend and my friend are the same friend. So she wrote me to talk to Olivia through my Messenger.
Wait.
Okay.
Just lost me.
Okay. Her friend
names
is my friend too.
Okay, so you guys have a friend in common?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Her name's Jolene.
Jolene. Okay,
But she came over to hang out with us.
Okay.
For a few hours.
At what time?
I don't know. I think it was like 9 or 10. They were hanging out with us for
9, 10 p.m.?
Yeah, around there. I didn't really look at the time, and she was just kicking it with us, hanging out.
And it was just Jolene?
It was just It was me, Olivia, Jolene, and then Jolene's friend.
Well, do you remember?
I don't know his name.
It was a male?
Yeah, I don't know. They came over to hang out with us because Jolene was having a bad day. She just wanted to hang out with some friends. So she called us. Well, called Olivia through my Messenger.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because we're friends, and like she needed to get Olivia through my Messenger, to talk to her.
Does Olivia not have her own Messenger?
Well, she does, but her phone's broken. Her other phone that she had her Messenger through was broken. It don't even turn on no more. So So what we do is like, she has some of her friends, like 1 or 2 of her friends are my friend on my Facebook. So those are the ones we really talk to.
Gotcha. Okay.
So anyways, so she's like, oh, well, let's hang out, I had a really bad day and I just want to hang out. So Olivia told her, yeah, that's fine. Come over, kick it or whatever. So they came over. And
there's the 4 of you.
And we're just hanging out, just kicking it, just chilling. Listening to music, of course. And then they
drinking?
Huh?
Drinking?
Yeah.
Drugs?
No drugs, I don't know. No. So, and then we're just hanging out, whatever.
And I just want you to understand, I'm not trying to be rude, or I'm not like judging, or I'm not blaming you of anything, but obviously we did a warrant on the room and we saw paraphernalia, and that's why I'm asking.
That wasn't mine.
Okay.
They only do that stuff.
And I'm not gonna arrest anybody for drugs right now, okay?
Oh my god, I didn't. That's none of my things.
Okay, but somebody in the room was doing drugs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that wasn't me.
What kind of drugs?
Meth, I guess.
Okay.
I think
you guys were listening to music. Some people were doing meth.
Yeah.
I
was just drinking.
And then
Olivia was just chilling, kicking back and just drinking. Yeah. And there was listening to music.
What were you guys drinking?
Just Coronas and a little bit of shots here and there. That was it. And then me and Jolene, she wanted to get some more, so we went to the store. And we came back.
Jolene went to the store?
Yeah.
Do you know what store?
Just right here off of 7-Eleven, off of Western Skies in Central. There's a 7-Eleven right
Do you know
here.
what time it was?
I know it was before 11:30. I think it was like 11:20-ish. Because we left the room like 11:10, so it didn't take us that long to get there. So it was like 11:20, 25. And we got the alcohol, and then we went back to the room. And we just hanged out, and then she left.
Does Jolene drive?
Yeah.
What kind of car does she have?
I don't know. I don't pay attention.
Is it a car?
It's an SUV.
SUV?
Yeah, I don't know what kind though.
And again, I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but I gotta put a timeline to everything. We do have cameras. The hotel does have cameras, so I'm just trying to make sure whose car is what and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to 7-Eleven gas station. You want to say between
like
11 and
15, because I know we left from there. It was already 11:30 when we left from the gas station. It was like right dead 11:30 when we left from the gas station. Then we went back to the room.
Okay, so then you went back to the room?
Mm-hmm.
So when you were at the gas station, Jolene's male friend
and Olivia was at them.
And Olivia stayed at the room.
Yeah, me and Jolene went.
Okay. Then you guys come back to the room, and what happened?
We just drink a little bit more. We wanted to get a little bit more beer before they stopped selling alcohol. So that's what we did. And we went back to the room and we just drank, And then we took off for a short ride. I don't know where he went, but we took off. Jolene took off in her car.
By yourself?
No, everybody was in the car. We all went for a little ride, and then we came back.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we all went for a little ride, and then we came back. I don't know where, because I didn't recognize the area, so I wouldn't know where.
But all four of you,
All
you
four
and
of us.
Jolene's SUV.
Yeah, and then we go
Drive.
for a drive, and then we come back to the room.
Do you know what time that was?
Oh. Let me see. Like one-ish or two-ish, around there. Because I know Jolene left my room by 3 o'clock in the morning.
And how do you know the time?
Because I saw it on my phone. It was like 3 something, like 3:01-ish, and she left from her room.
Did her guy friend...
They left. Both of them left.
I just make them because I like to make them. I would like to give them to people or sell them to people, whatever works.
And we're just talking. We're sitting around talking. And, I had a headache. And I was like, oh, you take some because I have a headache. And so I got some Advil. I took one, and then I took that. And then I lay down because I have a headache. And then she was still awake. And then I woke up. And I got up to go smoke a cigarette outside. And then I came back in.
Do you know what time that was?
Like I know it was like a little bit before, like, okay, so, hold on. Because I slept for about 2 hours, okay. So it was like, right, like a little bit before 7. I woke up and I went to go smoke a cigarette. I came back in. And then we were arguing, like, we were laying down. And like we had a little disagreement there. And then that's when I was like, forget it, I'm just going to take off. I started packing my things. Well, started getting my things together. And then I said, you know what, forget it, I'm just going to leave it. And then I just took off walking. And, yeah. And I came back and that's what happened.
Okay. Did Olivia have any altercations with Jolene or the guy friend?
No, we were perfectly fine. Everything was fine between all of us. Nothing, everybody was getting along with everybody.
Other than them two, was she having any problems with anybody else?
Not that I know of.
No? So who do you think did this to Olivia?
I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest. I don't know. Because she don't tell me much. I don't tell her much. So we pretty much keep to ourselves. We just talk about just the main things what we talked about. We didn't talk about anybody having beef with anybody. So we just, yeah.
How long have you guys been dating?
Well, we were on and off for a whole year. Like beginning of last year we were together, and then we broke up. And then we got back together.
How come you guys broke up?
Oh, I left her. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for a relationship at that time. Like I didn't know how to deal with it at that time, so I'm the one that left.
And then you guys get back together?
And then we stayed friends, we kept talking to each other, and then we got back together.
When did you guys get back together?
December.
This past December? Oh, so recent.
So recently, yeah.
Would you guys fight often?
Not really. We'll have our little disagreements, but we would just get over it, and just be fine.
Other than the argument you guys had this morning, when's the last time you guys fought?
Like fought?
Or argued?
Fought. Oh no, just a few days before that. But we're just fine. We got over it.
What did you guys argue about then?
Same thing. Her, talking to everybody, and me being like, oh, the jealous one, be like, oh, stop talking to everybody. was just a little disagreement because, you know, she would talk to everybody, all her friends, and I would get kind of bummed out because she wouldn't talk to me half the time because I'm the type of person that doesn't do that social stuff. I don't go on live and all that stuff because I don't do it, you know, and she's the one that would talk a lot and make a lot of friends.
And what do you mean go on live?
I don't know, like go on a live. I guess she went on an app, I guess.
What kind of app?
Like a Tammy app or whatever. It's like a dating app.
Tammy app?
Tammy app.
Like T-A-I-M?
No, T-A-I-M-I. Tammy, whatever. I don't know how it's spelled, but she had a lot of friends there.
Maybe like that.
Yeah.
And it's a dating app?
It's not a dating app. It's just like where you meet people. Like where you can meet people. You know, like relationship. If you want to be like chat with them, just be friends with them, have a relationship with them, or just be friends. Social. It's like a social network, social app.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Never heard of that before. Always learning new things, right? And
What?
then so you go live on the app?
Like you could go live on the app. Like so you could be on video, or other people could see your app. Other people could see your video.
Interesting. And then like if somebody wants to talk to you,
They just go onto your app. They go onto your live and they talk to you that way.
Interesting. Okay. And is that how she would meet friends?
Like that's where she would meet mostly her friends. Yeah.
Do you have it? Okay, so for this, I don't know how to say that English.
I just
We're gonna stick with Tammy.
I'm gonna have to like that because that's how I can remember.
Yeah, so we're just gonna stick with Tammy app. Do you need a login account?
Yeah.
Do you happen to know her login?
I don't know that.
No. What about a password? No.
I don't know any of that.
Would you ever be on the app?
I wouldn't.
No. You
I don't like
create
that.
a video with her?
I would never go on it.
Okay. So other than this Tammy app, how other ways would she communicate with people?
Of course, regular text and talk, of course. Regular text? You know, whatever.
What kind of phone does she have?
The same one I do.
Which is
the Galaxy 121.
A Galaxy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, a Galaxy
A1. A21.
21? What color was it?
Hers was black.
Black. What's her phone number?
505-295-9596.
Did she have a passcode on that phone?
I don't know. She did. I wouldn't know it.
She wouldn't give you a passcode. No, something you would know.
No, something I would know.
Okay, so she would regularly text on that number.
Yeah.
Did she have a Facebook?
Yeah, she did, but she hasn't been on that in over forever because the one that she had her Facebook is her phone stopped and she never went back on Facebook through another phone. She just left it on her old phone.
What was her Facebook, the old Facebook?
She had like quite a bit, so.
Oh, great. Can you tell me the most recent one?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Give me a second. I think it was Nicole. I think Nicole had it on. I think.
Is that her middle name?
Yeah, that's her middle name.
Olivia Nicole Herrera.
Yeah.
So she used the Tammy app,
I don't know.
Facebook a long time ago.
Yeah, well, before, a while back, before her phone just stopped working,
Yeah. Anything else? What about Instagram?
I don't know.
It's Snapchat?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't know what she was doing on her phone half the time. All I knew was just that one.
The Tammy app.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't know her password?
No, I don't.
Other than Jolene, did you guys talk to anybody last night?
No, I can't.
And you don't remember Jolene's friend?
I don't remember the name.
What did he look like?
Hispanic, I guess. Hispanic? Hispanic or Mexican, one of the two, I don't know.
Describe him to me.
So let's see. 5'7", 5'7" is a 5'8". Yeah, brown hair, medium belt. Yeah.
I wish I was a trust fund baby. I wish.
So I'm still like,
Ain't nobody over here got trust
What's
fund money.
Jolene's phone number?
I don't know her phone number.
And what is she on Facebook?
Just Jolene.
Does she have a last name?
Yeah.
What is it?
Donna or something like that. Something like that.
And that's what she has on her Facebook.
What up, glass gal?
What is her profile picture?
I don't know. Like I said, I really get on my Facebook either. I don't know.
And what is your Facebook?
Mary Jean Luna. Well,
Mary Jane Luna?
yeah.
Ruba?
Ruba. Not Roy Ball. Ruba. Everybody gets that confused. No.
I know.
They get that confused at Ruba. Ruba. Not Roy Ball. Ruba.
Actually, I like that better. And that's your Facebook?
And that's my Facebook.
What do you have on your Facebook?
Just me.
Just you? A picture of you?
I work in the mental health field.
What's your passcode on your phone?
Which one? This one? Oh, it's, I don't have my Facebook on this one. I don't have Facebook on this phone either.
Okay.
Because I had an old phone.
Okay.
What the F?
So the phone, because you said Jolene reached out to you via Facebook.
Yeah, but on my old phone.
Last night?
Not yeah, last night.
Okay.
But I don't know the name of it. Like, I don't know what kind of phone it was.
What's the passcode on this
Phone. 0817.
Ooh. Thank you so much.
17?
Thank you for the bacon.
And
Hello,
have you
Glasgow.
and Jolene been friends?
Yeah, I work in the mental health field.
Last year? You guys met since right?
Allegedly.
Oh, goodness. So you know what she looks like and you know what her Facebook looks like. Because you guys have been friends for a long time.
So, it seems like a long time, definitely not, but yeah.
Here's a long time, I would say. If I showed you her Facebook profile, you'd be able to tell me if it's hers, correct? Yeah. Is this hers?
Yeah. Okay. Why would you look at her Facebook just to see,
Well, you guys communicated through Facebook last
Well,
night.
I didn't, not me. Well, it was under my name, but I did communicate through her.
Olivia did.
Yeah, not me.
But it was, you said she reached out through her Facebook, right? That's why I'm looking at it. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to hide anything from you. But again, you have to remember this is a homicide investigation, okay? So I am going to search Facebook. So I'm going to go through a lot because I'm going to find out who did this to Olivia. Okay? That's why I'm here.
I know.
I think she deserves justice, right?
Yeah, I do. And I agree with you on that.
She had kids, right?
Yeah.
How old were they?
15, 8, and 4. She had twins. There were 4.
So a 15-year-old, an 8-year-old, and then twins 4, right? Okay. Do you see why I'm going to dig everywhere and try and find out as much as I can? Because now those kids don't have a mom. You said her mom's name was Teresa, right?
Yeah.
She has a mom. They deserve justice. Not only does Olivia deserve justice, but her family deserves to know who did this to her.
And I get that. I do.
Yeah.
Because I'm a mom.
I know.
You know what I mean? I know. And you're probably have kids too, right? See? You would want to find justice to see what's going on. Yeah, I would too.
Yeah. And then again, I'm only saying this because you say, why do I need to look through her Facebook? Well,
you got to find out everything that is needed.
Well, you said they were there last night, right? I already knew they were there because there's cameras at the hotel. So that's why. I'm going to dig everywhere so I can give Olivia justice. And I am going to find out who did this to her. can't even believe it, so I know that's what you want, right?
Yeah, I can.
I mean, think about how her mom and her kids are going to feel when I break the news. They're going to be heartbroken.
But I see that's messed up. That's so messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all that they had too.
That's what?
I said that's all that they had. Is her mom?
No dad?
Not that I know of.
So, you said that you had an old phone and that's where your Facebook was.
Yeah.
Where is that phone?
It was at the room.
At the room? What kind of phone is it?
That is like, I think that was a, that's another Galaxy.
Another Galaxy?
What was it? They have two different numbers. It's weird. Galaxy,
what color?
It's black.
Still black?
It's just black. It was just itself. It's just black.
And then that phone is where she messaged you with the Facebook Messenger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And what's the passcode on that phone?
Same one.
Same
Same
passcode? Which was
0817. I just gave you that one.
okay, that's right. What was it?
0817, the same one as I have now.
Okay. And that's in the room.
That's in the
Do you know where it was?
last I remember was on the table.
On the table?
Dang it.
And then you said that Olivia actually also had a broken phone.
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of phone that was?
I don't know the model no more. She did.
Was it a Galaxy as well?
I don't know.
Oh.
Like I said, I don't know the model of it. They don't make it anymore.
Okay.
They don't make that brand no more that she had.
What brand was
Like, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the name of the phone it was. That's why I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. But what, and I mean, I know that you said you don't know that Jolene's friend's name, but I mean, you guys were calling him something, right? You guys hung out all night.
Yeah.
What were you guys calling him?
Jolene said his name was Raul. That's all I know.
Raul?
Like I said, I really didn't talk to him. I pretty much talked to Jolene the whole night. It was just me and her talking. And him and Olivia were talking. Just me and Jolene were talking, you know. And we'll switch off and we'll talk to each other, you know.
So after Jolene and the friend leaves, nobody else comes to that room.
So after that, I was asleep after because I had a headache. I was asleep after they left.
Okay.
Like I was awake for a little bit until the ibuprofen because I took Advil PM, and you know, of course that's has a sleep aid in it. So I had a really bad headache, so I took it and I fell asleep. And I don't know.
And the reason I asked is again, the hotel does have cameras, and so I am gonna review all the I've reviewed some of it. It's a lot of hours for me to review, obviously, in a short amount of period. And so I'm just trying to verify that once they leave, Jolene and Raul don't come back. No. Then you take a nap.
Then I fall asleep because I had a headache.
Okay.
And I fell asleep.
Okay. And then when you wake up, go smoke a
It's just
cigarette,
me and Olivia.
come back, argue. Nobody comes during that time. You take off. Well, I'm going to see you take off.
Yeah, I take off.
20, 30 minutes, you said?
Roughly.
Yeah. But I'm going to see you out of the cameras take off for 20, 30 minutes.
And then after that, I come back.
And then I'm going to see you come back. And then that's when
I see the door. I was like, I was knocking on the door. Because the music was loud. You know, so I was knocking on the door. She, you know, I couldn't hear me. And then, like, that's when I noticed the window. And I would peek my head in. And that's when I saw her jump in the window.
Did you guys make any friends with anybody in the hotel?
Just the one upstairs, just that Marie lady.
You guys don't want to be friends?
We talked to each other, we were running to each other, we would see each other, I would say hi, you know.
So,
and I really didn't talk to anybody. We didn't really talk to nobody else.
Neither did Olivia?
No.
Did you guys have any problems with anybody?
No, not that I know of.
Not at the motel? No. Do you guys have any vehicles?
No, I don't have one. She don't have one either.
No vehicle?
We don't have a car.
Okay. And then, did you talk to Marie yesterday?
Yesterday? Did I?
Today is Sunday, so on Saturday.
Well, I've seen her. I saw her pass by and I said hi.
And that was it?
That was it.
And then you saw her today?
And then I saw her today.
Okay.
I was gonna, say hi to her, see if she was okay, because I was worried about her too, because I didn't hear from her for a while. So I was gonna go knock on her door a few times to see if she was okay. But she was fine. Come see how she was okay.
She what?
She was okay.
Okay.
Like I said, we didn't see her all one day, and then we're like kind of like, oh, I hope she's okay. And then I went to go knock on her door. There was no answer, but I was like, I said she'll be okay.
What day did you knock on?
Oh, I don't remember. I just went up there to see if she was.
How long had you guys been at the desert sales?
Since the first.
Where were you guys before?
Before we were at Red Roof Inn.
Which one?
Going off of Manal. In university.
How long were you guys there for?
We're at the Red Roof. I don't remember the dates.
A long time? A week, 2 weeks?
I think it was like a week.
A week
at the most.
And then before that?
Before that, we were at the motel room.
Which one?
The one off for University of Gondolaria. That's where I was working for a while, so my room was getting paid for. I was staying there because I was working at a hotel.
Okay. And which one was it?
The hotel I was staying at, or the one I was working for? Was Days Inn downtown.
Oh, okay.
I was not even there that long, maybe like a month. And then they were paying for the room where we were staying at, which was Motel 1. Motel 1.
Motel 1.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then, she fired me.
So you were working at the Days Inn downtown, but you were staying at Motel 1.
Yeah, because the people who work for them, they put them up in the Motel 1. They put them up in that room.
Gotcha.
If they don't have a place to stay, they put them in that room. They put them in one of the rooms over there.
And then that's where you guys were staying.
That's where we were staying before.
And then you guys from there went to the Red Roof.
And that's the Red Roof right here.
Have you guys been living together since you guys got back together in December?
I would see her here and there. I would stay mostly with my mom half the time. But like I said, I was back and forth.
Since you guys have been back together since December, have you guys had any physical fights?
Physical? Maybe a few. But we just got over it. We made up. That's it.
Who would get physical?
Well, I'm not going to say none of us, both of us. Because I'm not going to blame the other person because I'm not. Because both of us did. But we got over it.
When was your guys' last physical fight?
I don't remember.
Did you guys physically fight this morning?
No.
Last night?
No, last night we were fine. But like I said, I just took off. And then
I definitely did not hook up with anyone.
You're not going to hear from me again. And I was like, I don't want to argue, dude. I don't want to. And like I said, I want to get in the room.
I'm celibate. I'm very proud to be celibate.
We just argued with each other and then I left.
But did you guys, so you're saying not this morning, not last night, what about the night before?
The night before. We didn't get it, no physical. No, just an argument.
I'm not going to get into specifics, but the reason why I ask is because she had bruising to her person.
To her what?
To her person. I'm not going to tell you exactly where.
To her person?
Yes. So it looked like she had been in a fight with somebody.
Yeah, but it was me.
Okay, so can you tell me, because I asked.
Like I said, the last fight was, you know, a while back. You know, I'm telling you right now, it was a while back. But after that, we just had arguments.
Okay, so you guys have been together for at least a month, where you guys lived together. Who did she last get into a fight with?
Let's see.
And I'm talking about physical fight.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That fight was, we happened to, her and I, we got, not us, you know, not between us, you know, we were over here off of Central, and then we both got jumped at the same time too. So that was like the last scene I got physical too. Back, you know, when we got jumped, and she protected herself, but I got the most damage out of one.
When was that?
That was about a month and a half, almost a month ago.
A month ago?
Because we're at Cedar Select when it happened.
Where at?
That's just like the Motel 1 where it happened. Where we went off walking. We were on the other side of town. We were going to start to get something to drink, and we got jumped by somebody. And then they pulled out a knife on me, which obviously is there. And then I got one in the back of my head.
So you guys...
And she, you know, we were trying to fight it off. You know, we didn't know the people either. You know, it was just dark, 5 o'clock in the morning, so we wouldn't know. That was the last I remember.
About a month ago?
Mm-hmm.
Can I see your injury? Sorry. I can't. I'm kind of blind. And then you said...
There's a little over here.
And what is this lower left? Can you see that?
That's from me scratching. Oh, I scratched.
Can you lower it?
I scratched myself. God, I scratched myself.
And then what happened to your eye?
I was rubbing my eyes. I've been crying, so I've been rubbing my eyes right here. And I have a pimple over here somewhere. Yeah, pimple on one of these. Right here is a pimple. Okay. And then I had injury here.
Is it still there?
It's healing now, but yeah.
Can I see it?
You can't see it because it's already healing, like I said. It's like right there somewhere. It's right here. I had to get staples in my head.
You did?
Mm-hmm. Because it's barely healing now. See it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And how long ago was that?
Like a month ago.
A month ago, and you got staples a month ago?
I got staples a month ago.
What hospital did you go to?
Presbyterian.
Oh, wow. That one looks pretty gnarly.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
And you said that was a month ago.
Yeah, that was a month ago.
Were the cops called?
No, because we didn't know. We just got jumped, so we were just minding our own business. You know, after that, we went back and...
Which press did you go to for the staples?
Presbyterian downtown, the main hospital. Presbyterian main hospital.
And you said that between you two, it's been a while before it's been physical.
Yeah.
Inside the room, I saw some luggage.
So which one is this? The boxes? The big boxes? Yeah.
Whose stuff is in there?
Those are Olivia's kids' things.
Olivia's kids. The boxes.
The boxes, those big boxes that you saw? Mm-hmm. Those were Olivia's, the twins' gifts that she got them.
Okay.
For Christmas, for Valentine's Day, for Easter.
Has she not
for her birthday?
To them?
Because, you know, it's just hard to ship it out. Like, she's been...
Oh, are they not here?
They're not here.
God, where are they at?
They're with the stepmom and the father. They're not... They took the kids.
Here in Albuquerque?
No, not here in Albuquerque. Okay. Olivia and her girlfriend of 6 years which was before me, they had kids together, which were the twins. Okay. So, but like I said, there's all kinds of stuff that happened within this year. You know what I mean? We saw the kids, they got taken away, from Olivia, but it wasn't Olivia's fault because they were in the custody of her ex-girlfriends. They were there with her. Like, okay, Olivia and her ex-girlfriend, after they broke up, they were gonna switch off. The kids, Olivia has the twins for 1 week, and then the ex has the twins for 1 week. Switch off, you know what I mean? Co-parenting, you know what I'm saying? Okay. And then last time when the kids were with Deandra, that's when they got taken under Deandra's care, not Olivia's.
Oh, okay. So
they called Deandra, which was Olivia's ex-girlfriend, baby mama.
Okay.
Called Olivia's biological father and stepmother and was saying that Olivia wasn't helping out with the kids. And she was wondering if she got a hold of them to see if they could help out with some money for the kids. And that's when they took them.
Biological father.
The biological father. But the biological father wasn't there, but the stepmother was. Or I don't know. I really don't know what happened.
Okay.
Because I wasn't with, I wasn't with Olivia at the time.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
where does he live?
Who?
Twins' dad.
The
biological father?
No, I don't know. I said Olivia's biological father has the twins.
Oh,
yeah,
gotcha.
I don't know, but they're the ones that are having the twins now. By Olivia's biological father and the stepmother have guardianship of the twins.
Okay. And they don't live here now.
They live in Mora.
In Mora. Okay. So kids are in Mora. Just the twins.
Just the twins. And their other two are with her.
Is that where Olivia is from?
Olivia's from Eccleston Road.
You're from here?
Huh?
You're from here?
I'm not from here. I'm from Belen. I just moved here in 2011.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's not too far.
No, that's where I was born and raised. So, and I'll take that back any day because it's so quiet, it's so peaceful.
Over there? I bet.
I love it.
We're a big city. Okay, so the boxes were all the gifts that she's been saving to give to
the kids. Yes. But then you saw a blue luggage, right? You saw a blue suitcase? That was mine.
Blue suitcase is yours.
And then the rainbow backpack, that's mine. And then you see the little grocery, the plastic, like that reusable tote for groceries. That was that was mine.
Okay.
And there was another blue duffel bag that had a hole in the side. That was mine. And then there was a red bag off to the side. That was Olivia's at her store.
So, you said there was, here's the front. Can you label that front door and then window?
What's over?
Yeah, there we go. Your stuff is right here.
Right, my stuff is right here because you have the wall. Okay, like I said, you have, let's do it this way. There's a doorway to the bathroom.
Okay.
My stuff is against this wall.
Okay.
Olivia's stuff was right here by her little dresser, like in between.
Okay.
And then the boxes were off here to the side. And then that was where her boxes were. Olivia's. Yeah, like right there. To the side.
I kind of see the
box. See? You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because Olivia's stuff was like right between the dresser and the window. Her stuff was. Mine was, there's the wall, there's the sink to the back. My stuff wasn't stacked up in the middle. Yeah, that was my stuff.
Hey, I remember that. Okay. All right.
And those boxes were her kids.
Okay. All right. So the reason why I'm asking all these questions is because obviously this interview has not gotten me to who did this. Okay. So obviously I'm going to do some work to figure out who did this to Olivia. That's why I'm like, okay, they got jumped. Was it related to anything I need to know that could possibly...
Yeah, I don't know.
Did she owe money to anybody?
I don't know. I think she did, but I'm not sure.
Is it money for drugs?
I don't think so. I don't do it, so.
Who would she get her drugs from?
I don't know. She wouldn't tell me. like I said, we didn't have conversations about these things. You know, she kept it to herself. And I didn't ask her for anything. I didn't ask her about it for what. That was between her. That was her and her business.
And you said she would use meth?
Yeah.
But you don't know who she would buy drugs from?
I don't.
No. And you believe she owed money to?
I believe, but I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know.
What makes you believe?
I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I have a feeling, I guess, if you want to say. I just have a gut feeling. You know, when you like have that intuition feeling that something was wrong. That's what I felt. Like I said, that was her business. I didn't ask about it.
Okay.
For what? Not my concern.
So MJ, what if I tell you that I've seen video surveillance and I don't see you leave the room like you say you left the room?
Well, I walked around.
There's cameras in the...
Oh yeah, there's cameras on the other side now.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I smoked a cigarette, like I said.
Oh, and I see that actually.
I was
Believe it or
smoking
not.
a cigarette, yeah.
I see you smoke a cigarette, but like you explained that you walked to Central. What if I tell you that didn't happen?
And you're probably right. You know what? I didn't walk. Well, I stayed right there, then I went to the room.
Right.
Right.
You stayed smoking.
I stayed smoking, and then I tried to get back to the room.
But nobody else goes into that room. Because shall I tell you that one of those cameras faces directly towards those stairs in those rooms? And everything almost matches to your statement because I do see a female and a male go in, which is Jolene. So most of it adds up. Where it doesn't add up is once you start saying you leave. Because I've seen the cameras. So tell me what happened.
Yeah, I got an argument with her. That part, yeah, I did. We were arguing, yeah. But I went to go smoke a cigarette, like I said. And then I tried to go back into the room. She wouldn't open the door. She locked me out of my own room.
Well, you weren't locked because the window was open.
No, I'm saying because I opened the window. It was locked. The door was locked. She wouldn't open the door for me. It's under my name. She wouldn't open the door for me. So like I said, she kept closing the door on me, wouldn't let me in. And I was like, I just want to get my stuff and just leave. That's all I wanted to do, was get my things and leave, if we were going to keep arguing. But she wouldn't. So I opened the screen door, I took it off, I put it down, I opened the window, pushed it all the way. And then I got in there.
And then you did what?
And I got mad at her, but I didn't do nothing to her.
Okay, so there was only you and her in there, so what happened?
Like I said, we got in an argument. She threatened me that she was going to stab me. But I said, don't do it. And then she went to the bathroom. And then they were just arguing in there. And I stayed out of the bathroom. I stayed in the room, and then she was in the bathroom.
Okay, and then what happened?
And I just, she's like, I left it, I let it go. I was afraid that she was gonna stab me because she had her own knife.
So you had a knife,
I had my knife, my little tiny little one. Yeah, because I always carry one with me everywhere. But I was afraid that she was gonna do me.
Because why?
Because we're arguing. You know, we fight and you get to that point where you explode. You know what I mean?
And then what happened?
And then I was just arguing there. She said, leave me alone. And I said, okay, I'll leave you alone. But she kept saying something underneath her breath, and I got more upset. And I was like, what are you saying, dude? What are you saying? Stop saying anything, but just tell me straight up. Then got an argument.
Then what did you do?
And then I was like telling her to just like leave me, like let me go, leave me alone. So,
you know, it's right there now. You know you're ready to let go of it.
huh?
I mean,
What are you talking about?
what'd you do? I know nobody else went in that room. Why'd you stab her?
I didn't mean to be honest.
What happened?
Like I just said, it was just a disagreement. We were arguing. That was it.
Yeah, but you stabbed her.
I didn't mean to.
Also, explain to me, what do you mean by that?
Like, I didn't mean to. I was just mad at her. And, you know, like, she was like, ooh, I'm so scared, like, can you do anything? And I said, I'm not going to. I don't want to. But I just thought I was just scared. I didn't mean to.
So you didn't mean to, but you stabbed her.
I didn't mean to. Like I said, I didn't mean to. I meant to, like, go around, you know, stab the door or something. It was by accident.
Where's the knife?
I tossed it.
Where?
Somewhere around the area. I just tossed it.
Like through it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember exactly where?
No, I just threw it. I just tossed it.
In the parking lot, in the trash can?
Like, I just threw it anywhere. I just tossed it in the room. Not in the room. Not in the room. I tossed it somewhere else. I just tossed it. Like, I threw it. I don't know where it went.
What kind of knife was it?
I don't know the name of it. I don't know the brand of it.
The color?
It was black. I don't know that.
Well, you said, because when you pointed, when the first one you said you did have a knife with you.
Mine was small. I had my own little tiny one. I had my own little one.
Okay.
That one's in my purse in the room.
Purse in your room, okay. Which knife did you stab her with?
Like I said, that was her own.
Her own knife. Okay. And it was a black knife.
Mm-hmm.
How big was it?
Oh, but that.
The long one? About,
like I said, it's out there. Like I said, about there.
12 inches.
How long the blade is, or
The blade. The blade.
Now, if your woman is doing this to describe you, that's a good thing. But if she's describing what's in her purse, boy, that's kind of scary.
The blade's about here and the handle's about here.
Is it a pocket knife or a kitchen?
No, it was like a survival knife, like one of those like they have the matches and the bandage at the bottom, you know, just in case you're out there and you just strike a match. You know, when you're out there in the wild, you need to start a fire. It's just like it wasn't a what you call it? It wasn't an army knife. It wasn't none of that. It was just a survival one. That was hers. She had that for a while.
Yeah, just tossed it out.
And I just tossed it. I tossed it. And I'm gonna go to jail for it. It's gonna be a long time.
For an argument. For an argument.
For an argument, which was stupid.
Because you were mad.
Because I was mad.
What were you guys arguing about?
Well, because like I was just telling her, like, you know, you're over here paying our attention to, you're more on your app than anything. You'd rather just be talking to everybody else. You know, when I want you to come, you know, just stupid relationship things. Stupid relationship things. Come on, you know, like little petty arguments that shouldn't even be fought over. You know?
Dang.
At myself, stupid. I'm dumb.
Women in relationships have like high DV rates.
I'm dumb. You don't ever do that. I should have just let it go. But I should have just let it go. And I wouldn't be in this position.
When you stabbed her, did she say anything?
No. Like I said, like, you know, I was trying to scare her with it. That's it. Because she's like, ooh, I'm scared that you do something about it. And I said, I don't want to. I don't. You know, I don't want to do that to you. I told her I don't. And then she just kept talking, just kept running, you know, kept saying, you know, oh, whatever, you know, cussing me out or whatnot.
Were you chasing her?
I wasn't chasing her, no. I wasn't chasing her.
Where were you standing?
I was right here.
At the door?
But I wasn't chasing her. Like I said, I was going to go after the door. I was going to stop the door. That's what I was going to do. Not her.
You know, you turned around and stabbed her.
I didn't do it intentionally. I said,
I'm just trying to understand.
She was right there by the door. I didn't mean to stab her. I meant to stab the door.
Where was she standing?
Right on the right here, on the table.
Where the table is?
Yes. She was right here. Here's the door. She was right here. And I was like right here. Like I was like right there by the door.
You let me hurt her.
Oh, I'm gonna be in jail forever, huh? Be honest.
Well, I mean, you have
to be honest with me.
I am. And you have to realize she's dead.
That's the part that sucks. Like I said, I'm gonna be in there for like what, probably life, huh?
That I can't tell you because I don't know what a judge. It's not up to me.
It was just by accident. It was never meant to happen. It was by accident. You know, it was an argument that should have not even happened, or should have got to that level. Because I was upset, and then I usually would stab something. I would stab like a door or something. I wouldn't do a person. You know, I wouldn't do that. I'm not the type of person that would do that.
So, try and explain to me what happened then, because you're saying by accident, but
by accident.
I mean,
by accident.
There has to be.
I know, like I was like going to walk out the door, and she was in the door. I'm going to stab the door. She got in the way of the door because she was, you know, like still trying to block me from, you know, and by accident.
Okay. So then you stab her. She falls.
Like she's like she says, she tells me, I was because I, you know, and she's like, oh wow, you know, she was like, oh my god, or on my side or something, and then she was okay, and then she had her hand on the table, and then she fainted, and then she fell.
Okay.
And then that's when I grabbed her, and I just, like I said, I put pressure on it. I was trying to get her, you know, she was like that, trying to get her to stand up, you know what I mean? I was trying to put pressure on that, so it wouldn't bleed like that way. Before the ambulance got there, I was trying to hold it so it wouldn't.
Okay. And then
I just said, I picked her up by her neck back here, and I said, hold on with me. She's pretty tall. She was pretty tall, so she was feeling me. And I just said, just hold on. Hold on.
Okay. And then at what point do you throw the knife?
I threw it. Like right before I made the call. Yeah. But she did get stabbed, and I'm not gonna be like, that's up. Like I said, I would never do that to anybody. Never in my whole life
did it.
did I ever hurt anybody in that sort of way. I was never involved in anything like that in that sort of way. Ever. Yeah, I had disagreements. Yes, I had arguments. But I almost died myself in the same argument from a different ex-person I was with. She stabbed me a few times.
Your ex?
My ex.
And I'm sorry to bring you back, but so you had her knife, so she didn't have a knife.
No, she had her knife. That was hers. That whole knife is hers.
Right, but when you stabbed her, she didn't have a knife because you had the knife.
Yeah, because I was like, because she was like, give me my knife. And I was like, no, I'm not going to give it to you. I'm not going to give it back to you because I'm scared she can do the same thing to me. Like, I had my knife, like I said, in my little bag, but hers. I got hers because I was afraid for my own life and she wanted it.
Where'd you grab it from?
What?
Her knife.
She had it on the counter. By the sink. By the sink. Yeah, there's a sink. And then she had it right there. She had it right there on the sink. And I said I grabbed it because I was afraid that she was going to stab me with it. That's why I grabbed it.
But she didn't threaten to stab you.
Yeah, she
just believed.
No, she threatened to stab me. Okay. She's like, you're lucky I don't stab you.
But she didn't have a knife. She had it on the counter.
It was on the counter, yes. But she was like, you're lucky I don't stab you. And I was scared because, just like I said, you know, and I grabbed it off the counter.
Where was she when you?
She was in the bathroom.
In the bathroom. Okay.
Because, you know, because if I would have done it like that, like, you know, grabbed it right there, she would have grabbed it before me and she would have probably done it herself.
Okay. And just so that I am clear and I don't put words in your mouth, so you guys get into it. You guys are drinking.
Well, no, we were fine. We were already...
Right, you guys were fine, but you guys were drinking that night.
Yeah, but we weren't hungover. We weren't hungover after that. We were beginning to get sober.
Right. But I'm just going to repeat the story to you, okay? So you guys were drinking with Jolene and Raul. They leave.
It's just me and Olivia.
You and Olivia.
Yes.
You take an Advil.
Because I had a headache.
Because you had a headache.
I took Advil. I laid down, and she was awake. She was up. She was on her live.
Okay.
You know, on the tummy, and then she was, you know, and then I finally the medicine kicked in, so I dozed off because I saw her sitting at the table. I still remember, you know, on her app, of course. So I looked at her and I was laying down. I fell asleep, and then next thing you know, I wake up. And she's like right there, right by me, but she's still on her live, and she was in her bra and whatnot. Okay. You know, and I got mad because I was like, "Why you gotta be showing all your stuff like that? Like, why you gotta do that?" You know, we fought.
What up, Random?
Like I said, small things.
Random, look what I got.
The argument gets heated.
The argument gets heated.
You go smoke a cigarette.
And I go smoke a cigarette, try to calm my nerves.
She locks you out.
She locks me out.
I love it.
More mad. Makes me more mad because that's my room. I just want to get in there, get my piece, and just leave. That's what I wanted to do.
You go in through the window.
I go through because she wouldn't sit. I would open the door, and she would slam it right in front of me and lock it. And then I would do it again, open it, the lock, that little knob thingy was still locked. She wouldn't let me in.
Okay.
And I was like, just open the door, please. I told her repeatedly. I said, open the door, please. Come on, don't do this. Just open the door. That's all I want is my stuff. If you're going to be like that, that's all I want. She still wouldn't. And I was like, forget it. So I took off the screen, put it right there. And it kind of, you know, it fell on the floor because it fell. And then I opened the window. And then I reached in to try to unlock the knob so I could get in just to get my things. That's all I wanted. What the f*** do you want? She was telling me, what the f*** do you want? Get the f*** out of here. I said, why are you telling me this? I said, because this is my room. I said, you don't tell me nothing. And she kept continuing, and I was gonna go in. And then like she wouldn't let me go into the window. She was still trying to block the window. Like, you know, still trying to not let me in. until I just finally just, you know, I got between. And then that's when, you know, she's like, you're lucky I don't just smash this window all over you, she was telling me. And I was like, wow. I said, let me just get in. And then, you know, and that's when I was talking. Like I said, you know, that's when she was like, oh, you're lucky I don't stab you or whatever. And that's when she was in the bathroom. Her knife was on the counter. And then I pull it, you know, I take it off the counter because I'm afraid that she's going to stab me when she comes out. I don't know. Because, you know, she did have some anger issues. Yes, she did.
You just can't make it up, man. You can't make that up.
You know,
Did you guys get into a physical fight somewhere in between? Is that where this is from?
Yeah, just like a little one.
So you guys were fighting?
We were just fighting.
It was heated argument. You guys were fighting.
We were fighting, and you know, she barely just smacks me. Like, you know what I mean? Because I was trying to get in. I was like, why are you pushing that when I'm trying just to get in and get my beans? Like, I didn't want to fight with her. I didn't want to fight with her. I didn't want to argue with her. I didn't want none of this. But when you freaking lock me out of my room, of course I'm going to get mad. Because that's my room. That's my things. I just want to get my things. I just wanted to leave, to be honest. You know, she probably would have figured out something, you know. And I just wanted to leave because I didn't want to argue with her. I didn't want to fight with her. I didn't want none of that. That's why I wanted to leave. But she still wouldn't let me in. So I got into the window and basically we were arguing still. That's when she went to the bathroom. And that's when she grabbed me. That's when she told me, you're lucky I'll stab you. And then she went to the bathroom, slammed the door. And her knife was on the counter. And I grabbed it. And I didn't want her to stab me, so I held it.
As you guys are still arguing.
No, we weren't arguing. She was just quiet, and I was just like there for a second. And that's when she came out and started going at it again. When I didn't want to. You know, she's like, oh, just give me it. I said, I'm not going to give it to you because I'm scared. I'm not going to give it to you. She's like, oh, wow. Seriously, just like that. I said, I'm not going to give it to you. She's like, that's when I'm done with you, Mary Jane. I'm finished. And I said, you know what? Okay. Fine, be finished. You know, with me, like, you know, ending relationship-wise. She's like, oh, you know what? Someday someone's going to kill you, she tells me. I said, okay. Well, then I'll face it, I guess. And I was still mad because, you know, she kept saying these fight remarks underneath her breath. And that's what gets me more upset because you're saying something underneath your breath that's meant towards me. And you just don't say it. That's what gets me mad.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was trying to go out the door. She was trying to I wanted to, like, you know, I wanted to scare her. I didn't, you know, like, you know, because you're scared me, you threaten me, I'm going to threaten you right back. Like, I didn't want it to be like that, but that's how it came out. You know? And that's when I was like, just move. Please just leave. Let me move. But she still wouldn't move. And that's when I was like, forget it. And I went to go, you know, stab the door, but she was right there. And accidentally, you know, stabbed her by accident. It wasn't meant for her. It was meant for the door.
And did you stab this way? This way?
I stabbed this way. This way. Like, I was just gonna go straight to the door.
You're left-handed.
I'm left-handed, of course, so I'm not right-handed. Look all stupid. But if I'm saying, like, you know, I'm left-handed. So I was gonna go right straight to the door. But she was still in the way and I didn't want it. I told her to move. Like, move.
This girl's an idiot.
Hi, I have an emergency. There's a lady on the side of the road. She's chained up. She needs an ambulance.
Do you know where you are? Are you chained up?
And then I saw the small revolver.
Take a deep breath, sweetie. Who chained you up? You know the person or were you kidnapped?
When a young mother goes missing while out for a run, the news of her kidnapping makes national headlines. After 22 days of searching with no sign of her anywhere, her loved ones were beginning to lose hope. That is, until she miraculously reappeared, starved and beaten, but alive. However, the relief was short-lived. Her kidnapping was only the tip of the iceberg. It would take over 4 years to unravel the unbelievable and carefully organized lies. Nothing was at all as it seemed to be. Not much is conclusively known about the events of Sherry's morning on November 2nd, 2016, except for a few things. The 34-year-old mother woke up early inside her Redding, California home. Her husband Keith left for work around 7 o'clock. Sherry got her 2 young kids ready, fed them breakfast, and dropped them off at Pandora's daycare like she did every day. Seeing as her husband was at work and her kids were at school, these are the only few aspects of Sherry's morning that could be verified. But it's what happened next that would turn the lives of Sherry and her family upside down and leave the nation stunned. Supposedly, after doing some chores around the house, Sherry changed into some athletic wear and set out for a run. She stepped outside her front door, did some light stretching, then skipped off the porch and began jogging down the road. When Keith returned home from work around 5 p.m., his wife's car was in the driveway. He expected to walk in and find Sherry and the kids running around just like any other day. He stepped inside, and there was silence. This was extremely strange. Sherry was a stay-at-home mom, and she usually picked their children up from daycare by the time he got home from work. Still, Keith sat down, turned the TV on, and tried to relax. Sherry had probably taken the kids for a walk. Nothing too out of the ordinary. He sent his wife a text inquiring about her location, but got no reply. He called his mother, but she hadn't heard from Sherry either. He then used the Find My iPhone app on his phone in an attempt to locate Sherry's phone, and was relieved when it pinged at the nearby intersection of Sunrise Drive and Old Oregon Trail. However, his relief was short-lived when it appeared that nothing had been taken from the house to carry their 2 small children in. He called the children's daycare at 5:45 and learned they had never been picked up. As worry set in, he drove to find Sherry at the intersection where her phone had pinged. However, she was nowhere to be found. He pinged Sherry's phone a second time and located it nearby in the grass, abandoned. Not long after that, he made this 911 call.
Hello, can I help you?
So I just got home from work, and my wife wasn't there, which is unusual, and my kids should have been there by now for like daycare. I found her phone, and it's got like hair ripped out of it, like in the headphones. So I'm like totally freaking out, thinking like somebody like grabbed her.
Is her vehicle there? Does she not have a vehicle?
She has a vehicle at the house.
Okay, the vehicle is at the house?
She's running.
How? Okay.
Yes, I'm in it right now driving, and I took a picture of her phone on the ground before I picked it up.
When's the last time you heard from her?
She sent me at 10:47 asking me if I was coming home for lunch from work. Something happened to her is the way I'm looking at it.
I understand your personality with us. We want to make sure we get your kids. Make sure they're okay.
Do you want me to wait right here for somebody, or?
If you want to head back to your residence so they can contact you there, and in case she does return.
Okay.
Okay.
Police soon arrived to talk to Keith, but according to him, he knew nothing about what could have happened to his wife. The immediate area was looked over, and after coming up with nothing, they organized a formal search. In the following days and weeks, the search area would grow, and so would the number of people searching. Neighbors, friends, family, and volunteers from all over California would join what ended up growing into a widespread manhunt for Sherry. All the while, Keith was at the forefront of the campaign to find his wife. While it's true that people go missing every day whose faces aren't plastered on the news, the rally to bring Sherry home garnered more media attention than anyone could have predicted. Before long, Sherry's picture was underneath headlines across the country. The story quickly caught fire, and Keith, as well as the police, were getting calls from media outlets left and right for intel on the case. But truthfully, there weren't many updates to give them. Investigators weren't able to lift anything useful from Sherry's cell phone. With that being the only piece of evidence they had, detectives found themselves with no real direction to go in. They quickly turned their attention to Sherry's husband to see what he knew about his wife's disappearance. What detectives would end up uncovering through their conversation with Keith were unsettling details pertaining to an unhealthy side of his and Sherry's relationship, or what some might call motive. What you're about to see is newly released footage of one of the police's earliest conversations with Keith, which took place shortly after Sherry went missing. The footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
But like a normal route for her run, would she run on Old Oregon Trail to Paracas back?
She would normally go to the mailboxes and back. Now, she's been running more and more. she wanted to get ready for the Casa run. We were all gonna go to it's like the Casa where everybody jumps up superheroes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, when I used to run, I'm not gonna mailbox and bag us nothing, So I would make the big loop and go down Old Urban Trail and then come back. Now,
through Paracast?
I'd go Paracast and I'd come home sunrise.
Okay.
So there's a possibility that she was like, hey, I'm going to step up my, running. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to walk the Old Urban and then I'm going to run again or something.
Yeah.
And I keep going back to something like that because the way the phone is, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen, I know I showed a picture. It's weird to me, and I've got all my ideas, but my latest idea is I don't think it happened there. I think where the T is, where you can go Paracast or Sunrise, I think it happened somewhere in there because there's no houses except for that crack house. So I think two guys or something in a car, they drive, the phone gets cell phone range again. It doesn't have cell phone range right there. It makes a sound, bling or something, and they go, oh, and they grab it, and they give it a little chuck so it bounces, and then it kind of stays, but it's still pretty intact, so that's why I don't get that part. There's a few random stories I've been getting. Obviously, you have tips. I was hoping maybe you could see if you did get some good tips. We're allowed to talk about that. But one of the girls was like, oh, I saw her run by at 11:30, and I heard a scream over my radio at 2, and the cops never talked to me, and I'm like, well, what do you mean? They came to your house at like 1 a.m. because it was that weird house with the shady people. So I'm like, so then everybody wants to talk to all these people now, and I feel like there should be a dog on the house knock just to see if it smells anything around their house, because I still feel it's somebody, I don't think that lives near me, but I think it's an acquaintance of somebody down my street. Is my theory. Because some guy driving on the lorry, like, hey, hot blonde, pull in, let me throw it in. I mean, that seems totally not logical, but not ruling it out.
And another part of our day yesterday was to see if this was voluntary or involuntary, like missing. And we ran that stuff out, and we're still back to where we are.
Yeah.
We know where she's at. We know where the phone is. We have a rough time estimate of that. As far as to hear the scream over the radio, we have talked to her. Just like talking, it's hard to verify certain things. 11 o'clock fits effort. Lots of other stories and people talking to us.
I'm saying 11 to 12 she left, and I think 11:10 she started running. Based on text message, based on the guys that were cutting that tree right there, that's on her.
He's clearly been brainstorming a lot concerning his wife's disappearance, as would any spouse who's desperate to find their partner. However, someone who wants to keep suspicion away from them could also benefit from planting theories and steering the investigation in a particular direction. In a missing persons case, the victim's partner is very often one of the first and most thoroughly investigated of the suspects, and Keith is likely aware of the detective's suspicions. The spouse is often looked at closely when their partner disappears, so the detective is likely suspicious of Keith right now.
The only other thing I was thinking is also maybe she got tired and sat down, and that's why the phone was like that. I was like, that's a weird, you saw it. It's not that hell it just sits there. Yeah. And she wouldn't want to get her like butt dirty, I know her. And then why would she leave the phone and if some guy like pulled her, she would scream, so I don't know. Or there would have been like a kick mark. I mean, there's nothing.
Yep.
But I saw it.
Keith not only recognizes, but points out holes in the abduction theory. This is an indicator that he's being truthful with detectives. Someone who's guilty in this situation would have more to
I think considering the fact that I was already married, yeah.
Tearing it down.
Now, one thing I heard, and obviously I have a different stand, and you guys have to go with facts, but I heard Senko, and he's like, at this point, it's not an abduction. Me, I'm like, yeah, it is. Like, why are you saying it's is that because you have no evidence, or is that because you're like, yeah, we're still checking out, because my family member, he's like, don't think you're not still being looked at, and I was like, they can look at me all they want, like, I'd be pissed if they were wasting resources on me. I understand that they need to look at me, but I was like, if there was like a team of 5 guys looking into me, and this whole time they should have been, okay, it wasn't him, we need to go here, I'm gonna be like, so I'm getting upset, but I wanted to bring it to your attention.
So I don't know why that was said, but that fine line the big scheme of things, per paper, per what we're putting out there, she's a missing person at risk with suspicious circumstances.
Okay.
That's the legal mumbo jumbo.
Okay.
That's not to believe that we're not investigating this like it's an abduction.
Okay.
The legal term is missing person at risk under suspicious circumstances.
All right.
That's why that was said.
All right.
So
Oh my God.
Suspicious circumstances for us, for paper, whatever,
Ow,
like
itch.
that type of stuff is the abduction, or what we believe possibly is an abduction. So we're running that down as an abduction at this point until evidence tends to show us
One or the other.
Most innocent individuals will be cooperative with an investigation, but they may express anger or dismay at being wrongfully accused. Given that this is a missing persons case, there's an even greater sense of urgency to find Sherry before it's too late. It's justified that Keith would be frustrated by the idea of police possibly wasting time looking into him.
In the meantime, I think so. Do you have questions? Go ahead.
So, based on that, we're looking at you. Yes, we are looking at you. I told you that from the very beginning.
Yeah.
We're not wasting resources on it, but to get to them,
you have to cancel me out.
To fully get to the next step, not saying that there's not detectives on that next step. To fully get to that next step, we have to look at you. Because if we don't, it's irresponsible.
When the detective definitively informs Keith that he's a suspect, Keith leans forward and puts his hands on the table, a gesture that indicates that he's being open and has nothing to hide, though his mannerism suggests that he'd have no reason to be involved. The troubling undertones of their relationship might suggest otherwise.
What was going on in your guys' relationship in February of this year?
I would have no idea. I mean, I'm assuming it would be related to maybe a text message, and then we go back and forth and we say mean things when we get in arguments.
Seeing as the detective is asking about something that occurred 9 months prior, it's not too concerning that Keith can't seem to remember, but his response does provide us with some key information concerning the extent of their relationship troubles. If someone rarely gets into fights with their spouse, it's more likely that they'd remember a fight from months ago. It would be such an unusual event that it would stand out in their memory. However, if a couple's relationship dynamic involves frequent screaming matches, it would be more difficult to remember each one because it's such a regular occurrence that they start to blend together.
You concentrated more like recently everything's fine. Recently things have been fine.
Definitely.
And which it all appears that way.
Oh, yeah. I understand you need to go back because you're asking, you guys are good and you guys have your arguments. Sherry is definitely very, she wants the, I don't know, try to figure out how to do this here. We get in arguments and she blows up, not through Facebook or anything, but she'll definitely make a big scene and get very mad. And she's kind of a slam door type of a person. Me, I'm like, don't, you're going to break something. I am more of, I want to leave and go and leave the situation really cool, but then I get in trouble for that because that makes her upset. So then I don't leave now. I sit there and I go, calm down, calm down, calm down. Then she'll start it. She'll like want to, well,
All right.
verbally kind of attack,
Done.
if you will. And then she'll say some mean things. And then after so much, I'll say some mean things. Then we are upset. And then within like a day, hey, that was pretty wild last night, right? And then we're all good because we have kids. I don't like when she yells and gets mad in front of the kids. It's like, I remember when I was a kid, my parents used to fight. I hated that. So it could have been something where we thought about, yes, but you can't do that around the kids. So I am willing, if you want me to, I'll go and read, or you can tell me what the exact fight was, and I'll tell you everything about it.
What Keith is describing could qualify as an emotionally abusive relationship, with Sherry being the abuser and himself being the victim. Her alleged explosive temper could be seen as a manipulation tactic to get Keith to do what she wants. However, without Sherry here to give her side, it's difficult to know what's actually true. When a partner is abusive, especially in the form of emotional abuse, it's not uncommon for them to try to twist the situation to make the victim seem somehow responsible for the abuse. One way they do this is to gaslight the victim and make them feel that their feelings are invalid. This can cause the victim to feel crazy and question their own feelings, and sometimes even leads to extreme cases of the victim acting out. In that case, it makes it even easier for the abuser to flip the script, since the victim outwardly appears as the unstable one in the relationship, when really they're being driven to that behavior by the abuser's manipulation. Regardless of who's fueling the fire in their relationship, the conditions Keith is describing are very unhealthy.
Are these loud arguments?
No, for her, she will get loud. And I was telling you guys a story, got kind of cut off. We have had the sheriff's out at her house one time. It's probably not on record because we weren't fighting. We were watching a movie, The Book of Eli, and some lady called saying she heard glass breaking at a woman's fighting. And they came out and were like, what are you doing here? And ended up being kind of a funny story.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we're not going to report this. This is stupid. Well, we've never had, like domestic ever in history. Reported and not reported or even things. We would. So we have a funny, weird relationship where we joke about that stuff because we were at Halloween at our friend's house and we were playing this ninja fruit slice with the Wii, and I went to slice the thing and I hit her like right in the eye, and she had like a black eye, and we were at her friend's house, and oh my god, it was like Halloween 2011 or 12. So then, because we don't live that lifestyle, like, oh, what happened? And I'd be like, she didn't put the dishes away. Like, I'm making jokes like that. So everybody knows us as being like, jokers or something like that, but we would never in the history.
So, back in 2011-ish, is that when that incident happened?
With the Wii?
Yeah.
Give me a second here.
Like,
we didn't have kids yet, so I'm trying to remember.
Pre-kids. Pre-kids is the situation.
Pre-kids, and I can't even tell you the people of the house that I was at.
Because there's noise. I've heard about this incident.
That's right.
But it wasn't the Wii game. I heard the Wii game was like the cover for it.
Those are the people that were actually there.
Okay. And that works. And I talked to one yesterday.
Oh, okay.
The fact that Keith is making light of the incident, given the circumstances, will likely stand out to the detective as concerning behavior. It's no laughing matter that someone he knows is claiming that he's covering up abusive behavior. It's possible that he's using humor as a coping mechanism to ease his feelings of discomfort. It's also notable that Keith chooses this moment to remove his jacket. When someone encounters something they deem a threat, such as the abuse accusation, they may begin to feel hot and exhibit physical symptoms such as clamminess or sweating. An innocent person might demand to know who would make such an accusation and insist that the accuser is lying. Keith, however, doesn't seem interested in where the accusation is coming from, which is a possible red flag. But he may not appear concerned because he believes the references he provided can easily confirm his story. As well, it's possible he finds it funny because he's confident in what actually happened. So he thinks it's stupid that someone lied about it.
I'm trying not to... In this moment, I don't want to talk bad about her, but you're kind of... I'm not saying you're forcing me, but I want to tell you everything because I don't...
We're not talking bad about her.
She will, kind of come at me. I'm a hug and hold until you calm down kind of a guy.
So there are people who say that they've heard arguments coming from the house. I'm not saying on a regular basis, just that they've heard actual arguments.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, she gets very vocal, loud. I'm like, come in the house. It's not. Don't get yelling because I hate more than anything bringing attention to stuff like that. And she's very loud when she gets upset.
Okay.
And I'm more of like, calm down, just calm down, calm down.
The other thing we heard was the voicemail from Richard.
Oh yeah, that was horrible. I just got on my phone.
Yeah, because he called you individually and then her individually.
Wait.
There's.
Are you talking about?
There's a
voice, the horrible one from him?
Yeah.
Richard is Sherry's father. Sherry is said to have had a poor relationship with her parents most of her life, especially with her mother, Loretta. Following Keith's interrogation, we'll dive deeper into her childhood by hearing from people who witnessed it. A few lifelong friends of hers.
When Sherry was growing up, her parents did horrible things. When they were kids, they would give them presents on Christmas and let them open them all and then take them all back. You say that's what your punishment is for not mowing the lawn. Like, they're horrible when it comes to that. But for whatever reason, even all they put them through, she feels the need to keep them in their life. And I'm like, sure, Paul, that's fine. I'll back you.
Police records dating back to 2000 and 2003 suggest a rocky relationship between Sherry and her family. Alleged altercations include claims that Sherry kicked in a door at the Grave home, that she made an unauthorized withdrawal from her parents' bank account. Though these events haven't officially been confirmed to have taken place, the allegations are troublesome.
The reason this thing started is it was about her birthday, her daughter's 2-year birthday, and she rented out like this big hall.
I gotta make something to eat. I'm hungry.
We had a carnival, like, and they had like board games, and we had lots of kids. And the parent, they said, "Oh, we can't make it. We have a boat drag race." And then they got mad at her for scheduling it. Then the dad called, and he's like, "How dare you F this, you blah, blah," but I mean, you heard it. It was horrible. So she got that, sent it to me. So that's how that voicemail got sent. So then she sent some emails. I'm assuming you saw some of those. All right, we got some emails from them that were horrible. And I'm like, are you kidding? These are just ridiculous. We had, in the very beginning, that I don't like talking about, we had a little blip where she went to like some big like conference thing in some other state on AT&T. And there was like a text message. I met this cute guy and whatever. I came across this. What the fuck is this? We got in a big fight. I was extremely hurt. We didn't even have kids yet. I was like, I don't want to get divorced. You know, she didn't do anything with the guy, but I was like, this is how the f*** are you doing? You know, I was like super scared and afraid. I was like, we're gonna get a post. No. So I went out and I got one. She's like, I'll sign whatever. Like, I didn't mean to do this, whatever.
Notice that Keith describes the text message situation as a little blip. However, the resulting explosive argument clearly suggests otherwise. Keith might have a general tendency of minimizing the issues in his and Sherry's marriage.
I'm not gonna put everything away. I don't know why I'm closing up. I just want to make space to eat.
At him as a suspect in Sherry's disappearance, or a perpetrator of domestic
Things out.
abuse. He also seems to gloss over how exactly he stumbled across the text messages in Sherry's phone. The fact that Keith read her text in the first place indicates that there was already some level of distrust in their relationship before that incident.
We make out and then we both we never get divorced. We'll never get divorced. Like, we're a lot of time we know that we go through these, and a lot of people are get divorced. We're not that kind of people. Any shred.
Incidentally, a series of text messages between Sherry and a man by the name of Donovan Misk found their way into the investigation shortly after her disappearance. It seems the two were communicating in the days leading up to Sherry's departure, and even trying to coordinate a time to meet up. In the end, they were unable to establish a feasible plan. Donovan was soon cleared of any involvement, as it was verified by his cell phone records that he'd never made his way to the Reading area as they discussed.
The only thing I can think of would be her laptop.
But if there is a computer there, and we're trying to find the skeleton life. Everybody's got a personal life, a private life, public life, and skeleton. So is that possible?
Let's go make food.
The laptop.
Oh wait, before I do that.
iPad, so I don't want to give that up.
Although it may seem odd for Keith to not want to hand over evidence that could potentially assist police to find Sherry, this doesn't necessarily point to his involvement in his wife's disappearance. However, it does indicate that there might be something on the iPad that he'd rather the police not see. Regardless of the reasoning, an attorney will almost always advise you not to willingly hand over your phone or other devices unless the police have a warrant. Either way, judging by the exasperated face rub,
Aw, thank you, Glasgow. I hope that you're well. Hit me up sometimes when you're free.
What's today's goal?
Email me or message me on Instagram if you have an Instagram.
We have people contacting the people who've already been
Long time no chat.
tips. Like, people are going and acting.
Miss you.
So we are a fishnet out there. Everybody's doing something. So we don't.
No, that's part of me wondering, like, should I 5 down for anybody coming and going?
Everybody's got a piece of this in our agency.
I'll go over there. I'll get that. And I'll just call you later.
Yep.
Keith wasn't the only one who could offer a look inside Sherry's life. Police also had several interesting conversations with people close to Sherry. Everyone had something fascinating to say, though some of their claims would sharply contrast Keith's description of his marriage.
Did she talk to you about, like, the ins and outs of her life and relationship with Keith?
She was never real specific with a lot of things. I mean, I definitely knew that there have been some problems going on for quite a while with them. It was very obvious in her behavior.
How could you describe that to me?
She would flake, which is something she would never do. You know, you make plans with her and she wouldn't show up, or she would give you some lame excuse as to why she wasn't there later.
Has she ever made claims of, like, abuse or anything like that on, like, Keith's behalf to you?
No.
I hear she gets explosive when she's angry.
Yes, I knew her as a kid. We always called her crazy. You know, she was crazy, she was wild, she was out of control. I'm not surprised, and I kind of feel like I'm the only person who feels like she ran away, but I really do. Has anyone told you that she has a history of running away? Do you guys know that this isn't really out of character for her? You know, she may have had a getaway plan that maybe she never thought of using, and then the day she went missing, I don't know if they got a fine, I don't know, whatever. Maybe it was just she had a mental breakdown and said, I can't do this anymore, I'm done, and left. And my concern now is this has gotten so big, so fast. She ran away, and now she's decided, I had a mental breakdown, I made a mistake, I want to come home. She can't.
Sherry's friend is very insightful here with her response. She is correct. If Sherry left on her own, then it would be very difficult for her to suddenly come back home without facing judgment and repercussions now, as police had become involved. However, there is a key difference between her having run away as a child or teen and what might have happened in this situation. If Sherry staged false evidence to make it look like she was abducted, she might have felt she couldn't allow it to appear that she left willingly, as that could make her look like a bad parent. If she cared more about what everyone would think of her versus how her family would feel about her being kidnapped, this could suggest she has narcissistic tendencies.
So when Sherry and I were growing up, 18 years old, she ran away from home, went to San Ramon area, Walnut Creek, while we got back in touch with each other, and she ended up moving down to Orange County and with a boyfriend. She's had lots of boyfriends, lots of men in her life. I do believe when she married Keith, her husband now, she had actually been active with as many men as she was years old. Okay. So, and Keith is aware of that. He knows that.
Was that a problem for him, or?
It was a problem for him, yes. You know, and then he came over and talked to me and said that he had, you know, found out she was talking to an ex-boyfriend via email, and, you know, that really upset him, and he just didn't know, you know, why she was doing this, the type of situation. So there was a history of that.
What about, like, the last year between her and Keith?
They have seemingly been fairly happy. I mean, that she, you know, has expressed to me in the past. I can't tell you for sure in the last year she said it, that if I ever try
I'm gonna make some tteokbokki in a minute.
You know, he'll kill me.
Sherry's alleged promiscuity prior to marriage, along with instances of her talking to other men while she was married, may be attention-seeking behaviors caused by a personality disorder. An individual with borderline personality disorder may have a pattern of unstable relationships and impulsivity. They may also demonstrate intense or inappropriate displays of anger. To our knowledge, Sherry was not diagnosed with this disorder.
You know, I mean, she even, like, went down to, he will chop me up into little pieces and bury me in the backyard. Like, that is verbatim out of her mouth.
And one of just our, like, questions around the office is, why she was a stay-at-home mom and takes the kids to daycare?
She really wanted the kids to be prepared for preschool, for real preschool and kindergarten. And her belief system was that going to a daycare, which, Pandora, that's it, she teaches them. She teaches them numbers and how to count and the ABCs, and they actually do work through play. And so she really, when she was just starting to research it, she's like, well, why not start now? Why not start early? So that was how she explained it to me. And that's why I don't think this is her doing. I really strongly feel like she would not leave those babies.
So I'm trying to figure out who Sherry is as like a person.
She was definitely original. She always shows march to the beat of her own drum. She never let society dictate. I know when her and Keith first started dating, there was a weekend I had been up and running, and Sherry and I were out doing something, and she was telling me that Keith had made her, I guess he'd found some of her old journals, and I guess Keith made her throw away all of her old journals because they had mentioned ex-boyfriends. I guess he'd gotten pretty upset over this issue.
Do you think that Sherry has the ability just to walk away?
No,
Like
there's no way.
Okay.
She was so family-orientated.
So the tip is that there's a lot of verbal arguments and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and they get very loud. Sometimes it's in the middle of the day. Sometimes it's late at night and very verbal, and you can hear glass breaking and all sorts of shit.
If you grew up out there, and I heard Keith grew up out there, did you know him while you guys growing up?
He grew up across the street from us. He's never really been the kind of guy that had a lot of friends because he's just not a nice guy. He puts on a really good show, but he's an ass.
Police looked into leads like these, all the while expanding their search throughout Shasta County, down the length of California, and even to other states. The Shasta County Sheriff's Office received theories from everyone regarding Sherry's case, including Facebook detectives, people who saw Sherry in dreams, and a surplus of self-proclaimed psychics. Over 600 tips and leads related to Sherry's disappearance poured into the tip line. Many feared Keith was behind Sherry's disappearance and implored detectives to take a closer look at him. However, it was eventually deemed that Keith was not responsible for Sherry going missing. He voluntarily took multiple polygraph exams, which didn't indicate deception. Other factors along with these findings led authorities to determine Keith wasn't involved in his wife's disappearance, and they focused their efforts elsewhere. Furthermore, police were able to contact the Best Buy where Keith was employed and confirm that he was indeed at work all day on November 2nd. It should also be clarified that no allegations of abuse by Keith, mental, physical, or otherwise, have ever been proven. In fact, as you'll see, police would find information that could possibly cast doubt on these allegations later down the road. But for now, detectives were at a standstill. None of the hundreds of tips nor any of the information they got from Keith got police any closer to discovering Sherry's whereabouts. Then, in the early hours of Thanksgiving Day 2016, something mind-blowing happened. It started around 4:30 a.m. when California Highway Patrol Dispatch received several concerning calls reporting a pedestrian on the freeway. These calls have never been released to the public until now.
911 emergency, what are you reporting?
I wanted to report something in the middle of the freeway on I-5.
And what do you mean they're in the middle of the highway? In a car, or they're standing there?
No, standing in the middle of the freeway.
She's saying that she got kicked out of her boyfriend's.
Okay, just be safe where you are. What is she asking for?
She's asking for an ambulance. She's chained up, her vision's blurry, and she needs an ambulance.
Do you see her chained up?
Yes.
Can I talk to her? Please. Sherry, I need you to listen to me. Listen to me. Do you know where you are?
No. I've been in the car.
Okay, sweetie, listen to me. I need you to take a deep breath, calm down, and listen to what I'm saying. I have an officer en route. We've had several calls. Are you chained up?
Yes.
Okay, take a deep breath, sweetie. Who chained you up? Do you know the person, or were you kidnapped?
No, I never saw her face.
Listen to what I'm at. Listen to what I'm at. Sherry, take a deep breath, because it's hard to help you if I can't understand you. Okay? How did you get chained up? What happened?
She took me.
Who took you? Do you know? No. Okay. Okay, listen. I have help on the way. I want to call my husband. Okay, listen. Take a deep breath. Where were you taken from? From Reading. You were taken from Reading? I was in Reading. Okay, how did someone take you? Okay, Sherry, we will get help with you and we will get your husband, but right now I need you to help me help you. Do you know how someone took you? How did they get you out from Reading? I want to call my husband. Ma'am, right now I need you to get me information so I can help you. We will get in touch with your husband as well, but right now. Okay, I have officers and I have ambulance on the way. Right now I need you to talk to me. I want to call my husband. I want to call my husband.
The young wife and mother who'd vanished 22 days earlier seemed to appear out of thin air onto the shoulder of Interstate 5. When she was found, she looked malnourished and her wrists and ankles were bound with a mix of zip ties and what appeared to be hose clamps. Around her waist was a thick metal chain held together by a padlock. Police arrived and she was transported from the side of the highway to a nearby hospital to be medically assessed. Official police records indicate that Sharon was reluctant to speak with authorities at the time of the rescue. One detective stated that she seemed irritated by the questions he presented to her. However, he encouraged her to provide what information she could in order to aid in the investigation. It was also noted that Sherry told a responding officer she managed to escape, while she claimed to investigators that her captors had released her. To add further confusion, Sherry stated that he should have just ran. If he had, in fact, been chained up, however, this clearly wouldn't have been an option. In addition, Sherry told Keith that initially the truck driver who pulled over to provide her with assistance had frightened her. She feared she was about to have to fight him off. Perhaps her strangest comments were in regards to the outcomes of the recent presidential election and World Series championship. After all she'd been through, it seems these items should have been the least of her concerns. Here we have a first look at the real photos of Sherry's injuries taken by police, some of which are stomach-churning and may be disturbing to some viewers. When she arrived at the hospital, doctors found a large hive-like rash covering her left arm. All manner of bruises, old, new, large, and small, across most of her body. A number of bruises on her face. Her lips were cracked, her nose was broken, and there was a deep hole in her left forearm caused by a burn.
What the
Most
freak?
horrifically, she'd been freshly but shoddily branded on her back with a Bible verse by some heated tool. She would allege that her captors had told her she was going to be sold to a police officer who would like the Exodus branding that had been applied to her shoulder. Perhaps this was the explanation as to why she was reluctant to speak with law enforcement upon her rescue. Overall, though disturbing, her injuries weren't life-threatening. Police, of course, had to ask her the question that everyone wanted to know. Where had Sherry been for the last 22 days?
Yeah, bitch, where
What
were
she
you?
told them was completely unexpected. She reported to police that she had been kidnapped while running by two Spanish-speaking women who tortured her, barely fed her, and kept her chained in a closet inside their home. She also mentioned being transported by her captors in a dark vehicle, the make and model of which she didn't know. Sherry discussed her injuries and ailments with the hospital staff, including the doctor who was tasked with assessing her condition upon her arrival.
Sometimes if you are left enclosed for a while, you get kind of a heat rash here, and that's what that kind of looks like.
He explained the likely cause of the rash she sustained. According to Sherry, the women behind her imprisonment even made her wear an adult diaper.
Ew.
That's the most detectives would get from Sherry that day. Sherry was bandaged up and returned home to her family. Meanwhile, the sheriff's office was abuzz, now convinced that they were now on the hunt for the two violent female abductors on the loose in California. 4 days later, detectives visited Sherry's residence to gather more from her about exactly where she'd been for the last 3 weeks.
I'll just ask you to tell us your your information whenever we get going, and you just tell us everything as you want. And as we go, we'll ask some questions, clarify some stuff, and hopefully by the end of today, we have a very good idea of what's going on. I mean, so it's...
I gotta go grab my other cup.
You take a break, say when we'll go out there, and all that kind of stuff, okay?
I feel like sometimes it's easier with my eyes closed.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. You can do anything you want, other than assault me, or hit Kyle. You can hit Kyle all you want, I'm good with that. Just don't hit me.
Notice right off the bat how Sherry is sitting, very childlike, with her arms wrapped around her legs. She's exhibiting a lot of self-soothing yet juvenile behavior. It's very interesting that Sherry would ask to give her account with her eyes shut when someone shields their face or eyes during a conversation, as Sherry has just requested permission to do. This is a blocking behavior that is typically considered evasive, and it can indicate that the topic is uncomfortable or distressing to them. Alternatively, it can also be a sign that they aren't confident in what they're saying, or even that they're lying. However, everyone handles trauma differently, and detectives must be mindful that a victim's individual needs are considered.
So my skin is still very itchy everywhere, so I apologize. Everything is itchy all everywhere.
Sherry's alleged itchiness could potentially be her way of preemptively explaining future self-soothing behaviors she may soon be exhibiting.
Where would you like to start?
I have.
Okay, so on November 2nd, 2016, what happened?
Did my usual routine, fed the chickens, cleaned the house, cleaned everything, just the usual.
Note her repetition of the word usual. She uses it to describe everything that was going on that day. By repeating that everything was usual, it keeps her from having to come up with details about what she actually did that morning.
And then, yeah, text message my husband to come home for lunch, which, looking back, is quite embarrassing. He's like, thanks for, that last text message. Honey, will you please come home to your wife for lunch?
So you went to daycare that morning, right? Do you remember that? Yeah. Tell me about your drive to daycare.
No, very just the
Wow, I just bought this.
Just the normal at the kids' breakfast.
Like, how is there no cream left? I just bought this.
Nothing unusual. It wasn't even a hard goodbye. Sometimes they're like, no, don't leave me.
And then when you left daycare, tell me about what you did after daycare.
Drove back home.
Okay.
Did my usual. Got my blue shoes. Went out to the chicken coop. Cleaned the coop. And then just started my usual cleaning. Everything. Wrapped up present. Got frustrated. Changed into running clothes. I love so much that my husband knows my clothing so well that he knew what I was wearing.
And what were you wearing?
I was wearing that pink Nike hooded sweatshirt with the thumb holes that I hate, and the black tight, I don't want to say they're leggings because they're a little thicker than that. The black tight, stripy, not really stripy, just kind of black and white, speckled, we'll say. I want to be a better runner. I like to run, but it's difficult for me. So, like, getting back in the swing of it, I had an app that I would use that does, run this far, walk, and it amps you up to, like, a 5K. Started running, saw the maybe there was 3 guys cutting a tree at, what's his name's house? The guy that did our, Toby, thank you. Toby's house. So down Casa, turned right onto Sunrise. Got to the mailboxes, or just before the mailboxes started to slow down, I was just about to transition into walk. So it's run, walk. Right when I got towards the mailboxes, mailboxes was right before it was gonna say no. That's what the app does.
We've listened to the app. It's pretty powerful. Now, lock. Yeah. Now, slow down.
Halfway through.
Right? You're doing good. Yeah. So it's a funny app.
Sherry appears to want to be liked by the officers and seems to be trying to form a connection with them, which isn't necessarily unusual. She keeps her eyes locked on one of the detectives as she gives a dramatic replay of her running app. However, she's showing signs of classic rapport-building techniques done by narcissistic individuals. She presents herself as likable and someone in need of protection by highlighting her imperfections, along with a lot of sustained eye contact and dramatic focus.
So, you get almost to the mailboxes, and you
Sorry, my lips are like cracking and...
Do you need some water?
No, everything's like this.
So you're about
to... right here, sorry.
You're good. You're about to the mailboxes.
About to the mailboxes.
And these are the mailboxes near...
At the end of the Sunrise Drive. My mailbox.
Sherry is exhibiting an array of grooming behaviors, further indicating the anxiety she's feeling. The exact reasons behind this discomfort are not yet known, but will soon be uncovered. Keith places a water bottle near Sherry after she mentions that her lips are dry. It's impossible to know his intentions at this moment, but it could be a genuine act of care, or the affectation of a model husband for the detectives.
Before the mailboxes, I start to slow down. I see a vehicle go past. I see a vehicle go past Sunrise Drive to maybe like the front two tires are past the actual street sign, and then it backs up. And I immediately have that feeling of,
You're doing good, Sherry.
the window goes down, but it was a woman, and they back up.
Traumatic memories are often difficult to recall and talk about. This is sometimes a result of dissociative amnesia, or the brain's proclivity to block out certain memories that it deems too distressing. This occurrence is a product of survival instinct and serves as a protective mechanism that can help the individual cope after a traumatic event. However, note that as Sherry started to talk about being kidnapped, her lips disappeared. This indicates that someone is experiencing a negative emotion. Disappearing lips does not always mean someone is being deceptive. It just suggests that they're likely feeling anxious.
It's frustrating because I know she was wearing a hat, but I can't see the colors, and I can't see those colors.
Once again, we see Sherry exhibiting blocking behavior, and she buries her face in her knees.
Let's just work. Let's talk about the big. I'll make a note.
I asked for help. I want to say it's maybe like a hang or something to get my attention.
Is the car on Sunrise right now, or is it still on the Old Oregon Trail?
It's on Old Oregon Trail. I walked towards where a vehicle had backed up, but was still far enough away from it that, because I was still cautious. I had my phone in my right hand and my earbuds on, and I took out my left to hear her. And then she opened the door. And then I saw the small revolver. And I immediately ducked down. I crouched down. Like in a ducking, crouching. Okay, so across the road, phone's in my hand, earbud out.
As she describes her story, Sherry acts out certain details wrong. She's repeatedly repeatedly said it was her left earbud she pulled out, but consistently acts out reaching for her right ear. It doesn't seem like a huge deal, but when a lot of these mismatches show up, detectives will become rightfully suspicious.
Towards the vehicle, this, and I'm all the way down, squatting, not crouching, squatting, laid my phone down,
Perhaps in an effort to remember the details of her harrowing story, Sherry jotted down some notes that were later found during the course of the investigation. They included information about the alleged captors. The smaller, younger one had longer, curly hair, no bangs, and hairy arms. The bigger, older one had straight, thick, dark black hair and thick eyebrows.
I can't remember if she said, we don't want to hurt you, we don't want to kill you. I can't remember exactly that we don't want to with something, we don't want to. And then I
Can I come back up to the table?
And then I got up and went this direction. And I can't remember lifting my leg. I can't remember the back door open.
Sometimes your brain says, we're not accessing that part right now because it's not time. We're not ready for it. So I've done it in the past with different cases where you look at it from a different point of view. Okay? Because your mind, your body uses different parts of your brain to access different pieces of information. That's what happens. Going back to before you see the car, there was a bird, a bluebird,
My back hurts.
a robin, whatever bird you pick, sitting on the fence line, sitting on the mailbox, sitting on the telephone line, or sitting in the tree. Can you imagine in your mind,
My back.
looking at it from the bluebird's perspective, what is that bluebird seeing going on?
Running to the mailboxes, cutting diagonally. I didn't cut diagonally until the vehicle stopped, backed up, and then stopped again. I stopped at the grassy area, squatted, pulled out my hair, had my hands up. That is it.
Does the bluebird see which side of the car you got in on?
Well, the car didn't move after it stopped, so I would say that would be the passenger side.
But you don't know. Just that's fine.
It seems that the basis of this trauma-informed technique is having the victim talk from the outside without engaging the emotions of the first-person perspective. This makes recounting the event easier and less traumatic.
Does the bluebird see which way the car goes? Or what's the car do next?
No. It wasn't what I saw, it was what I felt. I was very nauseous and cold.
Is the vehicle moving or stationary?
The vehicle was moving. It was windy.
Okay.
Windy roads make me nauseous.
Do you remember getting out of the car?
No.
You had an observation or a thought that the back window in the vehicle was large?
Long.
Long?
Yes.
Okay. Describe, what do you mean by that? I mean, it's one of those, Brian. Describe that for me.
Not like a truck bed that's covered, like a SUV.
Okay.
But some SUVs are like shorter.
Right.
It was longer.
You're talking about from side to side?
Yes.
You're talking about the back, or if it
Not
is
the passenger door window. There was another window past the passenger door window.
You and I are looking out Sunrise to Old Oregon Trail. Was the vehicle going this way?
Yep. Okay. And then backed up.
And then it backed up. So right now I'm pointing that's northbound, and it backed up a little bit, then that's when you encounter.
Northbound's the side that's closest to Sunrise Drive, correct?
Correct.
Yes, then that's it. I'm very frustrated because if you're laying down in a vehicle, you would feel a U-turn, a acceleration, a braking, and I can't find that.
It's just not there yet. Do you remember any music as you were driving around in the car?
Yes, mariachi music.
Was it a station or like Pandora?
Like as in a radio station? I want to say it was probably a radio station. I can't be sure, but did I hear any Pandora commercials? No.
Did you hear any normal commercials? So like if we're listening to a radio...
I didn't hear commercials. I didn't really hear, and I don't think I ever heard a complete song from start to finish either.
When she's describing this kidnapping event, she goes into a bit of a trance. She turns inward to imagine the scene, and it's like she's telling a story. She doesn't really want to be interrupted. She's very detailed about the run, the phone, and soon the room she was kept in. But there are almost no details about the car, the kidnappers, or the kidnapping itself. She has what is known as a detail valley surrounding the kidnapping itself. Mountains of details surrounding it, but very limited about the actual kidnapping.
I listened for that a lot in the house too. Like, was this a radio? Was it?
Yes, I do.
Or was it?
I sell them on
Pandora,
Etsy. Now I have Shopify. So, give me a moment and I'll show you.
Since we've touched it twice, you mentioned the house twice, or location where you remember. Can we talk about that? Start with you. Tell us.
What would you like? The description of the room? Would you like the sounds that I heard? Would you like what I think was there? What would you like?
What was the first thing you remember?
The first thing I remember was the zip ties on my hands. And then the clothing, that was very big. It was baggy clothing. It was sweatpants and a sweatshirt. And I did not have socks. And I was very cold. And there was zip ties on my hands. And I didn't feel good. I couldn't stand up. I was very dizzy.
When you first had this in the sweatshirt stuff, is that the same stuff that you were found in the other day?
No.
How so?
Because they would change me.
Okay.
This conflicts with Sherry's story upon arrival at the hospital. You likely recall the recorded conversation between Sherry and the attending doctor.
Sometimes if you are left in clothes for a while, you get kind of a heat rash here. And that's what that kind of looks like along this arm here.
Everywhere.
It's everywhere. Is that okay? Were you in the same clothes for a long period of time without bathing? Okay. That's probably what's going on there.
Because there was a drawstring on the sweatpants. There was a drawstring on the sweatpants, and the other one didn't have a drawstring.
How many times do you think you were changed? Or have changed clothes? Obviously, at least twice. Was there...
Yeah, I think maybe one more time.
That doesn't really conflict.
Did it seem like the clothes were new?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
The sweatshirt, the top was changed more because I was trying to manipulate her. My skin was like on fire. It was really itchy everywhere. And I started this rash that's up in here. It was starting to like swell. Starting to swell so bad that it was like putting pressure on my arm. So I was trying to manipulate them. I need some kind of medicine. Like, look at my skin. You need to wash me. You need to give me medicine. You need to get me something. And I was using that, and it was so itchy. So they would argue about washing my clothes. And I was able to take two showers. I can't remember if you call it a shower. Was get in, rinse water down your back, and get out. But she let me wash my underpants in the shower.
Were you able to see at that time, or were you still had a bag over your
No, I could see. And that was when I was trying, it was always look down. Don't look at us, look down. I was never allowed to look up. The first day with the zip ties, getting out of them, because they were behind my back.
Yes.
So I pulled them. I did one of these moves. And that's
I got
what
two
this
new
scar
ones.
right there is from.
I got
is the
this
very
one and
beginning,
a long sleeve
when
one.
I got them off, and I bit them because I couldn't. Because Keith and I have even tried this move before. The whole, power through it and bust it. And I tried that and was unsuccessful. And it got right here, and I was like, I remember doing this with Keith. How the F do I get these off? And I tried that several times, and I tried the power bust it down, and that's where it cut in right there. And then I was like, I can't bust through them, so then I just chewed it off, and I cut my lip right here, and then I busted them. And then it was like I tried the door. I could tell that the door had a deadbolt at the top, so I couldn't open the door. And then they came in, and that's all I remember from that experience. No, there's something else. No, there's something else before I tried the door. There was something else before I tried the door.
The windows?
Sherry appears to remember some details vividly, such as how exactly she got a scar on her wrist from the zip ties. However, she's unable to recall other details, like any physical description of her kidnappers. When the person being interviewed appears to have a memory of extremes, meaning they either have an unusually good memory of events that happened months ago, or they can't remember recent events, it can be a possible red flag for deception.
After I broke the zip ties, there was boards on the windows, and I
like this one.
Yanked that fucker out of the wall super quick, and that's what got her in the room, was that noise. She came in, and then it was lights out.
What do you mean it was lights out?
I can't remember if I was hit with something, if I was stuck with something, and that's what I was asking too. If I was tased, wouldn't I remember? Or would there be a scar? Would there be a mark? Would there be a mark?
It just depends if the probes made skin contact. How about the bathroom? What's that look like?
I gotta do laundry tomorrow.
I tried to hit her with something in the bathroom, and then the next time I went in the bathroom, everything was gone. The mirror was gone, the towel rack was gone. And you could hear, like if you put your head to the wall, because I did that often, you could hear very easily. And the insulation, it was freezing all the time. It was cold all the time. And there was a fireplace. I could smell the fireplace, and I could hear that creaky, when you move the handle to open the fireplace, it was that creaky.
A minute ago you said when I was on the cable, were you tethered to a cable?
There was a chain around my waist.
Okay.
The cable, I could reach all the way to the bed. Couldn't reach the door. Couldn't reach the window. At all times, there was a bucket in the closet. That's what I used to go to the bathroom in. There was a dresser, but after I ripped this up, when I woke up, it was no longer there.
Where was the dresser the first day you were there?
Here.
Was it tall, like a man's dresser, like a short, long, like a woman's dresser?
Two dark colored 2 drawers.
Okay, so more like nightstands.
Yeah, more like that, I would say. 1, not 2, just 1.
Was the mattress directly on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember anything in this area?
No.
Was the cable affixed to the wall and like the cable was loose?
The cable was affixed to a pole that went up into the ceiling.
So we have this pole that was anchored
to the roof. It's still unusual that Sherry is laughing here.
I want to know what happened.
It is possible that the laughter is an attempt to lighten the mood or memories, or it may also be more of a nervous response, not knowing what information the detectives are about to confront her with.
What am I looking for the window? Do you want to know if it's like the same height?
Well, the type of window, the wall itself, anything from these photos that make you believe that this was where you were being held.
I feel like this wood paneling is too thick, but I mean,
You mean this
there
way?
was wood paneling, but I can't remember something like that being there, and I don't remember.
So one of the things that we always noted in the bathroom description is just the weird layout of the
She's
bathroom.
on vacation,
Do you
so
remember
next
the
week.
layout of the bathroom?
Yes. Well,
Let's talk about the description, best description, and then we'll start showing some.
but there's
Every 6 weeks she goes on vacation.
sink tub. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, you walk in the door, first there's a toilet.
Yes.
On the right which side?
If I'm
She's a word rule, just in general.
I am. I don't know.
But whatever, you walk in the door, on one left or right, you have a toilet, then...
I want to say, what? I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I want to say toilet on the left.
Okay. If we could go back to the closet really quick, though, I remember when you were talking about being chained into the closet and trying to figure out a way to get loose. You talked about working on a screw, right?
Uh-huh.
And what happened to that screw when you were done with it?
I dug a hole in the wall and poked it into the wall.
Okay. Because this is
Excuse me.
an interesting photo as well.
Is this in the closet?
That's in the closet.
No, it was drywall.
It was into the drywall.
It was into drywall, but
Yeah. Her husband's father is like a lord.
No, not that one. So, we're showing you all of this.
Like I said, her father-in-law is like a lord.
We talked to the people who live there.
He's good looking. Her husband's good looking. He's handsome.
We found the house. We found who was involved. We talked to who was involved. We talked to family who knows that you were there. And talked to a couple people talked to one guy who did see you during this event. Unfortunately, there's a lot of truths. There's a lot of things that were said that we have always confirmed, that we've always said. There's a lot of truths, and then there's some unknowns. Like one of the simple ones, like, well, this description of the bathroom is just weird. Like that was like an argument in all of our offices where we were sitting there like this part's weird. But then when we find a house with it, then the all thread through the thing, that's just weird.
Keith appears to be outwardly celebrating their victory, ecstatic that his wife's captors have finally been caught after so many years. Sherry, on the other hand, seems significantly less thrilled by the news. She remains motionless and fixed on the officer for a few seconds, likely another freeze response. When she comes to, she appears to motion for her husband to calm down. The fact that he felt the need to apologize for reacting appropriately may be another important look into their relationship dynamic. It alludes to the idea that he isn't confident in the validity of his feelings, and neither of them are considering the trauma and pain he also went through when she disappeared.
So I think with that being said, some choices and some decisions ultimately changed the original path of what happened. So we'd like to talk to you more about those things, and we can do it with Keith here, or we ask Keith to lead to whatever you're comfortable with, so we can break down some of the problems. If you want Keith here, all we want is to have the truth. All we want is to be able to tell the truth. That's all we've ever wanted from day one. We talked to you for hours. We've been there. We've done all these different things, waiting for something, waiting for it to break, waiting for us to get gave something to hear. Because the DNA came back, like I said, to a specific person. That specific person told us very specific things. His family then told us specific things.
The tension is so thick, you could cut it. What must Sherry be feeling right now? Fear, desperation, despair. Certainly, Keith's stomach is in knots as he registers that his wife had actually been with a man during the time she was gone. Had Sherry run away with another guy? Had someone forced themselves on his wife? Was this another repressed memory that she'd forgotten to mention? Or maybe Keith always knew. His nonverbal communication over the course of the at-home interview communicated that something was amiss. Perhaps he'd had an inkling early on that the circumstances were suspicious. Notice also that she's leaning towards Keith here to get support and encouragement. This nonverbal language is very different from the initial interviews. Keith presumably knows his wife better than most, and likely could tell where her story became fishy.
So we can step out of the room, let you guys talk, because I don't know what information I'm going to do, if it's life-changing news, or if it's, oh yeah, everything's fine. I just don't know what it is.
The truth is fast approaching, and while Keith is ready for answers, Sherry makes one last desperate effort to wiggle her way out of the situation.
I don't want them to find her. I don't want her to be arrested. I don't want to press her to her. I don't want to find her. Listen to me right now. I don't know. I don't want them to find her. You're not listening to me. Because she saved my life. Tell me. There's obviously one. There's obviously no. This is going to be really bad. Let's get it done.
I'm sorry, that was scary. I'm sorry.
I don't know why. Because she saved my life, and she's the reason why I get to hold my children every single day. So you don't press her. Please tell me if I know who it is. You're not making sense now. To the point where I'm getting scared now. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you've had a chance to chat with me. The fears
Later, maybe.
nothing.
Answer the question.
I don't know.
You're in the driver's seat right now.
It gets easier to control things once you know what the information is. We're just still at the talking stage. We're at the control stage. You seem scared, Sherry.
No, I'm not scared.
What is it?
I don't want you to find her.
We're not going to find her.
She's the reason why I get to see my children every day.
I agree, but we're not going to find her. We can skip to the rock into the water and level up the pond if we want to now. This is the last time if you want to do this alone or with Keith. Keith's been through this also on a different level. I'm ready to move on and throw the dart and throw the rock and see what happens to the water. So, Sherry, look at me. What do you want?
I don't want her to get in trouble.
She's not going to get in trouble. The DNA came back to James Reyes. The DNA that was on you belongs to James Reyes. Picture, and I can get the picture.
James Reyes, her ex-boyfriend.
The picture of the table is James Reyes' little brother. He died recently. We talked to him. He's been on a polygraph. We talked to everybody around him. We have the rental agreements, phone rental, car rental agreements. We have everything that says that he told the truth. That's James' brother, deceased Nick. So everything, you told us so many truths in this situation. The reason why you can describe the room is because you stayed in the room in the dark for hours, for days on end. The reason why you lost so much weight is because you stopped eating. The reason why you got a rash on your arm is because you cleaned his house. The reason why the brand is because he went to the store, bought the branding tools, and branded you. The reason why your nose was broke is because of a hockey stick. I know all of those things, and I know all of that because he passed a polygraph test. That said, it's not an abduction. She asked me to come get her.
No.
I rented a car. I drove up and picked her up. He passed the polygraph test, Sherry.
Because polygraphs rely heavily on the skill of the administrator, they're not always accurate at detecting whether or not someone is telling the truth. The detectives know this, but are taking a very direct approach to confronting Sherry with all the evidence they have that contradicts her story, and are using the polygraph results to try to encourage her to finally drop the charade. Despite her verbal refusals, her body language shows that she knows the game is over. She completely covers her face and bends forward, closing herself off from the detectives. Meanwhile, Keith is leaning away from her with his arms crossed, likely experiencing an unfathomable slew of emotions.
Poor Keith.
What's that?
We were friends. There's no way.
And he came and got you because you asked him.
No.
When was the last time you had contact with James?
His brother died.
Brother died in 2017. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after the abduction? Before.
When was the last time you saw James?
You could pass a poly if you're just confident.
Forever ago.
You just got to be confident in your lie.
So the last.
You just got to believe your own
contact you had
bullshit.
with him was back in 2006. When you were living in Southern California.
I don't know.
So was it prior to your marriage?
It's him. There is no way it's him.
But we all know by now that this isn't true. She remembers everything.
People convince
She
themselves of
simply
shit all the
reluctant
time.
to admit in front of her
Yes.
husband that she was in communication with her ex-boyfriend, even following the incident.
It's
However,
all about
she lost the chance to get Keith out of the room and probably feels that the best chance
what
she
you
has
can
at
convince
saving her
yourself of.
marriage is to continue to lie.
He took us to the stores where he bought the chain. We talked to a friend who rented the car. A car that he rented and drove over 900 miles in a day on the drop-off point. You did go in a dark room. That's true. You did lay in the back seat of the car. That's true. You did lose weight.
Yes,
You were
I
branded.
do.
Your hair was cut. You did have bruises all over. But how those bruises got there are because you did it and James.
I actually have 4 magic bands.
The reason why your nose got broke is because you held the hockey stick to your face and he forced it into your nose. The reason why the brand is in a straight line is because he did it. He described exactly where it was. He told us exactly how he did it, where he did it, how he did it. Only you and I and maybe 5 other people know where the brand was. He told me immediately. Robert told friends and family you were there. His mom knew that you were there because, of course, it went news and everybody knew you guys dated. Everybody knew you guys had a relationship. So when it happened, of course, family reached out to him and told him, yeah, she was here. But it said it hurt her. I didn't hurt it.
It's notable that Sherry did tell many truths during the prior interviews. But since law enforcement didn't ask any hard questions or even doubt her answers, she was able to lie by omission and give the appearance of being truthful.
James' DNA was confirmed on your clothing. The 2 of you haven't seen each other in over a decade. You told me that you haven't been in his room, you haven't had contact with him in over 10 years. However,
You described his bedroom to a T.
and the DNA on you was still a vibrant piece of DNA. 10-year-old DNA dies. The DNA that was there specifically was non-seminal fluid, and seminal fractions. You got that from his house somewhere. So whether it was the bed that you were sleeping on, whether it was the couch, whether it was anywhere in there. When somebody would
Yeah,
come to the door,
it's cool.
you'd be around the property, you'd call James, James would call Robert, because those 2 doors down, Robert
Hold on, let me grab
off
him.
the property. Robert told me all of that.
Keith's gaze is fixed on the door, silently communicating that he wants to leave the room. His leg is shaking in an attempt to relieve nervous energy, while Sherry's feet are turned towards Keith, indicating that she wants to connect with him. Keith's foot that is on the ground is turned towards the door, showing that he would like to leave the room. He's clearly uncomfortable, as demonstrated by the grooming behaviors he's exhibited throughout this segment of the interview, like cleaning his nails and fixing his shirt. Surely any husband would be confused, angry, and embarrassed if they were sitting in Keith's chair.
There's so many truths that were a part of your story that it's hard to decipher the lies. Until we put it all together. Until he says, hey, how did you pick her up? I opened up the passenger side seat, I opened the door, you jumped in the back seat. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? I don't know. It was weird. So are you calling James a liar? Are we not believing James what he told me?
No.
I know you're
I
scared.
cannot believe that it is James.
I can't believe James told us the truth. You called James to pick you up.
So-
You mailed him a letter with your address.
These are the ones that I used last time.
To call another burner phone.
I have these two, and then I have these two. This is Fantasia, and this is Ellie's. This is Stitch. This is mine. I'm going to use this one this time. I'm going to bring it, because they could switch this onto my account. So I'm going to ask them to switch this onto my account and use these. But I'm still going to bring all four of them.
So you walk out this door telling lies, and that's a crime.
I think we need my lawyer. This isn't making any sense.
What's not making sense, Sherry? The parts that
That
don't
it's
make sense.
James.
No, the parts that don't make sense are that you're accusing two females who abducted you when it was James. The part that you were branded, James did it. He told me.
Look at all the stuff that I have
Who
for
would
Disney.
sit there and say,
So these
I
two are,
branded her-
I have
branded Sherry
these
on
two
her
for
right
Ellie,
shoulder,
because she likes Donald and Daisy. And then I have
Sherry
these
clearly
two,
doesn't understand
Minnie and
the
Mickey, and then
importance
this
of
is
the
my hand
officer's warning
sanitizer for
against
Disney.
lying. In the face of a federal agent,
And
the
it, look, it
consequence
lights
for being
up.
dishonest increases dramatically. Title 18 USC Section
I have so much stuff for Disney.
1001 states that to
This is
knowingly
my
and
Disney
willingly
backpack,
make
but I'm going to get a
materially
bigger one this
false or
time. When
fraudulent
I'm in Disney
statement
World,
to
I'm
a
going to get the
federal
big. I want to try to
agent
get a big
is a felony,
version of this
punishable
one.
by up to 5 years
So I have
in
this.
jail. Even a basic
These
denial
are for
of
my
wrongdoing,
Disney
commonly known
glasses.
as an exculpatory
And then this
no,
is my phone
unlawful.
case for Disney World.
The only safe alternative for a suspect would be to request an
And
attorney
I have
and say nothing more.
The Mickey
Sherry eventually has
and the
this
mini hand
realization and tries to
sanitizer.
align herself with Keith by saying, "We need my lawyer."
I don't know.
But he doesn't bother responding and instead turns his head away from her. A clear indication that for him, there is no we.
And then I have other
Keith motions to one of the detectives,
And
seemingly asking for permission
got
to leave the room. He's heard enough.
these
The implications
stickers.
of physically separating
and-
himself from Sherry are significant, as if to say that he no longer has anything to do with this. With her protector gone, Sherry's on her own now.
I have Winnie the Pooh stickers because I think I'm going to do Winnie the Pooh nails for Disney.
Were there issues between you and Keith? Is that why you needed to leave? We read your text message. We're already aware of some issues, but enlighten us if that's the case. If there was a valid reason for you to leave, let me know what that was.
So I got these stickers.
Were you in an abusive relationship with him?
The backpack? I don't remember.
Have you told other people in your life that Keith has abused
Like
you in the
maybe
past
like
when that wasn't true?
$50.
Or there was an incident at a party that
And
you got
then
heard playing like
These
Weed
are
or Dictionary or
our
something.
autograph
And then you
books.
told other friends that Keith heard
We
you.
have this one,
When there was witnesses at the party that said
And then
that you got hurt during a party.
this one,
So you go tell James that
And
you were
then
being hurt, you were being abused.
have
You couldn't come forward because Keith has friends in
our-
law enforcement. If all of that
we have to fill up
is
this.
that true? Has Keith ever been abusive towards you?
We're not talking
And then
about my husband.
I don't know
Sherry's
why,
answer
but I have an
here is
extra one of
evasive.
these.
Although this can be a sign of deception, it's also common for victims of abuse to protect and love their abuser. However, considering how much trouble Sherry is
I think
in, if
Ellie's
she were
sunglasses are
abused,
in here.
it would make more sense for her to report that now.
These are Ellie's
Perhaps Sherry still
sunglasses for
hasn't fully
Disney.
registered the severity of the consequences she's facing. Or she may think she can still cry her way out of trouble with the police and her husband. so she's refraining from throwing him under the bus. If she gave him up, that would surely ruin any chances of her saving her marriage. Then there's the obvious possibility that she was lying about the abuse all along, something she's proven to be very skilled at. It's important to note that Keith's story of the Wii remote was corroborated.
I have these ponchos, which I'm going to bring just to have them, but I bought new ponchos
report of
too.
abuse on her husband. Who knows what other tall tales she has floating around.
Ponchos.
Has Keith ever been abusive towards you?
We're not talking about my husband. I love my husband.
So why leave? Is James lying to us?
I don't want to leave my husband. I want to be with my children. I would never leave my children.
But you didn't leave them permanently. You came back to them. Ultimately.
No.
You left them every day at daycare, so it's not like a...
And my
James
pins.
talked about that occasion when you
I'll
were
show you my
driving down, how
pins.
hard that was.
I have extra ponchos. This is my Disney pins.
Knowing you were going to leave the kids at daycare.
I could make it like a little crossbody, but it's my pins. And
You told us that.
When you were in Eureka, you give them a call.
so here are my pins.
You start chatting.
We got this one from 2025. I'm going to get a 2026 one. So I can't wait for that. So we got the 2024, 2025, and obviously I'm going to get the 2026 one. I got this because I want to get one for every park. So this is Magic Kingdom, Epcot. I have to get the other two. We have It's a Small World. We have Dopey because Dopey's my favorite. And then we have Winnie the Pooh, a spinny Winnie the Pooh. It won't spin. There we go. Winnie the Pooh, my favorite piglet. I love this one with the little caterpillar. These are Ellie's. Ellie likes Pluto. And then there's nothing on here. And then these are Ellie's. These are all Ellie's. This is the Stitch. And then we have my these are my Star Wars pins.
That's your chance to do the same.
And then
And if you don't, you're going to be shaving.
this is mine. And then this is Ellie's. And that's it. That's all our pins.
This comment proves that
And then we also have this. I also have this for the pins.
She's now
But
insinuating that the detectives are doing something to her rather than acknowledging.
and then I
that
also
she
have
wronged
extra
them
backs
and
to the
everyone else
pins.
involved. She's likely used to being able to manipulate others into treating her kindly.
Just a few.
But these officers have dealt with
Yeah, it's
Sherry's
a pin
tears
book.
for 4 years now. They're not going to get her anywhere this time.
Once you had to have known that this was going to come at some point.
I'm going to the Disney party. I mean, I'm going to the Halloween party, and I'm excited. So yeah, I gotta get this time. I have to get Hollywood Studios, and I have to get I gotta get Hollywood Studios and Animal Kingdom, and I have to get a 2025. I mean, a 2026. So those are the pins that I have to get.
No, nobody asked for this.
The other two parks and a 2026 pin.
Nobody asked for ABC News to park out in your dragon.
There was no way you could have predicted that this was going to blow up and to be as big as it was.
Who picked you up? Was it James or was it a female that pointed a gun at you? Can you please answer that?
I'm so excited.
You're shaking your head no.
I'm not talking to you about that. I'm not going to get anything in trouble. I've told you before, I do not want anyone to get in trouble.
I'm so excited. I'm going to Disney soon.
So either
I'm going to Disney soon.
Right now, you're not telling
So
the truth.
I think
That's where we're at.
I think we're gonna do Pooh and Piglet nails. We're gonna do Pooh and Piglet nails because I have these little Pooh charms, and I don't think I'm gonna do the charms. I don't think I'm gonna do the charms But, and I'm not going to use these because this doesn't look like Winnie the Pooh. I don't know who the F that is, but that's not Winnie the Pooh. But we have these. I'm not going to use these either. I'm going to use, these do not look like Winnie the Pooh. I'm probably,
But did a female point a gun at you, yes or no?
I don't even know.
I know you know who she is. You're not saying it. I don't want her to get in trouble.
I could probably use these two.
I didn't do anything.
But right now, answer this one question.
I don't know. I might use these.
Yes or no?
I am done speaking to you until I talk to her.
I might use these.
I will not arrest her. I am with my
But I also have,
This one, sure.
these are also really good. But I might not do any of these. I might not do any of these. I might just do a different Disney now.
No statement,
I'm figuring it out. Because I don't know if I even like these.
As the situation stands, Sherry could possibly be facing time for her lack of cooperation.
I don't know.
Sherry, if you want to talk to your attorney, that's fine. We can wrap this up. If you want to keep talking to us, that's a separate story. But you said you wanted to talk to your attorney, so from the beginning, you're free to go, and you can go. I would ask you one more question, just for your own welfare. Do you feel like harming yourself?
Welfare.
Do you feel like harming yourself?
My children and go home.
Okay.
Seeing as Sherry has now clearly requested an attorney, detectives wrap up their conversation with her, then briefly touch base with Keith separately.
I'm the idiot husband.
I'm the idiot husband, he said.
This is
Lola Lee T.
Hey everyone, how are you guys doing? Welcome to my channel. So there has been a lot going on in the circus. Yes, guys, I did see the stream with Nevaeh kneeling in front of her altar. She was speaking to someone on the phone. And guys, I'm not going to play it here because I know there's a lot of people that are sensitive to this kind of stuff. So
That's demonic. Nevaeh
she was
is
chanting or what the man
playing
was
with demons.
saying to her or what he was chanting because I don't know what they were saying. Okay?
They playing with demons. They are playing with demons.
It is what it is.
Scary.
There. Nevaeh is no longer hiding that she practices voodoo. Who knows who she's practicing this voodoo on? And, you know, there's several people in the circus that think that Nevaeh is targeting them with the voodoo. So Carlissa posted on her social media, I bind and rebuke any evil suggestions, any thoughts that anyone has made upon anyone in my family and myself for any reason. And I lose the evil thoughts or words spoken and cast it out. And I command it to go wherever Jesus Christ wills it to go. Amen.
Amen.
And then Rila got in on this and she said, I rebuke all negativity and anything that does not come from God in the name of Jesus. My babies and I are blessed, protected, and walking in peace. Amen. No weapon formed against me shall prosper in Jesus' name. Amen. Good night. So both Carlissa and Rila think that maybe Nevaeh's working some voodoo on them. So Carlissa has been feuding with Jay and Alexa's friend and co-host Sam. She posted this on her social media. She said, just like she said, if the cops or people fire her, she's going to blank up because she got all the passwords. What the blank you think she going to do to you if she don't get her clout fix? She keep playing,
I really love this.
She gonna run into my daughter. So, you know, I really don't understand what Carlissa's problem is with Sam. You know, I think Sam has been very respectful towards Carlissa. But, you know, Carlissa has come out right in a lot of the situations.
No, they're saying Carlissa.
She was right about that. I just wonder, do you all think she's right about Sam? Personally, I do like Sam. I do wish...
Martin Luther believed in the sinlessness of Mary. Martin Luther believed that Mary was immaculately conceived. If you rejected any of these beliefs about Mary, you can't be saved. Yeah. Martin Luther believed the same thing.
There's a lot of people listening to this right now who are in an invalid marriage right now, listening to this.
But this invalid marriage, which is sinful, which is adultery, has produced kids. For the sake of the kids, you can live together in the same home, but you cannot live as husband and wife because you're not husband and wife. You have to live as brother and sister. I predict that Ryan will become Catholic before Brian.
Oh, okay. All right, Alex, a.k.a. Voice of Reason. Good to see you back, brother.
Ryan, thank you so much for having me back, man. Last time was so much fun, and I'm happy to be here with my boys again, man.
There we go.
Last time was so much fun.
There we go.
Happy, I have to admit something, though, man. Last time when we did this, when I was here, I don't know if you could tell, but I was like half asleep, bro.
Yeah.
I was like half asleep. We had just finished a like huge, we had did like a whole tour in California. We got no sleep. That morning, literally that morning, we had to like get up really early, like at 4 a.m. After going to bed like at midnight to like drive over here from California to do it. Like I was like half asleep, and I have to be honest with you, man. Right now, I'm half asleep. I'm half asleep.
Drinking coffee,
we just did a whole thing in Phoenix. I didn't sleep when I was in Phoenix. I haven't slept since then. I haven't slept in like a week. So I'm half asleep, but it worked out so well last time. Maybe it'll work out well again this time. That's probably when I'm better, when I'm half asleep, you know?
Yeah.
But thank you for having me, man.
Hopefully there's no excuses, because he has big debates tomorrow. So hopefully
sounds like a lot of excuses are like coming up.
I'm just saying this now, that way I can refer.
This is an Empire glass.
Catholic debate.
This is an Empire glass rig. This is my first, and probably will be my only, heady glass rig. The glass is so thick on it. It's so well made. It's so beautiful. It's literally a work of art. And I'm really grateful to have it. I feel really blessed. And I know I'm talking about a glass piece, but I love it. Beautiful.
I hear the excuses within 2 minutes.
Yeah, for people that have context, he's debating Jacob Hansen tomorrow, the biggest Mormon apologist, and then needgod.net.
Yeah.
Which is like the biggest Protestant apologist.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So last time you were on the show, it was really good. We talked about a lot of the differences between Protestants and Catholics, and obviously you're Catholic, I'm Protestant, Brian is Protestant.
Yeah.
Well, Brian, I don't even know what he might be Orthodox, Protestant, Jewish, Catholic.
I don't even think
I identify as
I feel like
Catholic Protestant.
Yeah. So, what's funny is like people were like, dude, when's part 2 dropping? Because there were so many topics we didn't get into. And, for me, I have a lot of questions about Catholicism. And let's just jump into like Mary. That was one thing we never covered.
Yeah, that's right.
So you guys believe that Mary obviously was a virgin, which Protestants believe, but you believe like she never was intimate with Joseph.
Correct.
She never had other kids. Correct. Jesus, was an only child essentially.
Correct.
And it's
from
hard
his
to
mother,
believe that
yeah,
because of just reading, the Gospels and James and Jude and all these things.
Let's go over all 4 dogmas they have, just so you understand them.
Sure.
So you get to
sure. So before I think we mentioned this last time about the perpetual virginity, the identity of the brothers of Jesus, but it is good to start with the 4 dogmas. And before we even get into what the 4 dogmas are, first let's get into what a dogma is. What is dogma? Because I've come to realize, to find out,
nobody knows
that most people don't know what the word dogma even means. So a dogma, it's simple. A dogma is a divinely revealed truth.
Yeah.
So anything that God reveals to mankind, those truths that he reveals, that's what we call dogma. Okay. So a dogma is something that is essential to believe. As a believer, as a follower of Jesus Christ, a dogma is essential to believe because God went out of his way to reveal it to mankind. So divine revelation, which is contained in the written scriptures, and it's also contained in the oral teachings of the apostles. As we went over last time,
the oral teachings are not in the Bible.
The oral teachings are not explicitly in the Bible. As we went over last time, the vast majority of Christ's apostles never wrote anything down. But the Bible, the written teachings, actually say that we're still bound to those teachings that were not written down.
And when you say dogmas of followers of Jesus, you're talking Catholics specifically.
Everyone who claims to be a follower of Jesus, right? No matter what your tradition is, if Jesus did reveal something divinely to mankind or to the church, all Christians that claim to be followers of Jesus, we are all obligated and bound to those beliefs simply because God revealed them. If God revealed them, we have to believe them. If we reject them, we're either calling God a liar, or we're saying that he didn't really reveal this, or he's saying what you revealed, or you're saying what you revealed to me, God. I don't really care for it. It's not that important, so I'm just going to reject it. So that's why the Catholic Church puts so much emphasis and so much importance on the dogmas.
One thing I want to add too, before, just so people know, if I say Catholics versus Christians, because people are getting pissed in the comments.
I understand.
Yeah, like I'm talking Protestants as Christians. But I believe Catholics are Christians, just so everyone's clear.
It's just a force of habit, right?
No, people are like, why do they keep saying? I'm like, whatever.
It's a force. I totally understand. No offense taken.
Okay.
But anyway, so when it comes to Mary,
we are Christians.
There are 4 divinely revealed truths that God gave to the church, that God gave to mankind, that have to do, dogmas that have to do with the Virgin Mary. The first one is that Mary is the mother of God. Mary is the mother of God.
We all believe that?
We all believe that? Well, it's crazy because there are a lot of Protestants that will say, no, Mary's not the mother of God.
Well, they're just dumb Protestants. But they just,
you said it, not me. Yeah.
Well, it's true. They're just dumb Protestants. Like, it's just in the Bible.
Right. And and that's
so nobody should debate that.
Nobody should because
we can debate the brothers.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, because the second one.
Some people would say she's the mother of Jesus.
But if Jesus is God,
they're not Christians if they don't believe Jesus is God. This isn't even a thing.
Right, absolutely.
No, I don't think you understand. You get it, but you're overgeneralizing. Like, they believe Jesus is God.
Okay.
But they wouldn't say she's the mother of God.
Which is
they would say she is the mother of Jesus, who was God.
Okay, what's the difference?
The difference is when you say the mother of God, it sounds like
like what the Mormons believe, like
she gave birth to the Father
Heavenly Mother.
and the Holy Spirit. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Ryan, you are 100%.
But if you're all in, it's all good.
No, you are 100% correct. If you believe that Jesus is God, if Jesus is fully God, you have to say that Mary is the mother of God, because Mary is the mother of Jesus and Jesus is God.
Holy
if
Mary,
you say
mother
Mary
of God,
is not the mother of God, what you don't realize is that you're actually denying the divinity of Jesus. You're denying the divinity of Jesus. And what Protestants, the way that they try to wiggle out of this is they say, well, they actually end up falling into the heresy known as Nestorianism. Nestorianism was a heresy that was condemned in the 5th century, that the heretical belief that there are 2 Jesuses. That there's the divine Jesus and there's the human Jesus.
Red and
Mary
white
only gave birth to the human Jesus, not the divine Jesus.
Cross?
It sounds like what Muslims would believe of just, Jesus the prophet, he's just a guy.
No, I didn't make a red and white one.
Muslims would say that Jesus isn't divine at all.
I made a red and pink one.
He's just a human Jesus. He's a prophet.
So Protestants don't realize that in rejecting that Mary is the mother of God.
But what Protestants believe that
a lot of people. That's right. I don't think you're.
What denominations?
A lot of
I don't think you're not understanding the.
Actually, you could even say that the majority of evangelical Protestants would reject the term "Mother of God."
Yes.
The only Protestants that hold to it are like the high church Protestants, like the Lutherans, Anglicans, Reformed Baptists. I know hold to it. The Methodists, they have no problem with the Mother of God, and rightfully so, for the same reason that you say if you reject this, you're rejecting something about the divinity of Jesus, so you can't reject it. But a lot of the more evangelical, non-denominational Protestants, when you say Mary's the mother of God, they say that's a heresy.
Would they just say that because Jesus already existed since the beginning of time, so she didn't technically birth him? Like, what would be the argument?
Because she didn't give birth to the Father, and she didn't give birth to the Holy Spirit. She gave birth to Jesus. So saying she gave birth to God, they would say you're including all 3 into that sentence.
Yeah, so with their problem exactly with the Mother of God is just saying, are you saying she's the mother of the Holy Trinity, of the Blessed Trinity? say no. Mary is the mother of the second person of the Holy Trinity,
Jesus.
But the second person of the Holy Trinity, Jesus, is God.
I
know he's still God.
Why you would have a problem with this? I don't get it.
And you are completely right. You would be so surprised.
I don't get it.
You should start asking people.
You would be
just so everyone's clear on our first, I have a lot I disagree with.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So we're 1 for 4 right now. But here we go.
Let's go.
What's number 2?
I don't even see how people debate that.
Okay.
Sure.
I didn't hear a good argument.
It's gonna get deeper. It's gonna get deeper.
Yeah, so
I'm sure I will disagree.
Sure. Well, maybe with the next one you might disagree, but let's see if we can work it out. The second Marian dogma is the perpetual virginity of Mary.
Yeah, that we disagree.
Okay. So the perpetual virginity of Mary, that dogma is that Mary, before, during, and after the birth of Jesus, she remained a virgin.
Yeah.
Which means she never participated in the marital act. She never had other children after Jesus. Mary always remained a virgin.
Yep.
And that is a divinely revealed truth. The reason that this is a dogma, the reason that this is divinely revealed, is because what Scripture and what the unwritten teachings of the apostles tells us is that all of the graces that all of us are going to receive in heaven, all of the graces that all of us are going to get, Mary already has them. Mary received those graces immediately upon, actually from the moment of her creation, when Jesus created her, because Jesus did create Mary, because Jesus created all of us.
Yeah.
When Jesus created Mary, the graces that all of us are going to have when we're in heaven, Mary just already has them. And that's what these 4 dogmas are about. So the perpetual virginity, if you remember in the gospel where Jesus is being challenged by the Sadducees about the wives of a man.
I hope that VP gets it together.
In heaven, like whose wife?
She ain't getting no younger.
And Jesus says, well, in heaven, you are not married, nor are you given in marriage.
And the life that she's living is not sustainable.
This is a tough one for Mormons.
Right.
Oh, I know.
I know.
I want to bring this up. Remember to bring this up tomorrow.
Get into that tomorrow. Yeah, we might get into that tomorrow.
Some of these are so cut and dry to me. I'm just like, wait, so as a Mormon, how do you
Exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, Hanson's going to be here tomorrow.
But here's what the Mormons would say. They'd say, but the unofficial teachings outside of the Bible, based on our apostles and our prophets, say that I learned today that actually Jesus had multiple wives.
Oh my God, I don't want to listen to theological debates anymore.
What up, chat? I'm coming back. Look, I'm about to be on Kick real soon, going live for y'all niggas. So until then, I'm gonna give y'all some content here and there. I know it's a lot of talk about my son and my baby mama. We're gonna get there, right? I promise you. Alright. I love my son, I love my kids. Baby mama don't exist. You feel me? So just roll with the punches and punch with the rolls, you know? Alright, follow me real quick.
So, we did file a warrant for what we talked about the other day. So you're being charged with 1 count of engaging in prostitution, 1 count of solicitation.
The man with the shocked expression isn't just any other guy. He's a lawyer and a retired judge. And the sheriff says he engaged in prostitution in Bay's jail. And the investigation, it's far from over. I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. James Kenney spent years on the bench as a judge, and he's a lawyer, but this week he found himself on the wrong side of the courtroom. The 75-year-old attorney became a defendant. Kenney is accused of using his position, his job as a lawyer, to get into a jail in Ohio, give an inmate a vape pen and dip in exchange for sexual favors at the jail. And the sheriff says part of this was recorded on video. You just saw some of it. Claremont County Sheriff Chris Stratton is going to join me shortly to discuss the case. The alleged misconduct by Kenney happened in his jail. The investigation started earlier this month when deputies noticed something strange going on with the inmates. A criminal complaint states, on August 15th, 2026, detectives with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office responded to the Claremont County Jail regarding contraband discovered within the facility. During the investigation, inmates were found to be in possession of contraband, including full cans of chewing tobacco and vape pens. Through interviews, review of available evidence, and other investigative measures, Detectives developed information indicating that the contraband was being introduced into the facility by an outside source. Contraband, dip and vape pens, that's stuff that you cannot get in jail. It's not allowed there. The detectives did some digging. They started going through surveillance video and listening to jail phone calls. And look what they said they found. On July 29th, a door opened at a secure area of the jail, and attorney James Kenney walked through it. He opened a door to an interview room, and he walked right in. Now, those rooms are set aside for attorneys to meet with their clients. Those meetings are privileged, so audio is not supposed to be recorded. Sometime later, Kenney walks out of the interview room. He stops for a time. He's in the hallway for more than a minute. It's unclear what he's doing, but he's just sort of hanging out there. Is he pondering? Is he thinking about what he's going to do next? Who knows? Only he knows. But eventually, he leaves that hallway. Several days pass, and then a sheriff's detective says he found video showing James Kenney returning to the jail. It's the same camera, the same hallway, and that same interview room. And in Kenney goes. It's not clear how long he's in that room from what we're being shown, but he eventually comes out with a friend. This time, a male inmate opens the door first. He stands there for several moments. Eventually, he walks out. And it's unclear how long he and Kenney were actually in that interview room together. The inmate and Kenney shake hands. The inmate walks away down the hall, likely back to his cell. And Kenney stands there for a few more moments. He adjusts his pants at one point, and then he walks back out the door, and he's on his way. Now back to the complaint. It states, the investigation subsequently identified James Kenney as a suspect. A search warrant was obtained and executed at Kenney's residence, during which detectives collected evidence. During a subsequent interview, Kenney admitted that on or about August 4th, 2026, he brought...
We got to have a seat. We spoke with Mike Klum, the director and filmmaker who put together a documentary called The Sick Mind of EDP 445. Incredibly well done. Well, on this episode of Have a Seat with Chris Hansen, you are going to see my entire interview with Ryan Moreland, EDP 445, that I conducted a while back for Mike Klum's documentary. Hold on. You're in for a ride. Who is EDP 445?
He is a diehard Philadelphia Eagles fan that is kind of obsessed with the team. He loves to have fun. He loves to be wild. He loves to enjoy himself and have a good time, and at the same time making sure that his friends and family are taken care of.
Is he a predator?
No.
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 What does EDP 445 mean? What does it stand for?
Stands for Eat That Pussy 445.
And who came up with that?
I did. I remember, I think it was like back in 2000, what was it? Like 2010, 2011. I was sitting back
this guy's a pred.
At the computer desk. I was actually watching porn, to be honest with you. And I wanted to just make like I wanted to make a YouTube channel, but I wasn't really sure what to call it. He's
a preddy daddy.
And I chose that name, and I just closed my eyes, and I just typed random numbers upon the keyboard. And it was actually 6 numbers, but I just narrowed it down to 3. And 445 was what was left.
EDP 445.
Yeah, there.
Who is Alex Rosen?
Alex Rosen, I'm guessing, is a guy that decided to, he's on his vigilante quest to go out and try to catch predators, but in my honest opinion, in a very unprofessional way.
How did he first come into contact with you?
I first came into contact with him, sting operation, in Bakersfield over there on Mount Vernon. I parked at the Rite Aid across the street. I mean, you've seen the video, right? Parked at the Rite Aid across the street, walked over, there's like apartments that go up in like a slope kind of, you know what I mean? Parked right here, walked over, and as I was walking up, he must have been hiding I'm guessing.
I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. I thought that when you get waxed, like, you're completely smooth. Not entirely, not yet. It like takes a few times.
That account is coming from was not able to verify a CVV number for the payment.
Sitting across from the detectives is 30.
But it's way better than shaving.
Even with the evidence against her piling up like a mountain, Terry boldly claimed she was not guilty of any of the charges. The victim was 41-year-old Todd Morgan, a man who wore many hats.
But
he was a professor at
still prefer that over shaving any day of the week.
The kind of person everyone could count on for emotional support.
Would rather shave every single. I mean, would rather wax every time.
Separated from his wife, Todd continued to be
Shaving
a devoted father,
sucks.
especially to his 4-year-old daughter. When he failed to pick her up from preschool as scheduled on
I wish I could wax my own armpits, but I don't think I could do it. Because I was talking to the girl, and she's like, you have to really hold it tight.
When officers arrived at Todd's home, everything appeared normal. The crime scene told a story through what was there and what was missing. Todd's Porsche, a symbol of this middle-aged man's rebellious side.
I wonder if I could do it.
Exactly where it belonged. There were no signs of forced entry suggesting the killer was someone familiar or someone Todd had willingly led inside.
Word, I hate shaving my face too.
When officers noticed disturbing evidence through the window.
2015 Porsche, black in color to Todd Morgan from that address. Valid negative, has the CCW. Can I see something done?
Is he in the floor? Oh, shoot. You said you see blood? On San Radio?
Inside, Todd Morgan was lying dead on the floor, wearing nothing but a bathrobe. Blood was everywhere. 7 bullets had struck him, some hitting his head and others striking his chest. Paramedics noticed that rigor mortis had never started the vehicle, meaning he had likely been killed not long before. The investigation continued for several weeks, eventually focusing on Terriona Siobhan Pascal, commonly known by the nickname Terry. On May 25, an arrest warrant was issued. 2 days later, on May 27, Terry was placed in handcuffs, and before long, Terry would discover that even a simple Google search could be used against her.
Why you're here?
No.
You're gonna advise as to why you're here?
Yes. I don't know about this.
I already had a pimple coming in, and I got this one that I gotta handle over here.
You don't know why you're here?
No.
Okay, you ever been to hospital before?
I haven't been home before. Okay.
I've been had pimples today, okay?
Okay. But you can't recall being in Hudson?
No.
Okay. Have you been to a home in Hudson before?
No.
No?
I don't recall.
I need to get more of these salicylic ones with the micro darts.
You know a man named Todd Morgan?
Like I said, I was looking up for my father, and they probably wouldn't give me the real name, so I don't know.
You wouldn't know?
If he gave me his real name or whatever, I don't know. I don't know nobody's name. I don't even know a few people's real names, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you know Todd Morgan?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Is he familiar to you? What happened to you?
I don't know.
Am I pronouncing your name right?
Yes, that's my name.
Okay.
Okay,
That's you?
yeah. Like I said, I talk to multiple guys, so I really recall what I do. So, I mean, I don't even remember sometimes because I just don't. It's just, I never had 5 or 6 in my life, so I don't know.
Okay. But, I mean, United States, you remember this guy, right?
You're not really listening to me.
Does he look familiar to you? Okay. What about the town?
You didn't get to my house.
No, there.
I really don't remember. No, I know. It's lost on me. I don't remember.
No,
Where did it go?
what don't you remember?
The house.
Okay. So, here's what's interesting about these 2 photos, right? Okay, these 2 photos were actually on your phone.
On my phone?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they went on my phone.
You actually typed in a search for this guy. And you viewed this image on your phone. You also did a search for and you viewed this image on your phone. Barry, I'll give you an opportunity here to talk to us. We need to know what happened.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I don't know.
From a meeting through a dating app, the case quickly turned into an investigation filled with a series of clues that caught the detective's attention. The first major moment in the interrogation came when investigators showed Terry her phone search history. She had repeatedly followed news about the case, even searching her own name multiple times. To investigators, this was no longer a coincidence, but a sign that she was closely watching the investigation unfold.
Did you use any dating apps or anything like that? Like, what do you mean? How do you mean that?
Tinder, Bumble, POS, and that's it.
Okay. And so when you meet somebody through these apps, how does that work? You guys just have a conversation?
Yes, I mean, like, if you reach out with both your eyes, obviously, conversation about sometimes we need it. Sometimes it's just a easy, quitting type of thing. Or sometimes I have a relationship.
Okay. Okay, but you never had a relationship with that woman?
I don't remember.
Okay.
You're not talking about.
So you ever like exchange phone numbers, like within the app, you engage in a conversation within an app, and then you maybe want to take a conversation outside of the app and then you exchange numbers?
Yeah, in the app, yeah.
Okay. Alright. So here's what I'm going to show you. Okay, this is what I'm going to show you here is a conversation, okay, within your Bumble. Yeah. Okay. So looking at this, me is you, okay, because this is in chat history from your Bumble account. Okay, so April 16th at 1957, you sent a message that says, "Hey Todd." Does this look familiar to you, this conversation?
I really don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay, so you guys had this conversation right here at the end. You asked him, "Hey, you want to exchange numbers?" Right, so me would be you, and then you say that your name is Siobhan. Is that your middle name?
Yes.
Okay, so is that kind of what you go by, Siobhan? Is there any other names you go by?
No.
Just Siobhan? Terry? Okay. So you ask him if you want to exchange numbers. He says, yes, that works for me. And he gives you that phone number. Is that phone number look familiar?
No.
Okay, I'm not opportunity to talk about this. And this is it. This is your only opportunity to talk about this. Okay, today, right here, right now, as you can see, we've got a lot of information. We have DNA evidence, we have video, we have phone calls, we have Bumble chat messages. Today we have shell casings, we have shoe prints. We've got a lot of stuff that is a lot of evidence here. Okay, this is your opportunity to talk to us about this. Okay. I want to know what happened. We want to know what happened. We have a lot of questions. We want to know what happened. There's two sides to every story. You seem like a good person. All the background we did on you. Your daughter had nothing but good stuff to say to you. Your sister had nothing. So we realized something happened that night. It wasn't the way it looks to us, and we want to know what really happened there. Something bad happened, and we want to hear your side of it. We know you're not that person. Everything we've come up on you, you're not that person. And without you talking to us, and that's why we're sitting here. That's why we're doing the opportunity. Okay? Sitting here, we're just looking to take you to jail. We're sitting here. We need time. We want to talk. We need to know what happened.
The detectives now shifted from general questions to giving Terry an opportunity to explain herself. They made it clear that they already had phone data, messages, and related images. Terry continued giving vague answers, but the more she avoided the questions, the clearer the gap became between her story and what investigators already knew.
You shot him. No. You remember that?
No, I did not. I did. I really don't recall his name. I don't. No.
Okay.
No.
Just sit here for a bit. We're going to be right back, okay? So something we had talked about, your Cash App. Cash App account?
Yes, I do.
You do have a Cash App account?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. So, with that, is there a reason why Tommy Morgan was sitting with Cash App? Well, 7 o'clock in the morning on your lunch.
I don't know. I have relationship stuff, and I feel like I could tell my. I don't know. My friends see Cash App, like Cash App.
Well, some random guy off of Bumble that you had a conversation with decided to wake up one morning and send you $50. He probably just wanted to send me for nothing. I don't know. I really don't remember him sending me anything, but I do have people who just randomly send me money on Cash App. And you can go all through my Cash App. Why? I guess why? I mean, I love somebody send me money every morning. Some people who are genuine, and I'm legally, and I have kids. I know how to talk. So, it can happen. It can happen. Okay, so it can happen. If you say you wake up one morning, you look at your phone, and it says, Todd Morgan sent you $50. Would you not reach out to Todd Morgan and say, hey, what's that for? Or thank you, appreciate that. What did you reach out to anybody? Okay, so when you got that $50 payment, did you do that? No, I don't remember, but I do know that I get random cash app all the time, so that's nothing. I do. So when I ask people for cash app for me, I feel chocolate, but that's just how I do my money. Right, so in order for Todd Morgan to send you any money at all, he would need to know your cash tag name. Mm-hmm. Right? So how would he have gotten that cash tag name to be able to send you $50? I don't know. He probably got it from me. Like I said, random niggas do send me money on Cash App. If I ask, $50 is nothing, bro. So you asked him for $50? I don't know. I don't remember. $50 is nothing. He might have been buying chocolate or whatever, chocolate. But I don't know. You might have been buying what? Chocolate. Chocolate? Yes. Chocolate with, shrooms in it or something. I don't know. Okay. But, do you do chocolate apples? Do you do chocolate apples? No, I mean, I eat them sometimes. Okay. Whatever, I know. So where do you get them from somebody?
A financial transaction then became another important piece of the puzzle. Todd had sent Terry $50, followed by another $1,000 transaction. What mattered was not only the amount of money, but also the timing of those transactions, which occurred shortly before the chain of events at Todd's home came to light.
Sometimes. Okay. Yes. Okay, so I want to stick to that, okay, because you had a couple cash apps. Those are you. Right. So, Todd Morgan sent you $50 in the morning. What he wanted you. I don't. Okay, but he did. So, what I want to ask you is, there was another payment. About 23 minutes later, there was a $1,000 payment that was sent from Todd Morgan to Black Beauty. And you confirm that Black Beauty, this cash app is you. That's you, obviously, in that picture. So he sent you $1,000. Now, we go back to a $50 payment. You say, you guys send you random $50 every now and then. Okay, you guys send you random $1,000 payments? No. Okay, so it can happen. It could happen. It can happen. Okay. All right. So here's what happened, though. So this money is sent. And it's sent at 7:25 in the morning. See, this is 11:25. I can't. It's a UTC time, so you got to subtract 4 out. So 7:25 in the morning is a $1,000 payment. That was sent from Todd Morgan to Black Beauty. Let that expire. And it says waiting on sender. Okay, so basically that payment was sent, but Todd Morgan wasn't able to verify that. He got a notice back on his phone that said, hey, you need to answer the security question, whatever it was, in order for this payment to go through. That payment never went through. Did you know anything about that? No, I didn't. No? No, we didn't about that. Okay, so when you received the $50 cash app, did you reach out to the person that sent you that payment and ask him why they sent you that payment, or just say thank you? I don't know. I don't know. You know, I usually have stuff in my notes. When people send me money, they send notes with it, so who knows?
The audio is so trash on this. I cannot.
It's 1 a.m. in Saginaw Township, Michigan, where police meet up with a 911 caller who reported finding a disturbing scene while visiting an acquaintance.
Yeah! Why didn't you stop? Because I told the lady on the phone, I didn't want to do it there.
Is there anybody else in the car with you?
No, it's just me. I just didn't want to do it there. That's all. I just...
Are you staying at Roadway or Apple Tree or whatever the place is called now? No. So, what's going on?
What's going on?
There's a dead body in there.
Why don't you step out of the car?
According to a police report, the witness initially told dispatch he was invited into a nearby motel room hours earlier,
where he discovered a man had been allegedly living with a corpse. Next, we join other officers as they check out the witness's story.
Who's in the room next to you guys? Country. His name is Country? Okay. Did he? Is he Please.
Call 4322 Magnum. Diagnosing the interior colors identification by someone outside now. From there at 120.
What he did this right. So when I pulled up.
Please. Country? Anybody in here? 256. Doors partially open. MMR said that they saw somebody poke their head out. They're not coming out. We're going to be making entry. We do have something under the bed covers.
Copy. There's something under the bed covers.
Please, coming in. Please. Yeah. Sheldon said he saw somebody poke their head out. I haven't cleared the bathroom yet. What's this? We haven't checked. We just came in right now.
I'm not close. I got it close.
Here, in my back. Oh.
I got it.
Bathroom's clear?
Yeah.
There was somebody, a male walking when I... No. It wasn't him? There was a dude walking, like throwing his hands up in the air. When
there was a guy
not him?
His head out the door and then closed it right up. And I could have sworn it was this room because he pulled it out. He had blood over.
Blood on the wall.
Blood?
Inside, police find the remains of a woman identified as 46-year-old Teresa Johnson, who was reportedly found with horrifying injuries, including heavy bruising, a split upper lip, disfigured ears and fingers, and trauma to the face. Teresa was later described as a legally blind woman who shared the room with her on-again, off-again boyfriend. Next, officers continue assessing the scene and gathering information from witnesses.
So who's in 324?
This guy Country, that's all I know about him. What's going on?
Was that the room you were in earlier?
There's a dead body in the room.
What do you mean?
There's a dead body in the room.
Who is it?
I don't know.
How do you know Country?
From the motel.
Okay. What are you doing at the elevator?
Holy shit.
You're good.
Just hanging around, but I look, you'll see this.
That's crazy.
It's been dead. Can I have a cigarette?
No, you can wait a minute.
Okay.
This is serious. If you're saying there's a dead body.
But I was coming to you guys to do the right thing. I get maybe it's just.
I got a question for you. You've been doing anything? Did you go there for a reason? Look, we all know what goes on in this motel.
Oh, leave him alone.
Daniel.
Like, if you should be like, we don't care what you were doing there. We don't care what you were doing there. Where's the body?
Run this, you good?
Cops are effing it up.
See if we got any. Blood over there. Blood on the walls.
It doesn't take investigators long to identify their suspect as 46-year-old Daniel Varnes, a.k.a. Country, a motel guest believed to be involved in drug activity.
Okay.
He owes me money. He
owes you money?
Yes.
So you're going to confront somebody that owes you money?
No, I wasn't going to confront. He asked me to invite me over. He invited me over. And I don't really want to bring this up. I'm not trying to get the guy in trouble.
Can you give me your ID out of your wallet for me?
I'm not trying to get the guy in trouble.
Well, this is a pretty serious.
I get that. That's why I wanted to come to you. I wanted to know right there. Damn.
You don't have to guy looks like that stays in this room?
I've talked to him a couple times.
Older male, older white gentleman.
Yeah.
Is his vehicle here by chance?
He doesn't have a vehicle. In fact, before you guys showed up, he was standing out here for about 10 minutes with my wife. He found out he had gotten cancer. He looked like he was leaving.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do.
So you're saying she's dead. How do you know she's dead? How do you know she wasn't just
He
sleeping?
showed it to me. She's rotting, dog. Her eyes broken.
You were talking to your neighbor before we got here?
Yeah, like a little while before you guys got here.
What's that?
A little while before you guys got here. He said he's moving to Florida because he's dying of cancer.
He's moving to Florida because he's dying of cancer? Okay. And he's been staying here for a while, right?
Yeah, he's a cool dude. He's really cool.
Okay.
I'll give it from the start. Okay, he ripped me off.
Okay.
He ripped me off. And I told him, I was like, man, out of all people, I would never expect it out of you. I thought he was a good guy, a working man, you know. He told me.
Let's skip to where you get there.
Okay. So, I told him you're on some fiend stuff. He's like, man, I'll explain later. I said, no bullshit, you're on some fiend stuff. He calls me. He says, I want to talk to you. I'm going to prove to you that I'm not on some fiend stuff. Whatever that means. Invites me over. I'm in the room. I see this
Hold on. What time you get to the room?
Like I said, 10:20 this evening.
Okay.
They're like, okay. I see this figure on the bed. Immediately, I'm like, that's weird. You know, it looks like a body. It's under a blanket. It's under a blue blanket. Okay. He says that this evening someone was there with a gun demanding that, country pay him. So country, in the heat of the moment or under pressure, had to find someone to rip off, basically. So he apologized for it. And he tells me that, he's been dealing with some stuff, blah, 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 blah. He says, do you see that? He's like, don't look under it. Don't look under the blanket. And I was like, and, okay, in conversation, eventually he goes to listen to the blanket. I only seen it for a split second, but it was her face, and then it was rotten.
So what did the room smell like?
It didn't smell bad. That's what's weird. And I've spoken to people about that, and that's what's weird.
Court records show the 911 caller ultimately admitted to attempting to sell drugs to Daniel when he said the suspect took off without paying, before later inviting him over to reconcile and allegedly reveal the dead body to him.
And when he showed me all this, I was like, man, I don't even care about the money. Keep it. I was like, man, you got a whole lot of shit going on.
Are you 100% sure? Is there any part of you that might have done it?
No. So at first, I kind of thought I was going to let all this go because I did completely believe her. I completely believed him 100%. And then I told someone, and they were the one. Now I'm a very gullible person. I'm really not street smart at all. It's really bad.
Then you shouldn't be selling drugs. Like, you shouldn't be drug dealing if you're not street smart.
That could be all bullshit. And I was like, damn, and it was like my head exploded. I was like,
that country story could be bullshit.
Well, I guess it could be.
Moments later, the suspect himself shockingly dials 911 and admits to fleeing the scene, prompting officers to begin looking for him in a nearby wooded area.
What in the heck?
So he probably 2-track. So he probably didn't.
We're trying to talk him into walking out to you guys.
So the trail here.
We went back in there right away, initially, to the end of it.
What's that?
I almost wonder if he took off this way. Went through the water.
I think he said there's like some type of like encampment back here or something.
Oh yeah, they can't.
Yeah.
And for unit reference, he's trying to claim that his roommate Teresa Johnson was beat by a drug dealer named Bigby, that a gun was put to his head. All this happened at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Dispatchers say Daniel relayed the same story told by the witness of an alleged gunman entering his room hours earlier and beating the victim. But what one witness says next leaves police scratching their heads.
He mentioned moving her. Just getting her.
Country did.
Yeah.
And he wanted you to help him?
It didn't, not necessarily that far, but that's the impression I got. Because then he started saying to do that, he would need a car.
And you have a car.
I have a car.
By utilizing surveillance footage, canine units, tracking pings, and drones, police established Daniel's approximate location and arrested him around 4 p.m. the following afternoon after they said he ditched his phone and evaded police for hours before he was spotted emerging from a wood line. Next, we join the suspect in an interview room where the 46-year-old is asked to undergo a polygraph test. Minutes after he told investigators the same intruder story, the detectives aren't exactly buying.
Well, let you soon, all right? I mean, I know I'll pass it, but it ain't really the point, is it? Well, if you know you're gonna pass it, then I can pass it, though I passed it before. Okay. All right. No, I can pass it. Okay. Well, that's not gonna get the answers I want, though. Oh, well, we'll have to see what happens with it. That's why we don't run them here. I don't know how to. I know that, but about me going and not wasting y'all's time, I know I can pass it. Okay. Well, it's not a waste of our time. We're gonna go through the process, so. I know I can pass it. That's what I'm saying. It's a waste of time, because that's not gonna get the answers y'all want. Okay. The answer you want is what I want to tell. What's that? I'm sorry? The answers I can tell you is what I can tell you, not what that polygraph will tell you. Okay. Well, it's just another conversation. So it's what? What's that? Another conversation about what? About what's going on. Except for it's in a different setting where we're not qualified to do here. Okay. Does that make sense? I'm not qualified. I know you're more intelligent than that. Listen to me. I can pass the polygraph test even if I am guilty. Okay. And that's fair. Okay, so why the hell are we wasting our time? Do you want the goddamn confession or not? Okay. What do you have to say? Do you want to talk to me? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I can talk to y'all, yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. Is there any possible way we get something to eat?
Really?
Give me 1 second, okay? Okay, we go. Hand sandwich, how? Look, I gotta see this horrid chair. Yeah.
Doesn't seem like this guy is from the area.
What's going on? It's been going on for years. Okay. There's certain things that she knows, or she knows she could say that would trigger me, regardless of whether I was drinking or doing drugs or anything. And it's almost like I've even said something to her 1,000 times or more about it. It's like almost like she wanted me to, be mean to her, be, aggressive towards her. I mentioned to my sister, I didn't come out and say what triggered me and what made me snap. But I did tell my sister exactly what Freda told me. And when she said it, I just went ballistic. Yeah, I used the channel out, the needle nose, and I used the 3/4 inch ratchet. The ones in the toolbox.
Daniel tells the detective that Teresa allegedly made inappropriate comments about his family members that he says caused him to snap and use various tools to torture and mutilate the victim in the days leading up to her death. Next, the 46-year-old gets a chance to detail his side of the story.
Yes, nope, I didn't clean none of it up. Ain't nobody fingerprints can be on but mine. Okay. Do you want to start over and tell me what transpired that day? What led to that? I didn't grab her, but I just, and I pulled her to my face and I said, you might not about to see me, but I'm going to let you know. Don't say nothing else about my niece or my sister. Ever out your mouth. Not in that derogatory way. She said, okay.
When she said those things, how did that make you feel?
I didn't want her dead. I'm not gonna want her dead. I didn't want her dead. I didn't want.
Can you explain
her to stop?
Can you explain to me what happened?
I begged her to stop. I'm not going to sit here and play little joke though. I'm not going to sit here and do that. I drunk, so dead ass sober. The consequence has been the same as not more worse.
Okay.
But you got my word as a human being. If I knew anything that was going to kill, she was going to pass away, I would have done something. I would have done something.
So that it went too far.
I did not want her to die.
I believe
it ain't got nothing to do with the consequences. That's got nothing to do with it. I just didn't want to take her life.
I understand.
I did not intentionally take it. It was not like, oh, I'm gonna kill you tonight. It's not what. People say.
I'm so annoyed they got rid of the only Sonic on Staten Island.
You really have it on your conscience. It's different.
Can you take me through the event and how she got injured? You said it happened Thursday night because she said something that upset you.
Yeah, triggered you. Wednesday or Thursday. Beginning of the week, it started. It did not transpire and get really, really bad until I think Wednesday night or Thursday night.
Is that what she said?
Yes. I believe I might have backhanded her a couple times like this. I told her to shut up for saying stupid shit like that.
What happened after that?
I tried to shut her lips with her goddamn very vice grips for channel locks. Not channel locks, though.
Vice grips?
No, the needle nose.
Okay. Then what happened?
It just escalated, man. I think I might have used the handle of the ratchet, like.
I feel like everywhere good closes eventually.
Then what happened?
I got up and so I had to go to the bathroom to calm down before I really hurt her.
Okay. Had you hit her with your boot yet at that point? No. What happened when you went to the bathroom?
It hit me out. It hit me some dope. Came back in. I told her I was gonna lay down, and she did just roll over, shut up, and leave me alone. They don't say that else to me.
Was she still conscious at this point?
Yeah, she never lost consciousness or nothing.
Okay.
Trust me, she never lost consciousness.
And then what happened?
She just, before I got to the bed, she said something, and my boots was right there by where the TV stand is. Right there in the corner, and I almost shoe had her hit her in the face with it.
Daniel says he repeatedly struck the victim with his fists and various objects while refusing to seek medical attention due to fear of law enforcement involvement. But moments later, the suspect details even more disturbing acts.
And she was kind of, you could hear her kind of not really snoring, but you could, breathing hard. And I might get I'm gonna turn on the TV, sit on the bed, and, lean back against the headboard,
Some
So,
psychopath
the
that
pipe.
killed a lady.
Yeah, it was a metal pipe. I lost it somewhere about a off ramp up on the hill. And she says something to me, and I'm like, why are you saying that stupid shit for? Well, you don't want to do nothing or do nothing with me and this kind of other. I said, what do you want to do? And that's when she mentioned the, no, not doing it. And she said, well, fine, come tell him to come over. And that's when I hit the bike. But as soon as I got there and hit it, I just reached over and I stuck it to the side of her face. She just kept talking. And I just kept doing the same thing.
Sticking in her face, the pipe. Is that so she could breathe it in?
No, from the heat of it, the heat metal on.
Okay. So the hot part of the pipe you kept putting on her lips.
Or
to burn her. Okay. What happened from there?
I beat the fuck out of her.
Now, Daniel says he burned Teresa's face with a hot pipe multiple times. But despite his numerous admissions, Daniel maintains that he was not present when Teresa died.
If I'm 100% sure about anything I've said tonight, I know I am 100% sure when I went to the store. And it's on my phone.
That night or the next day?
No. Saturday. Yeah, the next day. And it was about 2:30 in the afternoon. And she was alive when I left.
Okay.
I just walked back. She told me to go in the pound cake and the mother cream soda. And that's what I went and got.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Speedway. She didn't get to eat it. So by the time I done that and met Big D, by the time I came back, I told her I was back because she was.
I loved Quiznos.
laying by her head
The
before
French
the
dip
airport.
was so good.
Because she was where she was
And
at.
I
couldn't
loved.
remember she-
I
couldn't
worked
remember
at
she had
Quiznos
that, so I
actually
couldn't remember
in
that.
Jersey.
I wasn't paying attention to that for when I even tried to give her CPR.
Okay.
I kind of like, when I went in,
Canada is not that far. They have
She didn't
134.
respond, so I woke her up, pulled the blanket off of her, and her
I used to
eyes
get the French
was
dip
open
and their
her mouth
bread.
was opened.
Mm,
I'm like Teresa, so I felt her pulse.
really good.
Couldn't feel a pulse.
Quiznos was good.
And it was like
They also had bread
nightmare.
bowls.
It's like,
That was long before Panera bread.
I kept screaming, you better
And they
not
would
die
put
on
cheese
me.
on their bread bowls.
That's why I'm going. That's why I'm going to my knees. I kissed her forehead. I told her I'm sorry. It's too late for that. That's why I pulled my blanket over her.
I wonder what the closest
Hit my
one to
eye.
me is.
I kept saying that this is not real.
Okay,
This
Google.
ain't- She's faking. So I went.
Okay, Google. What's the closest Quiznos to Staten Island, New York?
There are none nearby, as all Quiznos locations in Staten Island, the greater New York City area, and New Jersey have permanently closed.
What is the closest one to New York?
There are none in the tri-state area or the entire Northeast region. After widespread closures across New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, you would have to travel out to the Midwest or southern states to find an open location.
Is there any Quiznos in Florida?
Yes, there is. An open Quiznos operates in downtown Jacksonville on North Hogan Street.
Is that the only one in Florida?
No, it isn't. Florida also has open Quiznos locations in Miami and Quiznos in Lakewood Ranch.
Oh my God. I'm going to the one in Miami. I'm going to the one in Miami. That's happening. That's gotta happen. I have to do it. I have to do it. Just for nostalgia. Like, it figures it would be in Florida. It figures it would be in South Florida. Because everything good is in South Florida. Everything good.
I never wanted to hurt my sister. I just wanted to protect her from that's it. But if you want to hear how she died, I don't know.
Okay. Was she laying on the ground?
Yes, and
so you told her to lay down?
Right, and she was fully conscious, and she was talking to me during it. If I tell you this now, I mean, you're recording this, I don't have to say it in court or anything, right?
I don't know that for sure.
I mean, I really don't want to talk about this that much.
18-year-old Keith Randulich made a short but harrowing call to 911 on May 22nd, 2009. When the dispatcher answered, Keith said simply, "Come over quick," and hung up. A few minutes later, he called back and this time said, "Get over here," before he once again put down the phone. Keith was urgently calling for help because his little sister lay dying in the basement. After calling, he stood looking out the windows of the home where he lived with his mother, stepfather, 2 brothers, and little sister, anxiously waiting for the emergency services to arrive. When he didn't see any flashing lights, he made a third call to 911. But this call was even more chilling than the previous 2. When the police arrived at 7:54 p.m., Keith was standing at the front door to greet them. He was covered in blood. It was all over his pants, socks, sweatshirt, as well as his face and hands. When police struggled to find the injured little girl, they asked Keith where she was, and he quickly told them, in the basement. Keith's 16-year-old brother had been playing video games upstairs in his room. He had no idea that a horrific incident had...
I'll drive to Jersey just to get a Wawa sub, because it's something I can't get all the time, and exactly hit or miss.
Just occurred in the home. That is, until he saw the flashing lights from the police cars as they pulled up. He then came down and asked what was going on. Officers ordered both boys to get on the ground, and they were handcuffed and searched for weapons. Neither had any on them, but Keith told the police that it's in the room with her. The child, 4-year-old Sabrina Clement, was found lying on her back in a pool of blood on the basement floor, with wounds to her throat. The blood saturated into the carpet below her. A household steak knife was on the ground, lying between her legs and feet, covered in what appeared to be blood. She was wearing a multicolored shirt that was pulled up around her chest, with pink shorts and socks. The emergency responders checked for any signs of life, but they were far too late. The house was searched, and on the ground level, investigators also found 7 red stains on the kitchen floor, the sink, and the counter. The spots were already dry. They found a wall-mounted telephone covered in blood. As well, the blood droplets were on the carpet and stairs leading down to the basement. The 2 teen boys, Keith and his brother, were taken into custody to the Will County Sheriff's Office. Keith was quiet on the ride over, not speaking to any of the officers. At the station, Keith's brother was questioned first. Once officers determined he had no helpful knowledge about what happened, he was escorted from the station. But now, Keith was ready to talk, and no one was prepared for the chilling and disturbing story he was about to tell. Due to the unsubstantiated nature of some of the accusations seen in this interrogation, Portions have been omitted and summarized. The following interrogation has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney and a licensed clinical psychologist.
The Will County Investigation Office, downtown Joliet here. You've been moved from the Will Police Department here.
Can't open these.
I have to ask you once again, did any police officers ever talk to you about the incident that happened today so far? Ask me any questions on what happened.
Okay, wait, yes, I forgot to mention this.
Okay.
Right when I went in the car the first time.
Okay.
Not the police officer in that car, but another police officer just said, what was in your what was going through your blank mind?
Okay.
Right off the bat, Keith is cooperative with officers. He maintains eye contact and speaks clearly with them. His choice to not cuss in front of the officers could be a sign that he is compliant and feels a level of respect towards them.
But that's as much as...
That's all that was asked, so they didn't ask any particulars or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you need a water?
No.
No bathroom breaks?
No.
You're all good?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone okay?
Yep.
These initial gentle words and actions are done to build some level of trust and rapport with Keith in anticipation of the coming interrogation.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll be back in 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Pizza's hit and miss. Chinese food's hit and miss.
Although some dismiss body language analysis as pseudoscience,
Literally
it's used
everything
by
is
the
hit or
FBI
miss.
and CIA during interrogations. When the CIA is interrogating an individual, they look for clusters of 3 or more indicators that occur in either quick succession
And food
or
with
all at once.
nasty,
These
disgusting
indicators can
food
be
will
signs
stay
of
open because
discomfort
it's
or
cheap.
uncertainty in what the individual is stating, rather than indicators of deception. It's extremely important to note that you cannot detect deception through body language analysis alone. The way he holds his arms around his body, like he's hugging himself, is a self-soothing technique in a protective position and could be an indication that Keith is uncomfortable, either with his current situation or with what has just occurred. He seems to be unintentionally trying to make himself look small or insignificant. This could be a defense mechanism of trying to appear innocent. If he is smaller and talks softly, it is hard to imagine he could commit a horrific crime. The officers leave Keith alone in the interrogation room for over 11 minutes. The entire time, he remains almost totally motionless, staring down at the floor or at the red stains covering his pants.
Hi, Keith. I want to introduce myself back at the station, but if you didn't remember, I'm Detective Wolfing, and I'm with the Mokina Police Department. And if you want to throughout the interview, call me Jason if you want, or Jay. That's fine, okay? Would you like to be called Keith?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is Detective...
I'm Detective Tracy. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. That's why we came here.
Okay.
So,
Oh, I forgot my vitamins.
You go to Lincoln Way?
Yes.
Okay.
East.
East?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What are you, a senior?
Yeah.
Getting ready to graduate?
Was.
You guys, when does school end?
The last day is like June 1st.
June 1st. Okay.
how you doing in school?
I was going to graduate. I mean, I had all A's, 1C in English, but...
Yeah, it's cool.
I was fine, you know.
The officers start out with small talk, trying to build a rapport and comfort level with Keith. These kinds of easy questions can get a suspect to feel more comfortable talking before the officers move on to the more important questions. Already, Keith is using past tense when describing how he was going to graduate.
Huh. You taking any classes or sports or anything?
No, but I mean, yeah, I had a future, you know.
Yeah.
I didn't do this for no reason.
Keith immediately acknowledges that he's done something without any denial. This shows that he's aware there will be consequences for his actions. Keith continues speaking in a respectful, clear, and cooperative manner. None of these behaviors typically align with psychopathy, although it's important to note that some psychopaths can present this way at first.
Well, we want to talk to you about what occurred.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to read you your constitutional rights before we do that. Okay.
Okay.
Keith takes responsibility for the incident right away. However, even though he may appear to be admitting some level of guilt, this is technically not an admission because there weren't enough specifics about the crime in his response or in the question he was asked.
So why don't we just do this, Keith? Why don't we just start? Did you have school today?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you just start with how your day went? When you got out of school, what you did? Why don't you just take us through your day?
After I went out of school or before?
No, when you left school. You got out of school at 2:45 or 2:30?
Right. Went home.
The interrogators are establishing a timeline of his day. This sort of information is basic background, but it starts to help officers develop elements of the alleged crime: motive, opportunity, means, access, and so on.
I talked to my mom about moving out. She said that I could stay, but, I mean, she said that I just told her that, what was it? I said that I wanted to move out and, to a friend's house, but I didn't really want to do that.
It's only now that Keith starts to show signs that he's uncomfortable. Before, he was able to keep himself still, but as soon as he starts talking, he begins wringing his hands. He also looks down at his hands and hesitates, all which are signs of anxiety.
I got a firearm permit last week, and I wanted to buy a firearm, and she said I couldn't do that. So I was lying and saying I would move to a friend's house if she wouldn't let me buy it.
Keith emphasizes that he lied to his mother, and his tone indicates that this is not only something he is aware of, but something that is meaningful to him. This could be evidence that Keith is a rule follower, or maybe a bit rigid in his personal concept of right and wrong. He's an 18-year-old adult, so technically he's not lying to his mother when he threatens to move out. However, he considers this a lie, which could be an indication of a very strict adherence to what he believes is right and wrong. This will become very important later.
Okay. And I wanted to use this because, now my little sister.
Keith alleges to the officers that he believed his 4-year-old sister was being assaulted by a family member. He claims that because he couldn't kill her abuser, he killed his half-sister instead in order to protect her. The allegations that Keith makes have never been proven, and the police have not found any evidence of the claims being true.
I would tell my parents, and they would never do anything about it. And I would say, don't snitch and things like that.
This is another piece of evidence which indicates that Keith has a rigidity and strict adherence to acting morally, or what he believes to be correctly.
That's how that happens.
So you confronted your parents about?
Multiple occasions for like the past 2 years.
In the third call Keith made to 911 that night, he told the dispatcher that he had murdered his sister with a knife. As soon as he answered the door to the responding emergency services, he told officers without hesitation, but in a soft voice, it was me. The blood covering much of his clothing already appeared to be dry by the time the police got to the home.
I killed my sister. He had nothing to do with it. He was in his room. I told him he was watching her because my parents were at his dance. He was watching her. I said I would watch her. So he went up to his room. I took her down to my room, which is the basement. And we just watched SpongeBob. And she said she wanted to paint with me. So I took out a knife.
I don't think that's enough.
It's very disturbing. I would never did it. But I just want to protect my little sister from my...
Keith is very uncomfortable as he speaks. He struggles to describe killing his sister, becoming fidgety, and continues to wring his hands. His voice changes and becomes shaky and takes on an emotional tone. Though the officers remain quiet and do not indicate any judgment with their body language, in the hopes that Keith will continue giving them details about the crime, he struggles to make eye contact. That is, until he begins to justify his actions. He looks clearly at the officer in black when he says he had to do it to protect his sister. By making eye contact at this point, it could indicate that it matters to Keith that the officer understands his reasoning, or that this is the part of what he is saying that he feels sure about, and therefore can look up when he says it.
So did you guys ever start painting?
Painting?
You said she wanted to paint with
Right, no, I told her that she had to lie down, and I would paint with her. That's what happened when I took out the knife.
Did you have the knife downstairs already? Where was the knife?
It was right here.
You had it inside your hoodie?
Yes.
How long have you been carrying the knife around?
Right, like 5 minutes before I asked to let me watch it.
Why did you want? How come you asked to let you watch it?
So that I could kill my sister.
When did you start thinking about that?
When my parents said that I couldn't find my firearm, I knew that I couldn't kill her. I never wanted to hurt my sister. I just wanted to protect her from that's it. But if you want to hear how she died, I don't know.
Was she laying on the ground?
Yes, and
so you told her to lay down?
Right, and she was fully conscious, and she was talking to me during it. Should I tell you this now? I mean, your recording is, I don't have to say it in court or anything, but
Though his body language, the fidgeting, shows that he's uncomfortable or anxious about what he's saying, Keith uses a rather flat and matter-of-fact tone when describing how he killed his sister. Yet his concern about having to speak publicly in court could be an indication of shame for his actions.
I don't know that for sure.
I mean, I really don't want to talk about this that much.
The autopsy would later reveal that the 40-pound little girl suffered from numerous and massive stab wounds to her neck. The disturbing reality of the crime is a stark contrast to the soft tone of voice Keith uses to describe it.
And he was upstairs.
Okay, he was watching TV with her in the living room first.
Okay.
Then I went in there and said, let me watch her. So he went upstairs to his room, and then I took her downstairs to my room.
Did you have the knife at that point?
Here's what happened. I came up from my room. I did the dishes real quick. Then I just took a knife, put it in my hoodie right away. Then I walked right in there and said that.
So where did you get the knife?
Kitchen cabinet.
Ah. No, it's a play machine.
You said that she was alert?
She was talking to me during it, and I was just trying to do it as quick as possible. But she was in a lot of pain.
Okay, could you, I know it's tough.
Yeah.
We'll get you through this. Could you describe to me how you did it? Let's back up a minute. Could you tell me what kind of knife it was?
It wasn't a butter knife. It had like edges to it.
It's a pasta machine.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, it's basically a pasta machine.
How big would you say?
The handle or the blade?
The whole knife.
Oh, the whole knife was maybe like this.
Okay. Was it one of those knives that you would find in your drawer with all your other forks and knives and spoons?
Yes, it was just like a steak. It wasn't anything like a weapon or anything.
This is a noteworthy phrase, since anything can be a weapon depending on how it's used. This sounds like some sort of psychological distancing from the means of the crime, as well as from the crime itself.
Wooden handle or something?
I think it was wooden.
But then you said you had her lay down on the ground?
Yeah, I told her to do that.
So this was in
my room.
Your room, which is
the basement.
The basement, okay. Did you tell her that you were going to do this?
No. I just said I love her, and then I took out the knife, and she smiled. And I made just a little cut of her neck. And I ripped her back because I was afraid. And she screamed and grabbed her neck. And she said, no, stop. But I started doing it again. And then she started talking to me. And she was still conscious and said, why are you killing me? So then I started on the right side. She didn't talk anymore, but she was still breathing and had her eyes open. So I just ran upstairs and called the police. Then when I came back down, it looked like she died.
Now he becomes very emotional and his attention darts around as he struggles to make eye contact, which is an indication that he may feel remorse. It could also show that he is shameful about what he's done or fears judgment from the officers. The officers maintain their calm and understanding tone. With a suspect who is timid like Keith appears to be, this is the approach most officers will use, as being aggressive and confrontational will likely make him shut down and less likely to talk.
Conditioning and mixing. I was mixing two colors together.
Did your brother find you?
No, he was in his room, the living room. We had a family phone in the kitchen. So I went to the family phone. I dialed the police. I just said, come here. I hung it up. Went back downstairs.
It doesn't seem like it's fully
I went back up. I didn't hear any police cars, so I called again. I said, come here again. I hung it up. Then I looked outside for more. I was waiting. So then the police called back, so I picked it up. I said, there was a murder. And I was just explaining to them that I did it.
Where did you put the bag?
Oh, it was right next to her.
You just strapped it under your arm bag?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you when the police came?
I was waiting for them at the front door because the lady said, do you see the police outside? I said no. So I hung up the phone and I walked to the front door and the police rang the doorbell. I opened the door and then they just said, like, get down. They told my brother who came downstairs because he saw the police from his room. He said, what are they doing here? They told him to get down too. And my brother was in shock because he said, what did you do to my baby? So,
how do you think you knew what happened?
He saw the blood, and at first he didn't know it was my sister. But, like, I saw him, and one of the police officers said, like, who died? I said, my sister. And he said, where's she at? I said, the basement. Then got hysterical, and he said, what did you do to my sister? Or something. So.
What was your sister? What was she wearing?
What was she wearing? Just a t-shirt, pants. I can't really tell you the color or anything. I wasn't paying attention. After she died, though, I gave her a kiss and I said, I'm sorry I had to do this, but I really love my sister.
When did you do that after you came back downstairs the first time?
Yeah, I only went down one more time. Like, right after I called the police, I went back down, and that's when I did that.
I like you too.
It looked like she was dead.
Psychopaths sometimes demonstrate this bizarre dichotomy where they will portray an image of themselves where they have the utmost morals and values and enjoy feeling superior to others as a result, but then they will commit horrific acts and then justify those acts. Keith has clearly justified his actions by saying that it was to protect his sister and that he apologized to her.
Could you just describe for me how you did it? I mean, like when you say the side, I guess. Yeah. I mean, were you behind her? You know,
I was in front of her. Like, she was lying down, like, right there. I just was kneeling, and I just did it, like that. Just to her neck, like, right here and here.
Did you kneel on top of her or on the side?
Right in front of her.
Right in front of her? Okay. So at first we thought you guys were playing around, or?
Yeah. I told her that we were gonna kill.
Keith doesn't appear to be distancing himself from the crime here. He even shows on his own body where he cut his sister's neck. The only real indication that he's uncomfortable is his nervous laugh.
Right when my mom told me that she wouldn't let me use any of my money to buy a firearm.
And that would have been when you first got home from school, around 3 o'clock, 3:30?
Like 3:30.
The officers are trying to establish if the crime was premeditated. Notice that Keith holds his chin as though he's deep in thought. Not only does he appear comfortable answering this question, but he also wants to get the exact time correct.
That's her name, Sabrina.
Up until today, when you had the discussion with your mom about the firearm, you stated that you wanted the firearm to shoot.
And that was it.
This is the first time Keith mentioned his sister's name out loud. He may have been referring to her as my sister prior to this as a way to assert his relationship to her. If Keith is a psychopath, this phrasing could be an indication that he may have felt like he had ownership over Sabrina, which could work to justify his actions to himself. In contrast, he could also have been distancing himself from her and the crime by not actually using her name until now, after he's discussed killing her. Once he's used her name, you will see that he's more comfortable using it going forward.
Yeah, that was all I would have used it for.
So you never thought about killing Sabrina up until that point in time?
Never.
It wasn't until your mom said, no, you're not getting a firearm.
She said I had to, go out and work for it, but he was tormenting my sister, worse and worse every day.
Why did you choose her neck area?
I thought it'd be the fastest way to kill Sabrina. Just as quick as possible without as much pain.
Did you ever see this anywhere? I mean,
No, I don't think so. I mean, I've heard about it. Like, there was like people who strangled people. I didn't want to do that to her, but I mean, she was in an extreme amount of pain, though. I'll tell you that. She was screaming and crying and trying to fight me, but she couldn't fight back. So,
did you ever think at some point in time you could have stopped?
I did. Right after I cut her neck the first time, I made a little cut, and then I stopped. She grabbed her neck, but I just kept going.
Did you ever do any research or looking into about doing anything like this before on the internet or any books or anything?
No. Did you talk to my parents at all? Or?
No, we've not.
Okay.
You all right?
Yeah. But also, I just like to say real quick that my mom and my stepfather are pretty good people.
Keith's comments about his parents are a form of deflection, but it seems out of place since he's accepting blame for the crime.
Hey, to do?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to drink it or not, but it's just water.
Alright, yeah, I know. Alright, thanks.
Alright, hang in there. We'll get you through this. Alright.
He murdered his, like, 4-year-old sister.
The interrogators left the room, leaving Keith alone for about 20 minutes. He remains almost motionless the entire time, once again holding himself with his arms around his waist. The fact that an officer returns with water for Keith is interesting, because he previously declined any. There may be a sense of shock and pity on the part of the investigators. The friendly gesture could also help to build rapport and trust with Keith. After the officer leaves the room again, Keith will be left sitting by himself for another 50 minutes. This is interesting because often the police do not leave suspects sitting by themselves for long periods of time unless there is a purpose to it,
little baby
such
sister.
as their own need to regain emotional composure, to verify the suspect's statements, or as a tactic to unsettle the suspect or give them time to reflect on their own answers to questions. Often interrogators do not want to give the suspect too much time on their own because they may use it to concoct a story that they will then stick to. But in Keith's case, he appeared very truthful, forthcoming, and fully cooperative during the interrogation so far. Though he may have paused at times, he answered every question he was asked. Once again, Keith remains almost motionless for nearly an hour, barely shifting in his seat.
How you doing?
Alright, how are you?
You need more water or anything? Answer?
Not right now.
Okay.
The interrogators return in order to clarify some of the details with Keith. They focus on trying to understand his motive and clarify his confession. Though a motive isn't something that must be proven in court, often a jury can struggle to imagine a suspect willingly choosing to kill someone as close to them as a sibling. Knowing Keith's motive will help a jury to imagine the reason the crime occurred.
Keith, I just want to go over a few more things with you, ask you a few more questions. We have interviewed and spoke to some other family members, so we have a better idea of what was going on within your family. So
Keith begins to give the interrogators more details about the alleged assaults, which he claims Sabrina suffered. He details specific instances where he began to believe that Sabrina was suffering. Once again, his strict personal moral code comes into play here. He appears to have felt compelled to do what he believed was right, even if it meant taking such extreme measures as to kill his own sister. But I think he doesn't consider his actions as extreme. He seems to have a laser focus on just making things right, that he is completely blinded to the fact that he is committing a murder. He seems to severely lack common sense in seeing how horrific his solution is. Keith reiterates his claim that he was trying to protect his sister by killing her. This is crucial as it appears to be his motive, or at least the motive he's stating. Whether or not that is actually the case is another thing. At this point, Keith has said twice that he is 99% sure an assault had occurred. But as he tells the story for the second time, he also clarifies that he isn't completely sure that they did take place. This is, of course, a contradiction. It appears that he believes his statement, but he wavers when he admits he doesn't have proof.
Did you consider Sabrina your sister and your blood?
Absolutely.
You never wanted to exclude her from the family?
Never.
Did you ever have any ill feelings or discontent about her being born because it was with a different father?
I don't know why my mom said that. Okay, geez.
The investigators are not necessarily discounting Keith's motive of protecting the victim from abuse, but from a rational perspective, it does not make sense. They are fishing for other motives, more logical ones, that might help make sense of the crime. The interrogators offer him other motives, ones that they seem to think make more sense, such as resenting his little sister being born. But Keith is adamant that this is untrue. On the surface, it appears that Keith had genuine familial affection for his little sister, which makes this all the more unusual in terms of motive.
Sabrina was always part of my family.
The problem I have, that we both have, is how could you be protecting Sabrina by doing what happened tonight?
Yeah.
Doing that. I mean, it's.
Well, I'm not proud of that. There's no excuse for it. I knew what I was doing. It was premeditated, you could say. Looking back at
I just want to stop you real quick. When you say premeditated, what do you mean it can be premeditated?
Like, the legal definition thought out. I thought about it like at 3:30. I did it at like a couple hours later, so I was not temporary insanity. But
the fact that Keith speaks clearly and with understanding about his crime being premeditated, and that the act was not the result of temporary insanity, show that he is intelligent and indicates that he likely did some research before the murder, looking into what his consequences would be.
No, but what would put you in this? What at 3:30 made you start thinking that you wanted to do this to her? I mean,
okay,
something must have happened, and that's what we're trying to figure out. Because Keith, you're not telling us the whole story.
All right, I told you what happened. My mom said I can't. The whole truth. She said I couldn't buy a firearm. I wasn't going to get this firearm and just kill right away. I was never going to do that. That was just an option I wanted to have in case anything ever happened where he got out of control with my sister. But she said, there's no way you're getting this. And he's bigger than me, he's taller than me, he's a lot stronger than me. I would rather have got Kristen out of the way than my sister, to be honest.
But you didn't, you got rid of your only sister.
Right, and she was the person I loved the most in that family. She was my best friend.
Why did you love her the most?
Okay, it's not that I didn't, like, specifically love my parents. It's just that me and her were always close. We spent more time together than anyone else. Well, I mean, she spent the most time with her mom, but I spent the most time with her than anyone else.
The interrogators begin putting more pressure on Keith and implying that he is intentionally lying to them, or not being honest to himself about his motive. Because the motive doesn't make sense, the investigators feel they must probe for a motive that does. The problem is that it looks like both are discounting the possibility that Keith's reasons may be internally consistent to himself, even if externally they are wholly unreasonable and illogical.
You seem like a good kid, and I'm believing a lot of what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm not believing everything.
Okay. I mean, if you have something you want me to clarify, I will.
Well, here's what I don't want to happen. I mean, obviously there's a death here.
Yeah.
Your sister is gone. Tomorrow, or whenever.
Yeah.
We go through a process where we just determine the cause of death. And when we do that, it's a full examination of a body.
Yeah. It's an autopsy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And my concern is that, are we going to discover anything else that could have happened?
Yeah.
Where maybe it may have happened and Sabrina said no, and that's why this whole thing happened, because Sabrina's growing up now?
Wait, she said no to what?
That's why I'm just asking. I mean, did anything take place where Sabrina was fighting with you and said no?
Absolutely not. She was completely innocent. I saw her, we were watching SpongeBob. She said, let's paint. So I just said, lie down, and that's when she's not to blame for this.
I wouldn't say she's to blame for this. I mean, that's not what I'm trying to figure out.
You're saying, like, did she, like, instigate me or anything?
Did she instigate you, or did you maybe get excited and get aggressive to her or anything?
No, No, I was absolutely not like that, sir.
Have you ever?
No. Like I said, I think I might have, at least there was that one time for sure, but I'm not like a child. I don't like little children.
Even when the interrogator is probing to see if Keith ever had an inappropriate relationship with his little sister, it takes him a while to understand the implication. He still refers to the officer as sir, remaining both calm and respectful.
Keith, you made numerous statements of how beautiful Sabrina was and how much you loved her and she's right. How could you hurt something so beautiful? What could make you do that?
You can see that one of the interrogator's body language has changed. He's no longer sitting back with his chest open, but is hunched over, and he frequently rubs his forehead and face. This could be because he's feeling frustrated that he can't seem to get the answers he's looking for from Keith. The officer is no longer trying to establish a rapport or sense of trust with Keith, but his tone remains calm, despite outward signs that he may be frustrated.
Abuse of her is getting worse and worse. Like I said, my original plan was, if he got out of line, I would just take care of him, and then I'd be here just about a 14-year-old instead of a 4-year-old. I didn't want to do that.
But Keith, you know right from wrong.
Yes, I do.
I mean, you're a man, right?
Yeah.
The interrogators have consistently been implying or outright saying that there is something more here. A missing piece that can potentially explain more about what compelled Keith to commit this murder.
Okay, what would you do?
If you're so mad at for what he's doing, you turn around and do something worse than what your was doing.
If it was sexual, I disagree with that.
I'm not saying it's what you did tonight. I mean, it's...
Well, it took about 4 minutes, but she's not in any more pain anymore. She's not like every day having someone torment her.
He seems to have rationalized that killing her in 4 minutes is better than her continuing to suffer. This is another example of how he has very rigid thinking and very strict ideals of right and wrong.
Did you ever talk to a school counselor?
About what?
Your
counselors always talk to you every year.
Okay, about maybe or going to the police and telling them what was going on at home, or I mean, there's options of when there's abuse taking place.
Right.
I mean, there's Department of DCFS, Department of Child Family Services. I mean, there's. Did you ever think about any of those things?
I've told my parents, and they just like laughed at me, and they said, "Don't be a snitch," and whatever. I didn't have the DCFS number.
Keith deflects here, once again rationalizing his decision.
I'm not a parent, so I really wouldn't know about that stuff. I mean, I've heard about it, but I mean, I didn't remember any of it at that time.
I just want to make sure that we're not leaving anything out because, like I said before, we want to put this behind us and move on.
Okay.
Deal with what we have to deal with.
Yeah.
But I'm concerned that maybe there is still more that we haven't talked about and we haven't figured out. And I just want to make sure that, I mean, and if you feel fine and you don't want to talk about it, that's none of my business then. None of our business. But I think there's more there that we need to get out and clarify, because I can tell just, I mean, I don't know you. I just met you today, but you just don't seem like you're comfortable. Like there's something more that maybe you don't trust us to talk about yet.
I completely trust you. I trust the police. That's why I called them. I have nothing to hide. I didn't change my clothes and hide them.
No.
I didn't frame anyone. I admitted it right away.
Keith is a complex case. He's been forthcoming and cooperative the entire interrogation, and even before when he immediately called the police after killing his sister. But it could be said that he likely has antisocial personality disorder with narcissistic features, since he felt he had the right to make such a horrible decision and end the life of his sister. However, there are really no observable indications of significant antisocial or narcissistic traits during his interrogation. There are no indications of a God complex, nor any overt evidence that he has a lack of remorse. Keith doesn't appear to be enjoying the attention he's receiving from committing the murder and being involved in the interrogation, as many psychopaths do.
I'm just trying to get this, over with. Whatever my punishment is, it is. I'm fine with that. I have nothing to hide. if you have any more questions. So, I mean, I'll discuss them with you, but I'm not hiding anything.
Okay. Was there anything that you were afraid Sabrina could say about you? Were you threatened by anything?
I told you, I had no relationship with my little sister.
Here he reverts back to referring to Sabrina as my little sister, perhaps feeling the need to once again distance himself from using her name. As you'll see, the interrogators are still fishing for a motive that makes more sense to them. They cannot seem to accept his irrational explanation that killing his sister was a way to protect her.
I'm not talking. I'm saying, did she know about something, or?
Oh, no, she did not. The only thing was, when I pulled out the knife, I knew right then that I had to kill my little sister, because she saw it, and there was no going back at that point.
Keith mentioned that once Sabrina saw the knife, he knew there was no turning back, that he had to kill her, because she knew his intentions at that point. This is strange, because he turned himself in and confessed to her murder, so why would he care that she would have maybe seen the knife and suspected he planned to harm her?
Me and my mom had a fight about the firearm thing, so she would not leave me in charge. She wasn't just friendly towards me, like, she brought me dinner, but she wouldn't leave me in charge, like, with Sabrina at that time.
How'd that make you feel?
We talked about, she asked me originally last week, she's like, you want to babysit for $650, Sabrina? I said, yeah, I'll babysit her for that day. Then we got in a fight, and she just said, it's going to babysit. That had nothing to do with why I did what I did, though. The only reason she didn't let me babysit was because me and her had a fight.
How did that make you feel, that you weren't babysitting?
Well, I mean, okay, you have to understand this, though. She was in my room before that, though. Like, before they left, when she was she got us Taco Bell. Before they left, she was in my room, like, playing with me and stuff, so it wasn't like I couldn't see her, you know. My mom knew that we were playing together and whatnot, so.
But you earlier you said you first thought about doing this at 3:30.
Yeah, around there, yeah.
So then she came down into your room?
Yeah.
Late after that? And you played with her?
Yeah.
The implied motive that maybe Keith killed Sabrina to get a sort of revenge against his mother for not being allowed to babysit is a weak motive, but it's one that fits better into the police's understanding of a motive.
That was around with maybe 4 to 5, like 4:30 to 5 something.
So if you already at 3:30 had it set in your mind that you were going to do this, how come you didn't do it at that time?
Because my mom was coming home and my stepfather was still home, so I didn't want one of them to stop me before I finished it. I knew that once I started, like, Sabrina would be horribly disfigured and have, like, breathing problems the rest of her life if she didn't, like, die at that time, so.
It's clear that Keith put some thought into the crime and its possible outcomes.
Were you worried about being home?
No. I know he'd just go in his room. I mean, he had nothing to do with it, but.
Why did you think he would just go in his room?
He listens to music, that's his thing. He didn't know anything, though, you know.
What would you say if he told us otherwise?
You could ask him, but he's not gonna. I don't know what he would say, because all I know is the truth. He didn't know I had a knife right here when I asked him to let me watch Sabrina. You could interview him. I never talked to him. I think I'm gonna cut Sabrina's throat today. I never said that to him. Or anyone. I didn't even know about it till 3:30.
So before 3:30 today, it never crossed your mind that you wanted to end Sabrina's life, harm her in any way?
I was thinking if I had to do it to anyone, I would have to do it to.
Why do it at all?
Because could not be stopped. His mom spoils him, And he has a sugar problem where he can't control himself when he has any amount of sugar.
Wouldn't you worry about, you said was getting bigger or stronger?
Yeah, well, he was bigger and stronger than me. I wasn't worried about it. It's just that's why I didn't attack him with a knife, because I couldn't. He's a lot stronger than me.
Keith appears to not want to risk himself because he says that the alleged assailant is bigger and stronger than him, which is why he needed the firearm. It could also mean that he knew the person would be able to retaliate against him if he did anything. Keith was able to logically understand this, and therefore refrain from targeting the alleged assailant in order to actually protect himself from harm. However, he was willing to sacrifice Sabrina because he still felt compelled to right the wrong.
And you knew your parents were going out this evening, so that's
yes. Well, okay. Like I said, I knew that they were going out, but I only thought of that plan at 3:30.
Keith, did you ever have anybody try to take advantage of you at any time when you were little?
No.
Okay.
No, sir.
No, I just
yeah,
want to make sure.
Okay.
I can't crawl into your mind. He can't crawl into your mind. But we just want to make sure that we get that we can understand.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
We have a job to do.
I know.
And there's going to be a lot of questions asked of us.
Right.
So you got to be able to bring closure to your brothers, to your mom and dad.
I understand.
You know what closure means?
Comfort, condolences, reason.
Try to help them understand why.
Yes. Well, I didn't want to do it, but the main reason why I did it was just because he was getting worse and worse as the days went by.
How do you feel now that you did it and it's over with?
I feel that if I could go back, I would try and do it to Christian, not her. Maybe I would get a job and work so I could just take care of Christian instead of my little sister. I mean, it was a waste of life. If I could have went to the police and proved anything about Christian, I definitely would have did that. But I didn't have any proof.
Pretty much cover everything then?
Yeah.
Keith?
Yes, sir.
You cover everything?
Yeah.
I just feel like when I'm talking to you, you don't want to look at me like. You know what sometimes that means when people don't want to look at you when they're talking to you.
Right.
Sometimes it means that they're not telling you everything.
I just want to get out of these pants, so
Okay, I'll get you out of those. Well, you want more water?
No. All right. Yes, please.
Yes, I'll get you another cup.
So am I staying here tonight, then?
We're going to take a quick break real quick, and we'll be back in.
Oh, okay.
Give you some water.
We're going to work on the close thing.
Yeah,
okay.
We're going to get you out of those.
Yeah.
Anything else you need?
No, just the clothes.
Alright. Sit tight, I'll get you some more water, right?
Alright, thanks.
Alright.
An officer and an evidence technician will now come to photograph Keith and collect all of his clothing. This is standard procedure. The soiled evidence will be placed in paper bags prior to analysis.
Hi, Keith. I've got some clothing for you to wear, okay, because we need to take the clothing that you have on, okay? We're going to do it on the offshoot of camera, because you have to strip down with everything that you have and give it to our evidence technician, and then we'll go ahead and we got clothes for you to put on, okay?
Throughout the interrogation, Keith maintains his story without deviating. Nothing about this case makes sense, though in the final disposition, it appears that the story Keith tells is the truthful one. The next day, Keith's mother and his stepfather were brought in for a short interview. At 9:10 p.m. the previous night, while Keith was in custody, they, along with their youngest son, had returned to their home to find a crime scene. The investigators at the scene told them what had happened, and that both of their other sons were in custody. During their brief interview, Keith's stepfather told police that he had been acting strangely lately, but that he was a quiet kid who mostly kept to himself and didn't have a lot of friends. However, he was certain everyone got along okay in the family except for a few normal arguments. In contrast, Keith's mother, Ann Clement, had a very different story to tell. Keep in mind that they just learned the day before that their young daughter had been killed by their son. What she said was revealed in police documents, which state that this is not verbatim. She claimed that Keith actually didn't get along with or like anyone in the family except for Sabrina, and was often ungrateful, disrespectful, and said hurtful things to his family members. There were even a few incidents of physical violence between Keith and his mother, and sometimes with one of his brothers. Before they left the sheriff's office, she also made it clear that she never saw any evidence of abuse or assault. After the interrogation, investigators took a closer look at the home. They found what was described as disturbing writings and journal entries created by a family member. Most appeared to be stories or song lyrics, and eerily some reference to violent imagery and a child being killed by having their throat cut. One read, "I left another body in the street, choked, her clothes blood-soaked, and the attack was unprovoked. I'm the reincarnation of Elizabeth Bathory. There ain't 1 inch in my house that ain't gory. Mutilating and bathing in the blood of female preteens and babies, the blood of the innocent shall grant me immortality." While another read, "I enjoy it when someone I'm about to kill screams and cries." The police concluded that Keith hadn't written the notes, nor had the family member who Keith accused of assaulting Sabrina. The family member who wrote the journal entries said they were lyrics to Eminem songs.
No, they
was
weren't.
determined that they were unrelated to the crime. Keith was eventually determined to be psychologically fit to stand trial. The psychiatrist found in their report that Keith has a personality disorder, but it didn't specify what disorder. Keith ended up entering a blind plea of guilty to first-degree murder for the slaying of his 4-year-old sister, Sabrina Clement. A blind plea is where a suspect pleads guilty in court before any agreement is in place. It's called a blind plea because there are no guarantees, and the sentence is all up to the judge. In 2011, none of Keith's family members or friends attended his sentencing. Though he was just as soft-spoken as he had been earlier, Keith spoke directly to the judge, and once again kept to the same story that he told officers during his interrogation. He also claimed that the state attorney shouldn't, quote, even be allowed to judge him because they didn't grow up in a situation similar to his own. The prosecutors had requested a life sentence or a 60 to 100-year term. That way, Keith would be in prison for the rest of his life. However, in April 2011, he was sentenced to 40 years of straight time in prison, meaning that he must serve the 40 years and will not receive a reduction in his sentence for good behavior. Keith Randelich is currently at the Pontiac Correctional Center. His projected parole date is May 21st, 2049. He will be 58 years old by the time he is released.
That's not good.
Here, I dare to give me attention. Here.
So random.
You can't, you can't rehabilitate a psycho.
That is the devil right there.
You don't believe I'm just horrible, do you?
Yup, just doing the job.
When state police accompanied investigators from Child Services to a home in Texaco, New Mexico on July 22nd,
Texaco,
2022,
New Mexico.
They had no idea they were walking into a house of horrors.
That's like their favorite thing to say. House of Horrors. House of Horrors. It was a House of Horrors.
The woman who answered the door was Jamie Cushman. This isn't her first run-in with the CYFD, but this visit would eventually launch an investigation into one of the most shocking cases in all of New Mexico. Most of the following footage has never been seen before.
Oh, no, I know. I can't stay with me.
Cushman alleged that the person who reported her was someone she had a falling out with. For now, though, the police kept focused on inspecting the property.
Okay. So because of the condition this time, usually it's a lot better than this, so I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, like I said, I was in the hospital, so... Is Laura not staying with you? No. Alright, so I'm going to take some pictures. So, and since it's going backwards, then we'll take some pictures and then we'll just... But this is trauma. I mean, this is just... We're going to take pictures of the whole house. But, you're responsible for her too. Well, I know, but I didn't feel like this was super messy. Yeah. I mean, she was actually cleaning it last night, so, yeah. And she's the only one that's sleeping in here? Yeah, this is her room. When you take pictures, I'm going to just check them with the kids, okay? Okay. Do you want me to? Yeah, because she's wanting to go in. Hey, can you stay with her? Yeah. I'll stay with her.
The kitchen was extremely messy, with dirty dishes rendering the space nearly unusable. The bathrooms were an even worse mess, with mold growing on the tile around the shower and bathtub.
Ew.
There was no running water, and the toilets were backed up. Portable toilets had been placed around the residence to compensate, though it appeared that none had been emptied recently as they were completely filled with waste.
Ew.
Needless to say, the house didn't pass inspection, but the evidence which would take the case from simply concerning to truly horrific was yet to be found. Cushman had been sharing this house not only with her own children, but her girlfriend, also named Jamie, her girlfriend's kids, and a 16-year-old girl who was not related. There was also another couple staying with them. But before investigators could get too far, Cushman attempted to pull a fast one with the authorities.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Know that I have a bad standing with CYFD. I don't feel safe. Because I have a bad standing with CYFD. Like in reference to what? Like what's the standing? Like she doesn't like me. Okay. Is there a reason why? Yeah, because she came out and she took infant from me and we fought in court. Okay. Did you get the infant back? No. It was a my infant. Okay. Yeah. And she does not like me. So the one I'm walking around with? Yeah. Okay. And so I don't feel like I'm gonna get a fair. Because I mean, in all honesty, you don't have to. I don't see anything wrong with my home. Mm-hmm. Do you? I mean, there's stuff here and there, but I mean, no one's home is perfect. But nothing to climb some ladders for a lot of these days.
It's safe to say that the investigators were, in fact, alarmed. They would seek to learn more about the baby later, but currently needed to focus on the situation at the house.
There's a baby in that house? Oh, hell no.
After sending Cushman back inside the house, the investigators finally catch up with 14-year-old CK to ask her what had been going on.
I really need you to be honest with me. I need you to talk to me about these things, okay? Because other people are telling us. So whether you just tell us everything or not, we're still going to be involved. And you're the older one. I need you to tell us the truth. You can look in his eyes this time and tell that he's scared. Yes. And he's never been afraid of us.
But this wasn't the only surprise investigators were in for, as a new party arrived on the scene while they were chatting with the kids.
That's just Laura. I thought she didn't live here anymore. She did it. She does it. She lives in Clovis.
What Laura was suddenly doing on the scene was anyone's guess. The specifics of why weren't needed for investigators to know that there was more going on than met the eye.
Okay this time? You don't look okay this time. I'm nervous though. It's okay. You don't have to be nervous. Remember last time? It was okay. I'm never going to be mean to you. You're not going to be in trouble for anything we talk about. Okay? You okay? Okay. And it's okay. She already told me. So we already know about it. People have already told us. You're not going to get in trouble. You don't have to talk about it. You're okay. You're okay. Is that good for him?
The horrifying details of what the children revealed would be learned later. For now, after speaking with the children, the officer and the child services investigator had to make a decision on how to move forward. What they came up with did not go over well with Cushman or her girlfriend Jamie Senna, who had rushed home from work when she heard the police were there.
Based on the report we got, and the kids did confirm everything. So the kids were very forthcoming this time.
This is an interrogation tactic. By stating that the kids have told them everything this time, She makes it clear that she already knows what's going on, as this puts pressure on Cushman and Senna to say something that matches what the kids have said. What's most interesting here is that Cushman doesn't make any denials and doesn't ask what the kids have said. Based on the evidence gathered, the police returned a short time later with a search warrant for the Cushman property.
What are you guys doing? Which one's Senna? Which one's Cushman? All right, I'm Agent Vietnam. I don't know if you guys remember me from last time. Yes, sir. This is Sergeant Hernandez from Polka State Police. Okay. We do have the search warrant. You guys just have your cell phones. Those are all to be seized, okay? Okay, it's part of the search warrant. It's on the search warrant. You turn it on. Can I tell something to you? Yeah. There's going to be a videos on there. That's not my concern. Okay. That is not my concern. I know, trust me, the person that's going to be extracting the data is me. Okay? So that is not a part of our investigation. Whether there is or not, we don't care. I don't care. That is not our concern. That's not why we're here. That's not the data that we need. Okay? So we're only going to extract data that we need. That's it. And we'll give them back to you.
Both phones were seized, along with the required passcodes, as the search warrant dictated. It's an interesting question of what would have happened if they'd refused to hand over their passcodes. Though the warrant technically required them to hand over this information, it cannot actually force them to comply. However, refusing could result in them being found in contempt of court. In theory, by disobeying the warrant, the court could put them in jail right then and there until they produced the passcode. With their phones in the hands of the police, the full scope of the horror would soon be revealed. And it was more deplorable than anyone could have expected, despite Cushman's apparently jovial attitude.
Do you guys have any questions for me or anything?
No, sir. Y'all just doing your job.
The police, however, did have a few more questions for Cushman.
So the 357?
Yeah. It's the one I got certified with.
Gotcha.
I wish I didn't know that before that, because, man, I was not prepared for that kickback.
Gotcha. Yeah. Mess up your thumb?
But yeah, and because I wasn't wearing my earplugs right, the noise, my ears rang for like a week.
Yep. So we'll just call you guys down there so you guys can pick them up?
Yeah.
You know what? We'll probably even just bring them to you if you're here.
Oh, you call my phone, but it's
just bring them here.
Small talk complete and the warrant served. The police took their leave, thanking Cushman for being so cooperative. As the police combed through Cushman and Senna's phones, they uncover the unthinkable horrors that took place in that house and immediately asked Jamie Senna to come by the station to answer a few questions. What she ended up revealing was enough to shock even the most seasoned detectives. The following footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor, a licensed clinical psychologist, a licensed attorney, a former detective, a licensed polygraph examiner, and a former hostage negotiation commander and instructor.
Like I told you on the phone, we just want to do some follow-up and kind of get a status and stuff like that. First and foremost, you're voluntary.
Yes.
Okay, I know you said you have an attorney. Do you still want to speak with us with your attorney?
It's fine.
Okay. That should be arrest too.
The officers read Senna her Miranda rights, though she wasn't under arrest. Little did the officers know Senna was hiding more than one shocking secret, and she wasn't the only one listening in on this conversation.
How's everything been going since?
Just been working. I moved out of the house.
You moved out?
Yes, I moved out.
Do you live there anymore? You still in a relationship with Jamie?
No.
You guys split up?
Yes.
What was the reason for that? Did you say?
I lost my kids. I am broken.
In the past, Senna had also been in contact with CYFD due to conflicts with her older stepdaughter. This, combined with the horrors uncovered in Cushman's house, resulted in Senna losing custody of her children. The police also took this opportunity to ask what she knew of Cushman's children. Senna explained that RK and CK were Cushman's sister's biological children.
I actually have to get off, guys. I'm very, very tired. I'm going to put this up till tomorrow. And I'm going to go to sleep because I have to get up early tomorrow and not go to work, apparently, because I don't have a job or something like that. But maybe I'll be around in the afternoon or something. We'll see. Peace out, family. Good night. Good night, Sean. Sorry I gotta go, but I'm very, very tired. Bye.